Ollie Hannon-Dolby to bowl the first ball of the season to Roderick, who clips it behind square for 4. What a way to start. It's a short boundary on the Priory side, but he just leans on it, clips it through the onside, and Worcestershire immediately on to 4 without loss. He's in again, and this is off the pads and behind square. In fact, fine and for 4. He's beaten Rushworth on the inside on this short boundary. Hannon-Dolby approaches again, short of a length, and that's an under edge past Burgess and through for 4. His hands on heads.
Roderick still on strike as Rushworth is in, and he punches that off the back foot, straight past extra cover, all the way for 4. That's the short boundary, and that's a little bit of a release, and a first boundary conceded by Rushworth.
Here's Hannon-Dolby in, turned off his hips, and that will be for 4. That will be for 4. It's neatly worked.
But it's also in exactly the right spot. We've mentioned that short boundary, and that one was just easy pickings off the hip.
Libby awaits Booth once more. Oh, and he draws an edge, and it's going to go down through 3rd for 4. In between 2nd slip and a man at 4th slip.
Here's Rushworth from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and this is clipped away through the 3rd slip area. Perfect start for them.
Booth in again, and it'll be cut into the offside by Libby, and that will go all the way for 4. That's the first time that they've managed to reach the boundary. You've got to hit it pretty well over towards that boundary.
They were even further across towards the left-hand side. This one is up on his toes and is clipped beautifully away between extra cover and cover point down to the hover cover for 4 more. There's Rushworth in, and this is driven beautifully through the gap between extra cover and mid-off and down to the fence. A lovely flowing shot from Roderick for 4.
As Booth is well outside off stump here, and a thick outside edge will go down to 3rd for 4. And Libby stretches up to 37 not out after a bit of a wobble 15 minutes ago. He's starting to look increasingly settled. As Booth is in, it's a short ball, it's pulled, it's a short boundary, but he hasn't got enough on it, and it's a diving catch falling forward, and Michael Booth has the first wicket of his first-class career. Diving forward by Danny Briggs was able to claim the wicket. Kashif Ali has just got a few runs through 3rd man as he comes in to join Gareth Roderick. Roderick on 33, Kashif on 6.
Right. Booth in bowls, that's edged past Bethel at 2nd slip. There's a gap between Bethel at 2nd slip and Moseley at 4th.
As Rhodes once more, he's cut through the offside this time, and he's timed that beautifully. Kashif Ali, very busy since he came in. He's to 24, and that's the 100 up before lunch for Worcestershire. As Rhodes comes in once more to Kashif Ali, who is cutting this just over the head of point. There was a big leak from Ed Barnard, who was very interested in that, and it will creep over the rope for 4.
Alan Richardson, you'd be pretty happy at how everyone's gone so far. What a glorious drive first up off Barnard. Roderick just presses forward, and it goes straight down the ground. So that's mean.
Quite clever.
It's clever, but mean. But clever. In comes Barnard, and there's a big swivel pull at that one from Kashif Ali. And that is going to go all the way, very fine, over the boundary rope for 4.
Barnard back at a length. That's a nice looking cut shot from Kashif. It split the 2 fielders who weren't far apart, and it will go for 4. Rushworth in again, and that one has jagged back a touch at Roderick, who will come back for a second to complete his 50 here. That's a good half century from Gareth Roderick.
Bowls. This one is cut away for 4 between cover point and backward point. Found the gap beautifully, and that has brought up Kashif Ali's 50.
At the moment, they have put down certainly one chance in the slips.
This one is lifted over point for 6.
Rhodes in once more, and it's an edge, and it's taken its slip. There's the breakthrough. It's been hard fought and hard going for Warwickshire, but in the end it was a short ball, and Roderick was suckered into just having a nibble at that one. Birmingham end, he's bowling to Kashif Ali. First ball is just chipped straight down along the carpet, and it's been misfielded at mid-wicket, so they'll scamper through.
If Alex Davis decides to stick with the seamers again. Jones playing and missing outside off stump. That ball might have got up a little bit more than he was expecting.
It looks though it's been closed, that top deck. This one is clipped away nicely through square leg and is going to be brought back from the boundary because it's raced along the turf. It's Rushworth in again to him, and this one is going to be his second boundary for Worcestershire because this time it's on the other side of the ground. He waited and then cut it away through the gully. This one is played away late, pushed by Jones, waited, opened the face, ran it away down through the vacant gully gaps. Too much away to the batsman. This one is a bit short and is, having said that, is then cut away. He's short outside the off stump and he's cut away for 4.
Oh, wasn't it? But as Barnard comes in, I don't know where they are. That one slashed away firmly down to deep third, all the way for 4.
The public are getting fidgety, and so too are the umpires. Danny Briggs is going to continue, and he's cut behind square for 4. That's beautifully played by Kashif Ali. He'll move into the 90s. Looking for a first-class century in his career. He's 91 not out.
All will be revealed as this ball is floated up outside the off stump, and it is absolutely creamed through extra cover all the way to the boundary. So he does take the aggressive route.
Whether it will have any more to offer than the first one did is a moot point.
We'll have to find a way.
Briggs, this one down the leg side. There's an appeal, and he's been given. And is that a catch that's got rid of Rob Jones? He's gone for 26.
Yeah, cool and smooth T20 explosion. Because I always like the Georgie Pie Super Smash. Barnard in, and there's an edge, and it's gone to slip. It's another wicket to fall. Hose is only briefly there in the middle.
Briggs in again, coming down the wicket and lifting it straight, and that is going to be 100 in the grand style from Kashif Ali with a masterful straight 6.
D'Oliveira waits, and that's a full ball, full toss, flicked away and easily gets to the boundary. It was almost at the boundary rope before he finished the shot. It went so quickly off the bat. But it's D'Oliveira on strike now. Barnard comes in again. He strays down the leg side, not as full, but it's given the same treatment, just flicked easily.
Briggs fires this one in, and it's pulled round the corner for 4. That wasn't his best, Danny Briggs. Just trying something a little bit more fancy, because I think he knows these are the last 2 balls he's likely to bowl in this spell. And Kashif was on 34. Kashif is still there at the moment. He's chipping it. Oh, and he's been caught quite brilliantly in the covers by Ed Barnard. That is an astonishing one-handed grab. Former Bears bat.
Chris Rushworth starting a new over, and he has got the outside edge, and Brett D'Oliveira is the next one to go.
As Rushworth is in, driven this time by Holder, and that's a beautiful shot through extra cover, and that'll have him feeling a whole lot better. He's off the mark in style with a 4. Chris Rushworth continues and bowls and is driven beautifully by weight. He'll get full value for that. That is your textbook straight drive from Matthew Waite.
Tricky.
This next ball is wide and outside off stump, and it's dispatched by Waite. That just sat up and waited to be hit. Scuttles in once more, and Waite is cutting him again in front of square. There's a chase around the boundary rope, and well, it looked like a good diving stop, but he's missed the ball and it's hit the rope, and Ed Barnard signals that that's 4 more.
Sometimes you need a bit of brilliance. As Rhodes comes in, he just plays across the line, an almighty swipe there from Waite, and that's another 4 runs. As in comes Rhodes. This one is just clipped very fine, and it's going to run all the way to the boundary for another boundary to Waite. He's on strike now. In comes he. He's whipped his hands around there and sent the ball down to deep mid-wicket, straight over the boundary rope. Another.
Booth to Waite once more, pulling this in front of square for 4. Again, the short ball is not going to work. Unless you get it up around shoulder height, you're not going to inconvenience Matthew Waite.
He's on again now, and that wasn't so confident. In fact, it's out. It was a shorter delivery outside the off stump. Rhodes comes in. That one is just a bit shorter, but angled in at the body. He's taken off halfway down the pitch. There is a ball is flung back in at the stumps. He's back safely.
If you want it, you gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, a higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I don't care what the nays say. I live without it for my namesake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday.
Welcome to David Eats With. Coming in here, looking at all the memorabilia and the uplift it's had, it looks fantastic. It's a great facility for you members to come and enjoy during the summer and have a wonderful time and watch Warwickshire win. I recall my time starting in Warwickshire. I was the age of 14 when I walked through the gates here at Edgbaston. Over the years, it's been fantastic. I've been here a long time now and been associated with the club with a lot of success. And 1980 was the first success that Warwickshire had that I enjoyed. As part of the squad, I was on the Lord's ground staff, but still playing a lot of second team cricket for Warwickshire. And the two guys here, David Brown and Bob Willis, lifted the John Player League, which was absolutely fantastic. And it gave us all the lift that future's going to look good. So just going forward from the 1980s, 1980, I joined the staff in 1981. And our first success really winning a trophy was in 1989. And I recall the semi-final here at Edgbaston. It was a packed house against Worcestershire. And it's the first time I appreciated how magnificent this stadium is to play in when its capacity is full. The best thing about it was about 2,000 Worcestershire fans and the rest were ours. A great atmosphere. And when we walked out, it was fantastic. And even better was that we beat them by 100 runs. You couldn't have asked for any more. But then we went on and we won the 1989 NatWest final against Mike Getting's Middlesex, which again, I was lucky enough to be there at the end, and Neil Smith hit a magnificent six at the end in the last over, and we got over the line and won that game. 1994, we come to that magnificent year where we won 3 trophies, runners-up in the last one. And then 1993 was the NatWest final, which I suppose everybody remembers me for. The 100 at Lords, chasing 320 to win. And we did, Dermot, myself, put a big partnership on. And to be honest, there's members, every time I walk into the ground, still remember me for that day. But at the end of the day, it was a great day for Warwickshire and for all the members, because at half-time we were 4-0 down, at full-time we won 5-4. I've played and viewed cricket from many grounds over my years watching cricket, playing cricket. There isn't a ground better than Edgbaston to view your cricket from. You can go to any part of this lovely ground and you get a great view. Please count yourself lucky that you're associated with this fantastic club, fantastic ground where your viewing facility is better than any other in the country.
This is brilliant. Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Came back on tour, obviously really proud and really honoured to be asked to a great club like this, especially after only one season. Yeah, I was really pleased. But yeah, built a really good relationship with Davo over the last year I've been here, so I think we'll work well together. But yeah, during tour got asked and was more than happy to accept. It wasn't really on my radar, purely due to the number of senior heads that we've got and probably some of the other candidates and leaders we've got in the squad. Yeah, it's a really nice feeling to have been asked. Yeah, I'm not the most outgoing like that. I'm not the loudest in the change room, like you say, but I feel like I'm not too shy in coming forward, and I'll put my opinion across if I feel like something needs to be said. So yeah, there's obviously different ways of going about leading in parts, but obviously being a vice as well, a lot of it's going to be alongside Al and just supporting him really in some of the jobs that he may not have time to do or he needs a bit of help with. It's been great. I've loved every minute of being here, and it was a big change for me. It was a big move for me, but I've loved every minute, like I say, and I'm hoping to kick on this year with the cricket. I enjoyed the cricket last year and it went well, but I'd like to kick on and do even better this year, and hopefully this sort of tag won't affect that and I can kick on, like I say.
Six again. What a shot that is.
Easy as you like for Sam Hay.
Holding, brilliant from Wokes. That is stunning.
I think I've always been involved in sport and I've got a really sporty family. My sister's a professional athlete, so I'd always kind of seen up close what elite sport looked like and what it took to get there. So I always knew I kind of wanted to go into sport, but not necessarily playing. Just went to Northampton University to do my undergrad in sports science, finished my masters at Loughborough in about September 2021, and then saw this role come up probably just before I finished that. Applied for it, got offered the job, and have been here since November 2021, coming up to my third season now. With my job, it's kind of split between the pathway and then the professional squad. So the main part of my job is to lead the pathway, so academy and EPP, and then oversee our county age group programme. But then also work closely and support the professional squad as well. Particularly here, it's a really great group of people, so the biggest thing I'd enjoy is just coming into work every day and being around people that you want to spend time with and you want to work together with, whether it's players or staff. I think in terms of my actual job, seeing players progress from a place where, particularly young players, where they didn't either enjoy the gym or kind of understand how it would help them, seeing them get to a point where they're really keen to do it and they can see exactly why they're doing it and how it's going to help their cricket. They're probably the biggest things. The boys have made me feel so included right from day dot. They don't see me as kind of any different to it being a male SLC. So yeah, I think if there's a couple of us within the men's circuit, but it's really good to just kind of be one of few and kind of show that we're just as capable of fulfilling the role as well. I think it's tough if you don't see people in the role, then you almost don't believe that it's an opportunity. So I think it's if it's something you're passionate about, definitely don't be afraid to stick with it and really kind of look to see where you can get to. There's so many opportunities out there, not just for men or not even just in men's sport, in women's sport or disability sport or anything like that. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, put your all into it, get as much experience as you can, and don't be afraid to dream big or try and get to where you want to get to.
Inside edge and dragged on, knocked it over. It's got it, Basto. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, oh yes, it's just snuck through. Runs the boundary, he's going to find. My word, what a thump down the ground.
You gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the.
Yeah, they should do, and until probably 2/3 through the day, they were not just competitive, but pretty much in control. 238 for 3 at one stage, and they looked as though they were really going to press on to build an imposing total. if they can get to 400, that's still quite strong. Warwickshire will fancy batting past 400, I guess, because it is quite a placid pitch. And just a word about the pitch and the ground. A remarkable effort in terms of getting a pitch playable all day when we've had so much wet weather for weeks and really months, haven't we? There's been so much water in the air and on the ground, and for us to get pretty much a whole day, apart from a bit of bad light yesterday, it was a real tribute to Gary Barwell and his ground stuff.
Yeah, fantastic effort. It's the big test match ground though that saw a lot of play, didn't it? Apart from Sussex, but Trent Bridge saw, you know, quite a decent chunk of play. Lords saw virtually all day, and here, you know, saw all day. So it's Edgbaston, Lords, Trent Bridge, probably got the better facilities, haven't they, with regards to super soppers, whatever you call them.
That's right, and all the big grounds, of course, have got high quality ground staff, but Gary Barwell has been Warwickshire's head groundsman now for a long time. He knows his business inside out. He's got a great team of workers here that do so much graft. When we're leaving the ground, usually a journalist leaves about an hour and a half after play, after getting quotes and everything. If there's anybody left in the ground, it is the ground staff still out there covering and just trying to make sure everything is in as good a place as it possibly can be overnight. Umpires Michael Saggers and Graham Lloyd are going out, followed by Alex Davis leading his Warwickshire side out. Alex Davis's first match as captain in the county championship. An interesting decision to bowl first yesterday. I'm not quite sure it worked as well as he'd hoped, because it is a pretty flat wicket, but Warwickshire were hoping for some early wickets and some early moisture, but it didn't happen. Worcestershire's openers batted really well. Gareth Roderick 68, Jake Libby 38, Kashif Ali 110, and that, as you say, Dan, that will have given Worcestershire, if there is any crumb of can we cope in the first division, a really good solid day's work yesterday, I should think, will have done them the world of good.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone who won the toss yesterday, though, inserted the opposition, didn't they? As Jason Holder and Nathan Smith, the two overseas guys at Worcestershire, make their way out to the middle. I'm looking forward to seeing Nathan Smith bowl. He's been playing his club cricket at Radlett Cricket Club in the Hertfordshire League in recent years, and they're a strong club for only a sort of a village club. You know, they brought through the likes of Josh DeCares at Middlesex, Mike Appleton's son. They brought through Joe Cook, who was at Glamorgan as well. Gareth Berg, who had a good career at Hampshire. As Chris Rushworth is at the end of his mark here from the pavilion end. And he's going to take us away for the morning's play. Jason Holder's going to face. He's on 4 not out of 19 balls. Smith yet to score.
And if, these two guys, of course, principally have come in to do some damage, hopefully, for Worcestershire with the ball, but a nice little cameo from either of them or both of them could put Worcestershire in a very strong position this morning.
Well, Holder's no fool with the bat. He can bat. You know, he's a genuine all-rounder. And I think he's a cracking signing by Worcestershire. He came late to the party, didn't he? Anyway, here's Rushworth as he comes in past umpire Graham Lloyd, and Holder just defends that one into the onside with Dan Mosley doing the fielding. He's a good talent as well, isn't he? Mosley's
exceptional talent, and had a very busy winter abroad, and with bat and ball there's a great deal to come from Dan Mosley. I think Mark Robinson spoke at the members forum the other day, and if anything, it's trying to just rein in the expectations for Dan Mosley, because he has got a lot of, I'm adding to them even as we speak, aren't we? But he has got a potentially very big future.
Here's Rushworth ambling in. Oh, Holder has a little fish at that. Didn't need to play at that outside the off stump. And the ball goes through into the gloves of Alex Davis.
Slow old pitch, isn't it? I mean, that one really did hardly got up at all.
It's Burgess keeping. Sorry,
yes.
It's Burgess keeping. Yeah, it's slow. You can see already. It's. I watched a little bit of it yesterday, and you know, if you had John Lennon, Mother Teresa and the Dalai Lama all rolled into one, it wouldn't be as placid as this pitch, I don't think. So here's Rushworth into the crease, and that's down the leg side. That's a good take there. I think that's flicked the pad on the way through, and Burgess goes tumbling away. I always enjoy my trips up here to Birmingham. I always, and it's 30 years this year since that wonderful season of 1994 where you won everything. Brian Lara got his 501, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of, commemorations going on.
There was a lot went on for the 25th 5 years ago, but I think there's 1 or 2 events lined up this year as well.
Rushworth in, just nipping back and hitting Holder in the upper thigh area. Nice view here from the commentary box, looking out over towards the city. One of the best views actually in county cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely skyline, isn't it, Birmingham, full of trees and much greener, I think, than a lot of people realise. Sylvan backdrop.
Rushworth in. Holder defends stoutly. Nice textbook forward defensive there.
Yeah, measured start from Holder. He certainly got his head down last night because Warwickshire will have just hoped they could have finished off Worcestershire when they took a couple of wickets with the new ball in the last session, but Holder just dug in, and it doesn't sound very significant, 4 off about 17 balls, but had he gone, Warwickshire might have gone through the tail, so good work already from the new signing.
Oh, that's just nipped back and runs backward of square on the leg side, and that's going to be the first run of the morning, but well bowled there from Rushworth.
Thank you, Dan. I'll just be giving an update to our listeners on Radio WM very shortly. They're waiting with bated breath to hear over the single that's been added this morning by Jason Holder, who is on 5. Yes, this is Brian Halford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have just resumed their hunt for Worcestershire's lower order wickets. An even first day ended with the visitors on 316 for 7. Warwickshire started slowly yesterday, but late wickets put them back in the game. They won't want to let their local rivals get to 400, though, on a pitch likely to turn as the game lengthens. Worcestershire 317 for 7. And Oliver Hannon-Dolby is about to try and make it 317 for 8. He's going to take up the attack from the Birmingham end. 2 slips. Holder waits and is carefully forward, just nurdling this away into the offside, and he'll take a single to move to 6.
We spoke about Hannon-Dolby before we came on air, didn't we, Brian? And he's got one of the poshest names in cricket, I find. He's up there with Tobias Skelton, Roland Jones. I think he's up there. I think the real winner is Ebony, Jewel, Coralie, Camellia, Rosamond, Rainford, Brent. Doesn't get any better than that, does it?
Indeed. Ollie, now living in Birmingham, of course, having left his stately home in Halifax, where he grew up. He's in from the Birmingham end, good straight delivery, and Nathan Smith is right behind this. 2 slips. Warwickshire were quite defensive quite early on yesterday. It's a little surprising actually in the afternoon session when Worcestershire were batting very capably early on, 150 odd for 1, and at one stage there were 7 men on the boundary as Warwickshire went on the defensive. Not quite there today, although there are 2 men on the leg side fence in case Nathan Smith seeks out the short boundary on the family side of the ground. Hannon-Dolby is in again, that's very wide outside off stump. Burgess takes it in front of Rob Yates at first slip. 2 slips, point, extra cover, mid off, short mid wicket, a mid on, and those 2 men in the deep on the leg side.
I think that's Yates at second, isn't it? I'm trying to see who that is, with number 2 on their back at first.
I think that's Alec Davis, is it? Thank you for pointing out my error there, Dan. The listeners didn't need to know that I'd made an error there. Hannon-Dolby is in again, and this is left outside off stump. Yes, you are right. Yates, actually, I'm going to defend myself here because you are right. I got that wrong. But Yates spent all of last season at first slip. But now Alex Davis, the captain, has moved himself into that position, and Yates has been relegated or transferred to second slip.
He had a wonderful year, didn't he, a couple of years ago, Yates?
Yeah.
Where he could do no wrong, and I think he's doing a thesis on gorillas or something like that in captivity or something. So yeah, that was the story going around then.
Hannon Dolby is in again. This is a good delivery which beats Smith outside. Yeah, Rob Yates, another young player with a huge future, did have an exceptional breakthrough season, then struggled when Alex Davis came in and Rob Yates was dropped down to number 3 in the order, and it's a move that unsettled him slightly. So he's back at the top of the order this season, and Warwickshire will be hoping he gets back to his most productive. He had winter in Australia, Rob Yates. The third slip has now gone in as Smith just plays this one up to mid-on. Dan Moosley joined the cordon, probably encouraged by the one that got past the bat there from Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who didn't have his greatest day yesterday. Hannon-Dolby has been immense for Warwickshire in the last few years. I know you're a regular at Bristol, Dan, and I remember in the year of COVID when they played the Bob Willis Trophy behind closed doors. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, I think, took 10 in a match down at Bristol. Gloucestershire actually won the game. But Hannon-Dolby is just a superb operator, but he wasn't quite at his best yesterday.
He bowled pretty well, and there was an end-of-season game as well, as Rushworth comes in from the pavilion end. Short, and Holder goes to pull, and I can only find the splice of the bat, and it dribbles out onto the onside. He bowled very well in that end-of-season game, where I think Tom Price got 8 for 30-odd, and Sibley got 100 for Warwickshire, didn't he? A masterclass in concentration, I think. Let's put it like that. But yeah, no, fantastic innings. There's a wicket that was doing a little bit, but Hannon-Dolby definitely he's a workhorse, isn't he? Rushworth in and a little bit short. Holder gets up on his toes. Decent crowd. Saturday, county championship being played this year. Well, the first group block of 8 games going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and hopefully that will increase attendances around the country. I know that a few from Worcester have come over, a few of the chaps from Twitter, Mr. Ferguson and John O'Blaine and people like that, who are good guys. That's wide from Rushworth. I think umpire Lloyd always thought about signalling a wide there, but just had a stretch of the arms without actually giving a wide.
Yeah, I think you should cut a 37-year-old a bit of slack at the start of the season, shouldn't you? I mean, but Rushworth actually, Rushworth did bowl increasingly well yesterday. He has a fine start to his Warwickshire career. He came in last year and just glued the attack together and bowled with all the old skill that he's always possessed.
Here he comes, pitched up. Holder dries, but can only find extra cover.
Very measured stuff, isn't it? There's absolutely no sign of any attacking intent yet. I think Worcestershire they're in a strong position here. They can just bat, can't they? There's no need to rush.
Yeah, no.
Just hoover up some time and.
Lots of time left in this game. Lots of time left, and I think they've got themselves into such a decent position, Worcestershire here, that they don't need to actually force anything. They just play what's in front of them. Here's Rushworth in, and that finds the edge. Hold up, it down to third with soft hands, and he'll pick up a couple. Sure. Jacob Bethel we had on Gloucestershire had on loan a little bit in 2022, and I thought he looked a lovely player.
Yeah.
He's got a beautiful cover drive. He's one of those sort of aesthetic players, one of those pretty players, and I've got a lot of time for those types.
Yeah, he's another immensely talented young player.
fall from Rushworth, but straying down the leg side. That completes the third over for the day. 320 for 7. Jason Holder's on 8, and Nathan Smith yet to score.
Yes, I think what Warwickshire might be looking for from Jacob Bethel this season is one or two match-shaping contributions in red ball cricket. He has got abundant talent, and he's played some lovely cameos. And in white ball, he hits the ball beautifully. His breakthrough actually really came in the white ball in the 50-over competition at York was it 3 years ago, when he and Dan Mosley counter-attacked against Yorkshire. Two really young players at that stage really shone, and clearly we all looked at Jacob Bethel and thought, here's a talent. Here's another one, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, coming in from the Birmingham end. This is outside off stump, and Nathan Smith allows it to pass. We do have 3 slips now. Jacob Bethel, Rob Yates and Dan Mosley. And they're quite wide, aren't they, slips? I mean, Mosley at third slip is probably almost where a fourth or fifth might be. There's quite a lot of space in between those slips. So
it also goes to show the placid nature of the pitch, though, because they're quite far up,
yeah,
aren't they?
They are close.
Yeah.
So a quiet start to the morning's play at Edgbaston. 4 runs so far, all behind square, as Hannah Dolby again sends one down outside off stump, and Smith still to score. Lets it go to Michael Burgess.
Am I right in thinking Bethel was brought up in Barbados?
Yes.
Yeah. So Jason Holder will probably know a little bit about him.
Of course, yes, and Jacob Bethel already has played quite a lot for England under 19s, of course. He's very much got an England future in his plans, but yes, learnt his trade in the Caribbean, yes, so that's a good call, and they know each other well. Hannah Dolby is in again, and this is outside off stump and jabbed away into the offside by Smith off the back foot again. The ball coming on very, very slowly there. Be no run. Smith still to score, and Worcestershire 320 for 7, and Dan Mosley comes out of the slip cordon and goes back to short mid wicket.
It'll be interesting to see if Jason Holder is picked by the West Indies this summer, because he's the ideal man for English conditions, isn't he? And I'll come on to it after this ball.
And Dolby's in again. That's further up, and going down the leg side, Smith misses an attempt which I think would have landed. Had him connected with it, it would have landed in the stand, but he didn't make contact, and there is no run.
Yeah, if he is picked, would make his 65th Test appearance for the West Indies.
Yes, nearly 3,000 Test runs for Jason Holder at 29, so he can clearly hold a bat. So if he can just set roots down here, he could put Worcestershire into a very strong position. He's watching as Hannah Dolby comes in. I think a slower ball on a slow pitch. Took it a long time to arrive at Nathan Smith, who just leans into a forward defensive. And the total remains 320 for 7. As you say, Dan, it is a slate grey sky, isn't there? There isn't one chink of break in the
No.
cloud above us. But it's not too dark, but you can imagine light becoming an issue at some stage.
Yeah, the floodlights aren't on yet, but it looks sort of a little bit murky, doesn't it?
It does. Hannah Dolby in again, and this is down the leg side, and attempted flail away by Smith misses, so it just goes through to Burgess. Only Hannah Dolby not quite got things right yet so far. A bit both sides of the wicket, and Worcestershire 320 for 7 continue their solid progress forward. Still to come is Joe Leach, of course, who we all know can hold a bat very effectively. So Worcestershire will be thinking just one good partnership over these last 3 wickets can just get them up around a strong 400.
Here's Rushworth. Just arcing that one back into Holder a little bit, who turns it off his hips into the onside, and they'll pick up one. Rushworth's 1 for 75 off. Well, he's into his 20th over here.
The first 6 wickets, Dan, yesterday fell to 6 different bowlers,
I
which
saw, yeah, it's
it
a good
raised the
team
prospect.
effort.
If I'd have been Alex Davis, I'd have brought the others on, because I don't. Has any team in first-class cricket ever taken all 10 wickets with 10 different bowlers? I think that would be something to.
It's an interesting one, yeah. That's a nice shot there by Smith. That could go for the first boundary of the morning, and it does, and that's a very pleasant way to get off the mark, punching it through the offside, off the back foot to his 18th delivery.
Yes, a lovely shot, and pretty much everything that's come off the middle of the bat so far, hasn't it? Just one Hannon Derby got past the outside edge, but
yeah,
it's all quite comfortable at the moment for Worcestershire, and these two batsmen are playing it very sensibly as well, very patiently.
Oh, that's a little bit of extra nip there from Rushworth. Hits Smith's bat quite high up around the splice area. I assume they took the new ball at 80 overs yesterday.
They did, yeah. And they got the big wicket of Kashif with it, and then also Brett D'Oliveira, and then we had a very useful little cameo from Matthew Waite, 37 from 39 balls, which really did restore Worcestershire's momentum after on what could have been a very wobbly final session for them.
Smith defends there. It's like the old days, isn't it, Brian, with Worcestershire having a Holder and a D'Oliveira in their side. There's no Van Burn and Basil these days, but
That's right.
It's like going back in time, isn't it?
Yeah. The third generation of D'Oliveiras.
Yeah.
Incredible story that is. Amazing servants to the county and to cricket.
Yeah.
And Brett doing very well as captain, led them to promotion last season. I think he made his championship debut here at Edgbaston many moons ago.
Rushworth full, and that's out. Into short mid wicket. Low catch there. And Mosley pouches Smith, and he goes for 4. Just played it on the up slightly there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he'd be a bit angry with himself at that, wasn't it? Because it was a half volley, it wasn't a great delivery, and he really could have put it anywhere.
Yeah.
But he picked out Dan Mosley at short mid wicket. It was a good sharp low catch by Mosley, but Warwickshire have the breakthrough, and Smith, having taken 18 balls to get off the mark with a boundary, perishes to the 19th. Worcestershire 325 for 8.
Is that how you say his name? Is it Mosley?
It's a great question, and there are many answers to it.
From the man himself. I've asked him.
And how Melinda's got the answer, I believe. Wolf Mosley.
I've asked him directly.
I think it's safe to say that Dan is such a lovely guy. I don't think he'll be too bothered what we say, but if Dan says Mosley it is then. Well, that was a very smart catch that he took, and Warwickshire have the breakthrough, and they'll be pleased with that because they don't want this Worcestershire total to grow much further.
He's the distinctive figure in his benefit year of Joe Leach coming to the wicket. And athletes come in all shapes and sizes, don't they? And Joe Leach is a real character of the game. Wonderful servant. And, you know, you talk about Hannon Dalby running him for the Bears. Leach is running for years, isn't he, for the Bears?
Indeed. 450 first-class wickets and nearly 4,000 runs. There's a lot of matches that he's won and saved for Worcestershire.
Yep. So Rushworth picks up his second wicket. I'm sure he'll probably be looking at least 25 times that for the season, as he does every year. He's always 50 wickets a year man, isn't he? Here he comes, full, and Leach plays that nicely, times it quite well to deep mid-wicket there, where is that Booth, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
Doing the fielding out there. I had a little look at Booth yesterday. I thought he's got a little bit of nip about him.
Yes, I think I might owe Michael Booth an apology actually, because I said in my report last night that the only wicket to the morning session fell to a long hop, which technically it was, but it was a planned one because he said that Alex Davis had just said to him, drop one short. So he did, but it was deliberate, and subsequently, of course, it was ladled to mid-wicket and the catch was taken, so it was a planned long hop. So I'd like to formally apologise to Michael Booth. 326 for 8. Warwickshire have made the breakthrough. Nathan Smith caught by Dan Mosley off Chris Rushworth for 4. Here comes Hannon Dolby trying to join in the wicket taking, but he won't here. This is beautifully played through the covers by Leach. It's slowing up on the wet outfield, so whereas it would normally have been 4, this time it's just 2, but Leach ticking over at more than a runner ball, and they'll get an overthrow actually. That was a bit careless by Warwickshire, so Leach gets 329 for 8.
Good job the man was backing up there on the boundary, because that could have been a 6, couldn't it? There.
Yeah, that's right.
It's gone over the head of Michael Burgess.
Yeah.
2 fielders backing it up have both missed it, and almost goes to the rope on the other side. But
yeah, a bit of an excitable throw from Michael Booth. 329 for 8. I don't know whether it's me, but I just detect a slight brightening out there in the sky. Hannon Dolby is in again, and this is a good straight delivery, but Jason Holder is batting with immense discipline, isn't he? Very watchful. 9 from 34 deliveries.
The forecast today is quite good, I believe. It might be the odd shower, sort of about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, it looks decent. I mean, the weather, looking from last week, I was thinking, oh no, this is not going to get much play at all, but it has improved as time goes on, so I think all being well, we should get enough play for there to be a result if either side can play well enough to force one, which might not be easy on what is quite a slow pitch. Hannon Dolby is in again, and this is inside edge down to long leg. First sign of an expansive drive from Holder, but he checked it a little bit and just takes a single.
Moral victory there. Moral victory to the bowler.
Yeah. 1 for 58 now for Oliver Hannon Dolby, who habitually goes at around 2 and over. He's been so accurate and so reliable and consistent and highly skilled for Warwickshire in the last few years. He won't like going at 2.8 and over. That's far too expensive for him. In he comes again, straight delivery on middle stump, and Leach defends up to mid off.
Who's your tip for Division 1 champions? I mean, taking aside Surrey, because everyone, could go Surrey, but who do you think will be out there?
Surrey.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I would love to see one of these two have a real challenge. I can't see it, but it's hard to look past Surrey, isn't it?
I fancy Essex. I think Elgar's a great signing, and I think they've got the ability to take 20 wickets, which is what you need to win titles.
Absolutely. Hannon Dolby's in again, another straight delivery, and Leach covers up and just tucks it up into the covers. Yeah, Essex have been knocking on the door, haven't they? They're a talented side, and I like the ethos. I mean, they're very... I don't mean this is a backhanded compliment, but they're workmanlike, aren't they? They know how to win games.
They are, and they've sort of grown up together, playing good, strong club cricket in North East London. Sides say, Dan Lawrence has gone to Surrey now, but Dan Lawrence and Jamie Porter have come through Chingford Cricket Club, Nick Brown through South Woodford. So they've all come through the Essex leagues.
Hannon Dolby is in again, and this is nudged out into the offside by Leach. There's a huge gap there where Pointer's retreated to the boundary, and Leach takes a single to move to 5. Yes, I do wonder if Hampshire perhaps have now... I mean, I think their year could or should have been in the last 2 or 3 with their bowling attack. I wonder if their challenge might have peaked a little bit, but it would be not. I mean, not that I've got any problem with Surrey at all, but it is nice when different teams win things, isn't it?
Yeah.
331 for 8.
Yeah, I do. I think so, and I think Essex. Going back to Essex, I think they've got the ability in wet conditions. I think Porter and Cook can go through sides, and when it dries up a little bit, Mr. Harmer comes on, doesn't he, and cleans up. So I think they've got that sort of variation in their attack, and I think they'll be a strong side. Durham are the dark horses as well. I mean, they walked Division 2 last year, and I think they're a decent side. Here's Rushworth into Leach, greets him with a bumper. And it's overhead height, and it's a no ball.
Yeah, that's a good call actually, Dan. I mean, Durham are here at Edgbaston next week. Warwickshire are starting with the two newly promoted teams, and as you say, Durham were comfortable winners. Worcestershire have actually acquitted themselves really well so far in this match. And it is nice to think that I know the whole point of two divisions in a way is to create a gap and to make that first division really strong, but I don't think we want too much of a gap between divisions 1 and 2, because otherwise division 2 is going to start struggling.
Rushworth in, that's wide, and Leach carves that into the offside. I was expecting the ball to go crashing into the boundary boards, and it just dribbles out into the covers. Yeah, I think I did an interview with John Simpson the other day, who's gone from Middlesex and taken over as Sussex captain, and he thinks it's the most competitive Division 2 for years, if ever, that he's played. I mean, he's had a 16-year career in the game, and he thinks it's probably the most competitive and probably the tightest as well. Oh, that's a good delivery. That nips back, cuts Leach in half. Not a lot of foot movement there, but
there wasn't, no. I'm sure Joe Leach has delivered many balls like that you think, how did that not get a wicket? Well, he's survived one there, hasn't he? But that was a super delivery.
We don't have any replays up here, but it looked perilously close to the off stump as well. Inside edge, off stump, it could have been out in a plethora of ways. Here's Rushworth. Oh, that's nipped back as well. He's just nibbling it back in off the pitch, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Worcestershire's seamers will be encouraged by this over.
Yeah.
There's a little bit going on there.
I think it might be doing a little bit more than it did yesterday.
Yeah, there's certainly yesterday morning very little deviated off the straight. It did do a little bit more as the game went on. Actually, both camps in their interviews afterwards, players said it's the sort of wicket that you have to keep concentrating on because you always might get one.
Again, that nips back and hits Leach amidships.
That's 3 successive ones that have come in, isn't it? Now, are we going to get the big leg cutter?
Yeah, the 4-card trick. Yeah, or one that just holds its line, perhaps.
But it's really, this is what Chris Rushworth does, doesn't he? He builds pressure. I mean, every ball this over has been a good testing delivery. And
yeah.
I don't think Joe Leach has got the middle of the bat on one yet.
Here he comes in, past Graham Lloyd, Junior Bumble, and Leach just plays that into the offside off the back foot and moves on to 6. Yeah, I think what Rushworth's sort of his mantra has been right through his career is he doesn't bowl that bad one which allows the batsman a release, does he? Just, as you say, builds the pressure and rarely bowls that bad one which just allows that sort of release. That's 4. Holder goes for a big booming drive which goes absolutely nowhere and dribbles out to mid-off. So 334 for 8. Joe Leach is on 6 in his benefit year.
And he's about to face another gentleman in his benefit year, Oliver Hannon-Dolby. And I'll just describe this over, and then Mal, if you could come out, that'd be cool. Farrell is just waiting to join us, which should be very welcome. We'll also be hearing from Phil Britt during the day, which promises to be most intriguing. If Worcestershire can just eke this innings out past 400, I think they'd have settled for that after being put in. I'm not quite sure how Warwickshire will feel about the decision to bowl now. You don't really want to be looking at the thick end of 400 when you've chosen to bowl. The wind is billowing the sight screens at the far end, and I think it was the wind that distracted Oliver Hannon-Dolby there as he aborts his run up. It is a strong wind. The sight screen at the Birmingham end of Edgbaston is cloth, so it does billow and move, and I assume that doesn't distract the batsman. You would think it might do.
I don't know, sometimes with your backlift, the wind can sort of have your back going all over the place.
Hannah Dolby is in again, a really straight delivery, which Leach plays back one beneficiary to the other.
I think what Worcestershire will be looking at in the first instance is 350 in that third batting point. I think that's going to be their target, and then I think that they might maybe be a little bit more attacking in their approach, possibly.
Well, Holder and Leach are both capable of going on the attack, aren't they? Certainly, but here comes Hannon Dolby again, the kookaburra in his hand, trying to make it do something. It catches the outside edge over the top of slips. That's 4 for Leach, and it was a false shot, but fair play to him. He gave it plenty, and that's what got it up over Rob Yates at second slip. Yates is looking wistfully down to third man, where Bethel is retrieving the ball, and a boundary to Leach, who moves to 10, 338 for 8.
It's very short down here, isn't it, the boundary, because there's obviously some drainage work that's gone in here in front of the pavilion, and the ropes gone to the edge of that drainage work.
There is probably a case as well, Dan, for attacking to some degree, because passive resistance, you do need to keep the scoreboard ticking over as well. Hannon Derby is in again, and this one is tucked up to mid-on by Leach.
I agree, you can get bogged down, can't you? And, you know, been an operative word with the weather we've had recently, but, you know, you can get bogged down and go into your shell a little bit, and the scoreboard doesn't move, and that's where you start to make mistakes, isn't it?
Indeed. Leach has moved on to 10 from 14 deliveries. I mean, this is what he does, isn't it? He moves games forward when he's involved. Really fine cricketer. He waits for Hannon Dolby. Straight delivery with which Leach can take no liberties at all. Straight back to the bowler. And Michael Booth, who seems to be head polisher in the Warwickshire team this game, comes in and collects and throws it to his skipper at mid-off.
Is that like a chief polisher and not for Rushworth and Hannon Dolby,
yes,
you know, polishing their heads?
Oh, well, that's right, yeah. Of course, that could be another element to his job. Alex Davis has had an idea. He's just moved point back to the boundary. Hannon Dolby is in again, and this is nicely flicked into the leg side. There's 2 men in the deep, so it'll just be a single to Joe Leach, who overtakes Jason Holder, who's playing a very stolid and solid knock for his team. Holder on 10. Certainly no lack of application from him. He dug in well to avert a collapse last night, and he's carrying on in the same vein this morning. Worcestershire 339 for 8. The man out this morning, Nathan Smith, caught by Dan Mosley at mid-wicket off Rushworth for 4.
In the overall, update you with some live scores from around the country.
And that will be after this delivery, as Hannon Dolby comes in to complete his 22nd over of the innings, and it is a slow ball, which is defended by Holder. 339 for 8, and while Dan gives some scores, I'll make way for Mel.
So up at Chestler Street, Durham and Hampshire have not got on for another day. The inspection there at 1:10. Canterbury, they're underway. Kent are 11 without loss in the game against Somerset. Manchester at Old Trafford, Lancashire, Surrey. There's no play. There's an inspection there at 12:15. Trent Bridge, Essex have been bowled all out for 253. Notts in reply are 17 without loss. No play before lunch at Derby in the game against Gloucestershire as Rushworth comes in. Oh, that's gone. Leach has gone there. That's risen, taken the shoulder of the bat, And that's quite a good catch there above his head. I'm delighted to be joined by Melinda Farrell. How are you, Melinda?
Oh, well, I feel really bad for Joe Leach. Bless him. I've just come on.
You've put a curse on him.
I was all ready to talk about Joe. He's a very, very nice man. We had a bit of a chat before play today about his testimonial year and everything else. And I feel... Let me just say, first up, there is no such thing as a commentator's curse. We are not that powerful up here, but I feel a bit bad for Joe, but he's wandering off now. I'm actually very excited because this is the first day that I have not worn an overcoat in this country. And I've not brought a woolly hat. It's the first day.
It's that sort of summer, first day of summer.
Don't go too far. Don't be silly.
It's like hearing a cuckoo or something like that.
It's the first day. First day I haven't needed all of that. I'm still wearing a thermal, but baby steps.
Yeah.
But it's been a reasonable morning, I suppose. Either way you look at it for both sides. Warwickshire getting a couple of wickets. That's first point of order for them, but they've managed to increase the score, have Worcestershire after a mostly wonderful day for them yesterday. I just think, I said this yesterday, I kind of just feel like we've got a really good match on our hands.
Yeah.
So hopefully the weather does play ball. The lights are actually just coming on now here. So that cloud is very high, though. It doesn't... I'm very scientific about this. It doesn't feel like lots of rain. There you go. I brought my sunglasses today. I'm willing it.
Please don't put a curse on that as well.
I'm not that powerful.
Here's Rushworth coming into Finch, who stoutly defends. I'm just going to... Lord's Glamorgan are going really well. 407 for 3. Middlesex toiling. Had a bit of a tough time. Tough sort of year really at Middlesex. Lost John Simpson, as we said earlier, to Sussex, and Tim Murter retiring as well. At Hove, Northants, 131 for 2 in the game against Sussex. And it's a delayed start up at Headingley, where Leicestershire will resume on 164 for 5. In fact, there's an inspection going on right now there as Rushworth comes into Finch, who plays that quite nicely into the onside. Good diving stop there by Mosley at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, lots of play not happening yesterday. Felt quite good to be here where we had pretty much a full day's play.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling we're going to get that today. So that would be nice. Not so good tomorrow, but it changes so quickly.
Here's Rushworth in past Lloyd. That's down the leg side. Finch has gone across quite a long way there. I don't think that was that far away from his leg stump. He went quite a long way across. So, I mean, you've had a wonderful winter. You've been jet-setting, globe-trotting, all around the world.
Oh, couch surfing, do all sorts. Yes, it has been an interesting winter. Not a lot of winter. This is the coldest I've been. But that's great. It's wonderful to actually go to countries like Nepal, for example, where I went, just to get a different perspective on cricket in different parts of the world, at different levels, professional, amateur, all sorts. I'm very fortunate in that I get the opportunity to see a lot of those things. So it gives you a nice broad perspective, I think. And I feel the same way when I'm in England. I absolutely love coming and doing the county championship because, again, you just get a different perspective than if you're sort of just doing international stuff.
Here's Rushworth about to completely over. I thought Finch had a little nibble at that one, but no harm done. 339 for 9, 11 runs away from that third batting point, which Worcestershire could really do with. It might be crucial come the end of the season. I think you're right, Mel. I think, sort of every ground's got its own character, isn't it? And wherever you go, I mean, in England as well, in the county championship, everywhere's got its sort of positive points. I like to look on the positive side of life, and you know, I was saying earlier, there's always a good lunch here at Edgbaston, which I'm very much looking forward to.
Oh, it's the lunches at the international matches here at Edgbaston are actually obscene.
Are they?
They would give a dietitian nightmares.
Oh,
They invent meals that I'm sure don't exist. As Oliver Hannon-Dalby it is to bowl to Jason Holder, who just slaps that one away. But there is a fielder coming in from deep cover, really, and they will just get the single. Interesting to see these two very tall gentlemen. I really want to find out if there's any height difference between the two.
There's a wonderful story from Derby a few years ago, talking of lunches and food, and it was always really bad. This was back in the 80s, you know, it was like Frey Bentos stews and stuff like that, and it was always not great, and they used to send 12th man out for fish and chips or whatever. It was that bad. I'll come on to it after this ball.
And it's Hannon-Dalby running in to Finch. It's just a nice bit of lift off that ball, some good bounce outside the off stump, and Finch has a bit of a play at that one, but inside the line in the end.
And then one year they got a new chef in, and he was doing racks of lamb, and you know, it was really, you know, haute cuisine. And John Morris that year put on 4 stone apparently.
Well, it's a joke that before a test match at Edgbaston, you have to basically go on a diet for 2 weeks and virtually starve yourself.
Yeah.
Just so that you can, and then you do the same 2 weeks afterwards.
Yeah.
Hannon-Dalby is in, bowls to Finch, who just defends on the front foot, onto the leg side, no run. So there is definitely, you've got to be very careful and try to be really disciplined.
But it's worth it though for those 5 days.
Yeah, but that's why everyone's really disappointed if a test only lasts 3 or 4. It's like,
I
oh, we've been ripped off.
I can imagine, yeah.
Just notice before too, Oliver Hannon-Dalby is pulled out of his run-up twice. Once was right at the top of his run-up and the other all the way in. 4 times in his opening spell yesterday he pulled out of his run-up. So it's been an issue. He's in now again, and again playing inside the line is Finch. And it was another good bit of away movement, nip off the pitch. It was expensive early on yesterday, Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Just perhaps struggling to come to grips with the Kookaburra ball, which is being used for the first 2 rounds of this championship. It's going to pose, I believe it's posing challenges all round the country.
Is it 2 now, and then is it 2 later in the summer as well, I think, isn't it?
You might be right.
I don't know.
No, it's definitely 2 at this point. As Hannon-Dalby is in once more. It's a full ball, lovely Yorker, and it's just dug out by Finch, so no run again.
Talking of food, I'm sure our Worcestershire fans tuning in have all sampled the cakes in the ladies' pavilion at Worcester. Which
Look, I'm going to say something really controversial.
Go on,
This is quite shocking.
Go on.
I don't really like cake.
Do you not?
No. I know that's a, you know.
Yeah.
I don't mind carrot cake, but
Yeah.
your Victoria spongy things and lemon drizzles, nah.
Yeah.
I prefer a nice piece of cheese. As Hannon-Dalby is in, he's bowling over the wicket again, and this time the ball is very deliberately left by Finch to end the over, and it's 349. Finch yet to get off the mark. He's faced 10 deliveries. Holder is just steady, 11 from 38. Mention the heights. Well, Jason Holder, of course, being quite a late signing by Worcestershire. So apparently the kit supplier can't actually make trousers in his size.
Oh,
so they weren't long enough, and so they had to get the longest pair and send them off to the tailor, and they were only just finished in time. He got them yesterday morning before play.
How tall is Holder?
6'7" officially.
6'7", is he?
But as I told my colleagues yesterday, when we sit down, we are the same height. It's all his legs, you see, which is why it's so hard for him to find trousers.
Here's Rushworth into him, and he goes over to the offside and ramps that over, well, sort of, not quite a ramp, but he sort of tickles it round the corner, uses the pace of the ball, and he gets 4 runs.
Yeah, also, talk about his legs. Well, he used them that time. He got well outside off stump. And it was a nice little slap of the wrists as well.
Yeah, very innovative. I'm trying to think of the tallest cricketer. There's
Muhammad Irfan, perhaps.
Yeah, is he 7 foot?
He's
1?
enormous.
Yeah.
That's all I know. They used to, well, they practice. I remember India. I think it was in the 2015 World Cup. They would try to replicate him by getting someone to stand on a chair, and do throwdowns with the wanger.
Yeah.
So it's very tall.
Rushworth in, Yorker, and Holder digs that one out. They're looking for 2. Finch is going to come back, and they're going to get it. Good cricket that from Worcestershire. Holder retains the strike. 4 away from that bonus point.
The benefit for having such long legs as Jason Holder, it's a bit like Cameron Green from Australia. They only have to take 4 steps, and they've got down the other end.
He's a big lad as well. Will Jefferson at Leicestershire, he was a big unit, wasn't he? He was a big old boy. I'm trying to think who else. Marchant de Lange down at Gloucestershire's a big man.
Marco Janssen's very tall.
Yeah. That's driven beautifully there by a Holder. And he's going to get 4. That brings up the bonus point. 350 up. That was a gorgeous shot.
That was absolutely stunning. Just a really creamy, dreamy drive. And that's what he's here to do. He's here to prove his credentials once more, I think, for the West Indies. And shots like that will not do his cause any harm whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the first 4 of the over was, you know, it was he created that, didn't he? He had to manufacture that, but that was textbook. That one there, the 3rd ball, just lovely, slightly over pitch, but you still got to put them away, haven't you? Here's Rushworth. Can he come back to Holder?
Oh.
Flashes, and it goes through into the gloves. Field is spread. We've got a long off. We have got a deep extra cover. Deep point, 3rd, fine leg, deep backward square. Then we got square leg and a deep mid wicket and a long on. Rhodes down in front of us at long on. So there's no one in on the 1. Actually,
They're changing.
They moved it.
Mind you, I felt sorry for you then, because just as you were calling the field, they start running around like ants before a storm.
Well, that's 4 balls for the over gone, isn't it? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get an over where Hannon Dalby bowls at Finch here and not allow Holder the single.
4 on the ring in front of the bat.
Short, Holder pulls handsomely. And that goes for 4 runs. It's an expensive over, this. 14 off it so far.
And it's all class from Jason Holder as well. Of course, he turned down a central contract with the West Indies. He wasn't available for the Australian Test Tour. Marvellous one, which saw that incredible win in the second Test led by Shamar Joseph. So all of those things happening, he was off in the ILT20 instead. But he really wants to be back part of that setup, which is it's a difficult time for players. They've got to maximise their income.
Of course.
The hard choices to make, and you can understand that.
Do you think West Indies cricket is sort of a little bit rejuvenated at the moment? Do you think it's on the up? Here's Rushworth. That's wide and full. Doesn't get called a wide though. 354 for 9. Holder moves on to 25. Yeah, do you think West Indies cricket is sort of maybe turn the corner a little bit?
Well, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, one test is very difficult to really say something, but that could spark something. I mean, I know that there are efforts at the 4 Knights of Antigua, Viv Richards, Curtly Ambrose, Andy Roberts and Richie Richardson have formed the 4 Knights Academy. They did that last year, where they're trying to mentor talent, and they don't want that to be just in Antigua but also throughout the Caribbean. It's not a physical academy yet, but they hope that they can develop it into that. Uncovering Shamar Joseph, in Guyana, and that wonderful story. Those kinds of backdrops, someone coming in like that, certainly can spark an interest. It's just, where do they get the funding to actually keep going with that? That is the biggest problem that they face, I think. As Hannon Dalby is coming in from the Birmingham end, and has a big swish and a miss from Finch. He had a nice go at driving that, but perhaps just a little bit of away movement.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, it's 30 years this year since a West Indian cricketer, Brian Charles Lara, made such an impact here. He's got that 501 here in 1994 for Warwickshire. And Worcestershire fans will remember another holder from Barbados, Van Burn Holder, who was much loved.
Here's Hannon Dolby this time. The ball's just pushed back straight to the bowler, who takes care of it himself. I've got in my notes with Adam Finch too that it's a handy lower order batter. So
Worcestershire got a lot of all-rounders, haven't they? They've got a lot of sort of bits and pieces, guy. I mean, that's unkind. That's unkind. But they've got a lot of all-rounders in their side.
Well, they could certainly do with some handy lower order runs here, but the score's moved on to 354 for 9. So, gee, if they could add another 30, I'd be very happy, I think. Here comes Hannon Dolby again, and this time that ball's just nipped back up, and he ended up on one knee. Finch, as he played at that one, might have hit him. It hasn't hit him in the unmentionables, has it? He's got that ginger walk. His back's to us, so it's a bit hard to say exactly where that ball's hit him.
We had quite an interesting moment in the game between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire last year at Cheltenham, where D'Oliveira was trying to leave as much as possible and left one which hit him straight in the unmentionables.
Ooh. Here's Hannon Dolby, and that one's just flicked to square leg, but he's a fielder there, so they won't get a run on that occasion. Yes, it's an interesting one with Hannon Dolby bowling here and talking about him pulling out. We did speak to Michael Booth yesterday afterwards, and I asked him about the wind, and he said it really was. He said it was like it was just blowing you off course, because he pulled out, I think, of his run-up at one point as well. So it was clearly a factor yesterday. Hannon Dolby runs in once more to Finch, who just punches that one straight to short mid-wicket, where it's Dan Mosley there fielding.
Now, Mel, I don't want to put the mockers on it, but I can see some blue sky over to our left.
There, we are not that powerful, I'm telling you. It's going to be a nice day. There was lots of sunshine forecast for today.
I love your positivity. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
I do my best. Well, yesterday they were mocking me because I said we were going to have a full day of play, and we fell, I think, 3 overs short, but I claimed a moral victory, so it was all okay. Finch waits. Hannon Dolby bowls, and well, again he's just pushed at that one, but perhaps playing, I don't know if he was playing inside the line actually. That ball just straightened on him a little bit.
I thought it was the Australians accusing England of having the moral victory, isn't it? Let's not go down that route. Let's not go down that route. Too early in the day. Too early. 354 for 9. I think Jason Holder's going to give it some long handle here again, isn't he? I think there's no point hanging about.
Well, he's got the strike now. He just had a conversation with Adam Finch in the middle, and I think they probably just had that conversation.
Yeah, we're going to have a change of bowling actually. First one of the morning. These two have bowled for 54 minutes, and Booth is going to come into the attack. I thought he had a little bit of sort of extra nip about him yesterday. I thought he bowled. He's 23 years old. He's full of promise, isn't he?
First class wicket, which he said afterwards it was a bit of relief to kind of get that one, and it meant a lot to him.
Here he comes in. Full toss, quite a high one, and he's done his job. He's given Holder the one.
Wow!
He's going to have 5 balls at Adam Finch.
I mean, I know. Jason Holder's tall. Boy, oh boy. On quite a few other players. On Brett D'Oliveira, that would have been a beamer.
Oh, if it was James Taylor or Harry Pilling or someone like that, it would have been a head height one, wouldn't it? Or
well,
over their head.
But I think maybe he shocked Holder a little bit, because he's probably really annoyed that he didn't actually put that one away.
Yeah, I think that probably should have gone into the the vicinity of where my car's parked over the stand over there.
Well, it does mean that Finch is on strike. So what can he do here? Can he get the single to get off the mark?
Booth bustling in. So he's got a little bit of extra zip about him, I think, isn't he?
Does. So he's born in Zimbabwe and parents moved to South Africa for work, so I believe. So spending a lot of time in Durban as a kid. He was telling me yesterday. But he probably bowled quite well for very little reward yesterday. And
he's at
certainly
Durham
shook things up.
University.
Yeah, came over here, that's right. But originally from Zim, via South Africa to Durham, and now here at Warwickshire. Having taken his maiden first-class wicket, he's 1 for 70 at the moment.
Here he comes in. Short. Down the leg side.
Yeah.
That's not where you want to be. That's a waste of delivery at number 11, really.
Well, he was actually really tempted to pull that ball, and then he checked it. He kind of pulled out.
Yeah.
Did Finch. And there is a fielder at deep backward square leg. Well, there's one deep square leg and then one further around as well. So, and then there is a backward square leg on the ring as well.
Here he comes in. Yeah, it's like a sort of a leg gully, isn't it? It's like a good thinking there from Davis. Like to see it.
Well, while they had him there, they've got the single now, though.
Yeah.
Which brings Jason Holder on strike, because that leg side area is the long boundary. So there's for those listening, certainly at the moment with the right-hander at the Birmingham end, which is where Holder is now, the offside is the short boundary, and the leg side is the much longer boundary. And Booth has just pulled out of his run-up now.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen so many
wind,
players.
I think, isn't it?
Yeah, we've seen it so many times in these first 2 days.
It's like throwing a tennis serve up, isn't it? Or something like that. Here he comes, past umpire Lloyd, and that's short, and Holder rocks onto the back foot and shows the sluggish nature of this pitch, that it actually goes a long way in front of the square and goes out to deep mid-wicket on the pull shot there. Whereas I think in another month or so that's going to go square or behind square.
I will give a shout out though to Gary Barwell and the team here at Edgbaston, with all the rain that's been around Birmingham in the past few weeks, and even the day before this match. A wonderful job to get the ground ready.
Booth in, and he's targeting the body here of Finch with that leg gully, deep backward square and deep square, as you pointed out, Mel, and he's definitely sort of pointing that out. So I'm going to I'm going to stay on, am I going to stay on?
You're going to stay there. I'm going to. Phil's coming for Dan. And Brian's coming in for me. We've got a double change. We need to get our hand signals going. It's the old double switcheroo. So I will.
Yeah.
You do give us the state of affairs, and I will pass over to Brian.
Yeah. 3:57 for 9. Finch on
Thank
one.
you, Mel.
Finch on 1 and Holders on 27. So Brian's going to take you away.
Yeah.
And.
Thank you very much.
Make a cup of coffee.
Thank you very much, Dan. Phil will be joining us in a second or two. Hannon Dolby is in wide outside the off stump, and it's slacked out to deep cover, and they do take the single. It's the old dilemma, which is an interesting one, of do you try and get a batsman out on. It's a curious policy, as Phil is joining us, of giving singles away. I mean, Jason Holder is a good batsman, but I don't know whether you should try and get him out rather than just offer him singles. That he's just taken a single, so if they get Finch out this time, their strategy will be completely vindicated. They don't get him out because he took this one to mid-wicket. And welcome to the airwaves today, Phil.
Hi, Brian. Morning. Yes, just morning, everybody. But, I agree with you. I'm not sure that having 10 men on the boundary for Holder is probably the right tactic. It does give. I know he's pierced the field, even with 10 guys around or 9 guys around the outfield. But it looks a bit strange that you don't keep the pressure on.
2 slips, 6 men saving the one as Finch faces Hannon Dolby and gets a big stride in down the track.
I think having got those 2 wickets this morning, they'll be anxious now just to wrap this up and get they've got an hour before lunch. Weather looks pretty set fair this morning.
It's brightened in the last half an hour, hasn't it? The floodlights, rather ironically, weren't on when it was quite gloomy in the first half an hour. They're now on, but so with that and a slight brightening, I think we're okay for the foreseeable. I don't think there's going to be any rain today. We might have a light issue here and there. I will be updating our listeners from WM shortly, so forgive me if there's a break in the continuity of the commentary. Hannon Dolby is in again. I think, is that a no ball? There was a signal of some sort from the umpire there.
I've noticed that Martin Saggers quite regularly puts his arm out at the end of a delivery, and I don't know why, because I kept thinking yesterday, was that a no ball or not? And it wasn't, and I think that may be another case there, Brian.
No, I don't think a runner's gone on to the total, so no, it was just a Martin Saggers
perhaps he's got a sore shoulder, he's having to exercise the arm.
He does do that quite a bit though, doesn't he? Yeah. 358 for 9. Jason Holder is on 28 and Finch is on 1, and he's facing now and he hooks quite emphatically. That's a good strong shot from Finch, who has to hurry to complete the single because I think he was too busy admiring the shot if he got to run, but he does get a single, and Finch moves to 2 and the total to 359 for 9.
Went quite quickly down to Danny Briggs down at deep square leg, and his throw back certainly it made Finch scurry in the end. It didn't hit the stumps, he was perfectly safe. What do you think of these red bails?
I don't think they're going to improve my experience as a cricket watcher.
Well, I'm not quite sure what the fact, because I keep looking from this distance and it doesn't look like there's any bails on, or is it just my eyesight?
No, when the pitch is of a brown hue, as most of them are, of course, yes. It is an odd concept, but I'll just keep on waffling if I may, Phil, because we are about to go over to WM in less than a minute, which is what it's taken Oliver Hannon Dolby and Alex Davies to sort out the field. There's been a very stop-start this morning. That last over from Michael Booth took an age to get through. A lot of fiddling about with the field. 359 for 9 it remains. I don't know how many overs they've bowled this morning actually, but it's pretty slow. I'm just about to
14
head into a report. Yes, it's Brian Halford at Edgbaston, where Worcestershire's first innings goes on, having resumed this morning on 316 for 7. They've moved on to 359 for 9. Both wickets to fall have gone to the ever-reliable Chris Rushworth, who had Nathan Smith caught at mid-wicket and Joe Leach caught at slip. But Jason Holder, on his Worcestershire debut, is digging in, and he's on 29, 360 for 9.
So I think they bowled 93 yesterday before they came off. So 14 they bowled to answer that question. I think.
That's not too dilatory, is it? It just seems to have been. As Mel said, I think quite a few bowlers have been disconcerted by the wind, which is quite strong, as you can tell from the billowing sight screen. But 360 for 9, Phil, is a solid total having been put in, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they'll be disappointed from where they were yesterday in the afternoon session. What was it, 230 for 2, something like that, to go down to 360 for 9. I think Worcestershire kind of lost the... they were certainly really racing along when Ali was at the wicket, and then they had that clutter of wickets which brought Warwickshire back into the game. So 360 is a good start for the season. I think they'll be happy. They've got 3 batting points to go with Warwickshire's 3 bowling points, but it's perhaps not quite as many as they were hoping.
Yes, they were 235 for 2, of course, weren't they? So from that position, it's a good fight back from the Bears. A very evenly balanced, fascinating local derby.
Michael Booth is in. This one is hit high in the air. It's a man underneath it, which is Danny Briggs, I think, and he's taken the catch. Holder's gone. Booth has got his second wicket. And Worcestershire are all out in the 108th over for 360. And that last wicket, Jason Holt had gone for 29, leaving Finch at the other end. He's 3 not out. But Warwickshire have wrapped up this morning. A good catch in the end. Towering catch. It went steepling up. Holder looking to hit it out of the ground. If he'd have got that one really Holder with the power behind it, it would have gone probably over the top of Briggs. But in the end, got underneath it. And similar catch to the one he took yesterday, Brian, when the first week to get Jake Libby, I think it was.
Yes, a really good catch in the circs, really, because we're saying how strong the wind is, and that went a long way up. Danny Briggs ended up having to dive slightly and complete the catch, but a really, really good catch. Good innings from Holder, though, goes for 29, and that was useful late runs for Worcestershire. And as you say, Phil, from the position they were in, 235 for 2, 360 all out is a bit of a disappointment, but I reckon that's just about even Stevens in the game, because it's a good pitch for batting, but there is a little bit in it as well. A really good cricket wicket, as Michael Booth said yesterday afternoon. So the 3 wickets to fall this morning, Worcestershire resumed on 316 for 7, and they lost Nathan Smith, caught Moseley, bowled Rushworth for 4. Joe Leach caught Yates, bowled Rushworth for 11. And just now, Jason Holder caught Briggs, bowled Booth for 29. The 3 bowlers seen this morning, Oliver Hannon Dolby finishes with 1 for 68. Chris Rushworth 3 for 97. And Michael Booth 2 for 72. 360 all out. Phil Britt will now put it in a nutshell, and then we will go off air for about 5 minutes before they come back out.
Well, I think Warwickshire probably done what they were hoping to do. The Holder was at the wicket overnight. He could have been really dangerous and perhaps push that on towards the 400. They managed to control it. They set the field. We were just talking about it. Was it the right way to go? Was it not? In the end, it was the right way, because he was caught on one of those outfielders trying to hit it over the top. He got underneath it. Briggs positioned out on the boundary, came running in, took the catch. Smith, who could have been dangerous, we haven't yet seen Nathan Smith to see what he's going to be like with the bat, but he's got a record which says he can be obdurate at the tail. I think Warwickshire, in the end, will be pleased that they've been able to wrap up the tail relatively cheaply in just over an hour and set themselves something which probably, if you'd offered it them yesterday afternoon, Brian, at mid-afternoon yesterday, they would have been happy to accept 360
Certainly,
as the first innings target.
Certainly right. Worcestershire started really well yesterday and had a really good first session. So both sides have got something to be happy about, and something that they'll improve. They'll seek to do better in the second innings, which all makes up, I think, all suggest that we've got a really good, cracking local derby on our hands here. So please rejoin us in about 5 minutes when Warwickshire will begin their reply to Worcestershire's total of 360. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Edgbaston, where Worcestershire's first innings concluded this morning, having resumed on 316 for 7. They reached 360. Jason Holder 29, Nathan Smith 4, Joe Leach 11, Adam Finch 2 not out. The two wicket takers this morning, Chris Rushworth, who ended with 3 for 97, and probably this morning got more out of the pitch than anyone has done so far in the match. And Michael Booth, who came on to take the last wicket, he ended with 2 for 72. So 360 is an interesting total. I've just bumped into Ashley Giles outside, and he's pretty happy, as with his Worcestershire hat on, of course, these days. Ashley, Warwickshire legend, who, incidentally, by the way, if anyone is listening to this within the ground, I'll be talking to Ashley in the Tom Dollery bar at lunchtime for a Q&A, so that should be good fun. So do join us if you can. In the first instance, though, we have 45 minutes of Warwickshire batting in reply, and Joe Leach is about to start off, and as he runs in to bowl the first ball, Robbie Yates pulls away. There's been an awful lot of that, hasn't there, this morning? Because of I think it's because of the strong wind.
That was a little bit late there, though.
It was, yeah.
He was well into that delivery. You were talking to Ashley at lunchtime. You're going to try and get Ashley to come up on, if you'll give us 10 minutes on air?
That would be, it'd be lovely for Ash, and of course if Alan Richardson, of course, to another Worcestershire very much in the hands of Bears legends at the moment, and they're both doing a fine job there. Worcestershire did so well to get promoted last year. Here comes Leach around the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who meets a straight ball with a very straight bat, and there is no run. Warwickshire's reply is underway. Their total isn't yet. 360, Phil. It's an interesting score. Not entirely dominant, but if a couple of wickets were to fall early, then Warwickshire would be under pressure.
Yeah. Well, I think it was very strange. Yesterday, the first ball didn't seem to do very much at all. The second ball was definitely got more movement out of it. Not a lot, but...
Leach is in again. That's a super delivery which shapes away from Rob Yates and beats him outside off stump, and that really is almost too good. You have to be Rob Yates is a very good player. You'd have to be an exceptional one to get an edge on that, I think.
Yeah, that really left Yates played down the line, and the ball pitched and just did enough to move away from the forward push. But just got to be very careful here. This 45 minutes before lunch, important one for Warwickshire. They want to go in really, certainly no more than one down.
Leach in again. Again, his line is good. A little bit outside off stump, and Yates can let that one go. But we've seen Chris Rushworth working away from this pavilion end, and it's almost like Chris Rushworth clone is now. Joe Leach is out there. Two superb, experienced, highly skilled bowlers, which have between them. I haven't got the stats to hand, but they must have taken between them at least 20 million wickets for their respective counties. Fine cricketers, and Leach is hoping to inflict some early damage here on the Bears. 4 slips wait, and Yates defends this one into the offside up to the skipper Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. Already they started off with 3 slips, but they've already seen enough to get a 4th one in.
Yeah, both of them, both Rushworth and Leach, have been wonderful servants to the county game and to their respective counties, both with Rushworth at Durham and in the last couple of seasons here at Edgbaston, but neither of them getting any sort of international recognition or anything beyond, yet taking sackfuls of wickets.
Here comes Leach hunting another one right on off stump, and Yates bat and pad immaculately together. Plays it up again to D'Oliveira. No, that's right. Two superb bowlers who haven't surfaced in the England side. And when you think of some of the chaps that have surfaced in the England side over the years, you look at Rushworth and Leach and think, well, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I think probably down to that one thing which seems to be the requirement these days, pace.
Indeed.
It seems to be now that if you don't have that extra yard, then it's not considered.
Leach is in again, and Warwickshire off the mark. Yates tucks this one away wide of D'Oliveira, who's having a busy over. This time he's running out, chasing it out to deep extra cover, and Yates takes 2. The end of the first over. The sun starting to peep through, which will be very welcome. 2 without loss in reply to Worcestershire's 360 this morning. Chris Rushworth took 3 for 67. Michael Booth 2 for 72. Jason Holder scored 29 to give Worcestershire's innings some late ballast. But as you said, Phil, from 235 for 2, Worcestershire probably came in a little bit light.
Yeah. So, Davis about to face his first delivery as captain of the Warwickshire side, continuing the role he took on last season as opener with Rob Yates. I was going to say, they had some degree of success. I don't think it was, if you analyse their opening partnerships, they were overwhelmingly successful last season. So there's lots of room for improvement, I think, during this season, and they'll be hoping. I think Davis particularly will be looking to push on and turn starts into big scores.
Absolutely, that's absolutely what he'll be looking to do, I think, Phil, because there were quite a few cameos and bright starts. But for an opening batsman, you need match-shaping innings, don't you?
Exactly. So here's Nathan Smith, the first time we've seen him bowl as he comes in, and this one is tucked into the onside by Davis, who's leading forward to play that one. Just taking it off his pads and turning it up to mid-on, but there's no run. So yeah, and Rob Yates, we've seen that Rob, fine young batsman, and has got a whole number of early centuries behind him, but again, Rob Yates has been looking to perhaps show the same thing, a bit more consistency, but important that they get Warwickshire off to a start. Smith will be trying to do something about that. His first one is edged away beyond these four, slips down through the vacant gully. It's running down towards third man. It's going to be, well, yes, it's pulled up. I think TV analysis might have gone in favour of the batsman. They scamper back for a third run, and Warwickshire move on to 5 for no wicket. It was stopped inside the boundary. Legs probably akimbo, but in the county game where you don't have the cameras, then you can't expect those to be given as 4s.
Warwickshire, of course, without Sam Hain due to personal reasons for this game. Hopefully Haney will be back in harness against Durham next week, but he does leave a bit of a hole in that batting order. What a linchpin Sam Hain has been for the Bears batting in all formats in the recent years.
Smith in to Yates, who pushes this one away square on the offside, and they push and run and pick up a single. So in similar fashion to the way that Worcestershire started, Warwickshire just pushing that scoreboard along. It does seem to be the trend that teams want to get on. It's, the national side have shown it, and those days of playing 2 or 3 overs out and just getting settled seem to have gone. They're looking right from the word go to get the board ticking over and keep changing the batsman over. Smith turns at that Birmingham end and runs in towards us and bowls. And this is tucked away nicely by Davis through square leg. He'll only get a single this time. It's just returned over the top of Roderick's head that tied it up. And 1 more to the total, 7. So Davis moves on to 4. Yates has got 3.
Yes, I think Warwickshire supporters will be very interested to see whether Alex Davis changes his approach at all. I mean, he's always been an attacking player, and there is, of course, a lot of merit to moving the game forward and scoring briskly. But there were 1 or 2 times last season when he did get out, caught at mid-off and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Smith in, bowls. This is turned. He puts up the thigh pad down to fine leg, but no pace on it. In fact, it's given as bat, so he turned it off his hip. Yates gets another single. He joins Davis on 4 apiece, 8 without loss in this second over in reply to Worcestershire's, if you're just joining us, 360 all out this morning. Chris Rushworth picking up a couple, and Michael Booth getting the other wicket to fall. His second of the match on his first-class debut. Smith making his debut for Worcestershire in and bowls, and right through Davis, who was looking to attack that ball, to play it away through extra cover, and in the end, ball beats him outside the off stump and through to the keeper, and that's just the sort of shot I think we were talking about, looking to force it. And that's, I think, probably, Brian, that's the nature of the game. I don't think you're probably going to change it.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, Alex is an attacking player, and of course, if he'd creamed that through the covers for 4, we'd be saying what a fine shot. But if he'd nicked it, you know, the 12th ball of a reply, when you're facing 360, I mean, a case could be made that he should have left that one. But it's a very easy game from up here.
Isn't it? From up here, it's simple. We should have been playing for England, both of us.
4 slip scrapes as Joe Leach begins another over, and this is a slow ball which Rob Yates waits for and just drops it down in front of him, and the ball just rolls about 3 pitch widths to the offside. 8 without loss, 4 to each batsman. I mean, in theory, if Davis does bat well and score quickly, Rob Yates plays the anchor. It's a right-hand left-hand combination. It's got all the hallmarks of a really interesting and successful opening partnership. Leach is on a mission to break it up though as soon as possible. Here he is around the wicket, and this lifts outside the off stump, and not too many balls have done that, but Yates actually left that really well. He saw that rising and let it go through to the keeper.
Well, 4 slips waiting, just in case that rising ball gets an edge. Warwickshire found the edge a few times. I think they were guilty of not taking advantage. They put quite a few chances that slipped down yesterday. Fielding today was better, snaffling the chances which came their way, but they'll look back and think they missed those opportunities.
Leach over pitches and is driven beautifully for 4 through the gate, through the covers by Rob Yates, and even though the outfield is wet and slow, that one was immaculately timed, and Yates doubles his score. He moves to 8. Yes, of course, Rob Yates owes his side a few, having dropped Kashif on, I think, 34.
That's right.
So
I shall make way at the end of the over.
Okay.
I'm not sure which.
I think I will as well, Phil.
Oh, right.
So it's another double change.
Well, I'll go first and leave you talking.
Okay.
And I shall let's hope that our replacements don't cause too much damage from a Warwickshire point of view.
Leach is in, and this was inside edged onto the leg side field by Yates. A few hands went up around heads. Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off knew that one almost sneaked through, but it didn't, and Yates gets a single and moves to 9. 13 without loss in reply to Worcestershire's 360. Worcestershire kicking off their championship campaign at Edgbaston, just like they did in 1923. The week after Bolton played West Ham in the FA Cup final in front of 130,000 at Wembley. Leach turns back over the wicket to the right-handed Alex Davis. And Davis defends this one out into the gully. 13 without loss. And welcome back to Dan.
Yeah, very nice coffee you've got here at Edgbaston. Very nice.
Integral to the experience of cricket watching, I think.
It's like being in Florence, I tell you. It's that good.
Steady on. Well, the views are certainly like Florence. I mean, a magnificent view of Birmingham there, stretching beyond the city end. Leach is in again, and no liberties taken this time by Davis. Leans forward into a defensive shot. That's the end of the 3rd over of Warwickshire's reply. They are 13 without loss in reply to 360.
Apparently there are more canals in Birmingham than Venice, aren't there?
Yes,
is this true?
And they're all more beautiful as well.
Indeed. No supermarket trolleys dumped in them or anything like that, are there?
It's a great old city, Birmingham. People are a bit sniffy about it around the country, but it's terrific, and so are Brummies. I'm not one, so I haven't got an agenda there, but no. And the city of Birmingham are all hoping that Yates and Davis can put down a good foundation today. Done?
Oh, that's a big shout for LBW. He looks a long way forward there. Smith coming in. Being his first wicket for his new county. As I said earlier, he's come from He's been playing in the, well, he's a New Zealander, but he's been playing for Radlett in the Saracens Hertfordshire Premier League. And he's been a real competitor. A lot of people have come through that division, now currently playing first class cricket. And Smith comes in. The likes of Rishi Patel at Leicestershire, Rob Keogh at Northants, Stephen Finn, Monty Panesar, and a bit further back. And I'm delighted to welcome back to the party Melinda Farrell. How are you?
Oh, very, very well, thank you. I'm excited to see Nathan Smith bowl. I know there's quite a bit of excitement around the Worcestershire camp. Ashley Giles has described him as quite steely, which is an interesting one. And talking to a couple of the players, they say, look out for him.
Here he comes. It's got to be said that who's that keeper? As Roderick keeping his back a lot further than we saw Burgess for Warwickshire for any of the bowlers, I thought.
Well, I've just been told that last year Dan Mosley was clocked as the quickest bowler for Warwickshire.
Was he? Okay.
Yes. Brian Halford is looking at me, and I won't say what he said, but I think he's questioning that. But apparently he bowls quite quick.
Smith bustling in. Bouncer. And Yates goes to try and hook there. Misses everything.
But Nathan Smith, he was the highest wicket taker in the Plunket Shield in New Zealand. His best figures are 7 for as well in the most recent season. I'm told he bowls sort of around mid to high. I'm going to say it's 80s. God,
80s.
I get a bit confused because I operate in kilometres.
Here he comes, and yeah, I think he's certainly the quickest on display so far in this game. He's quite consistent with his pace as well. There's no sort of effort ball. It all seems to be coming through at the same pace.
Well, he actually starts quite wide on his run up, doesn't he? Yeah. And he's running into, he's bowling over the wicket, running into the left-hander and really just angling the ball across him, with the occasional one straightening up. But I've got 4 slips in for him, so obviously that's part of the plan.
Here he comes, and they're going to scamper through for a single, just dropped into the offside. They just moved the deep square, or the square leg has gone out to deep square, and you wonder if Smith was going to give Yates a little bit of chin music, but he went for the double bluff there and pitched it up, didn't he? So
the other thing with Nathan Smith is, of course, he's quite used to bowling with a kookaburra.
Yes,
and that was the real challenge for Warwickshire's bowlers on the first morning. You see Jason Holder is flapping those very long arms around, winding up. I tell you what, that could create a wind of its own.
They're proper levers, aren't
they? They are proper, all right. But it's Joe Leach continuing his spell from the members' end. But Jason Holder, another one who's bowled a lot with the kookaburra. Here comes Leach. He's around the wicket into Yates, who just fends that one to the leg side. No run. And it has been, when you look at yesterday, the Warwickshire got off to such a flying start. They were just out of the gates. It was almost like watching a T20 match before things calmed down a little bit. But so far, 14 for none. With this new kookaburra, before it's gone soft, it's obviously easier to score off when it's harder. But it's not been a bad effort from Worcestershire as Leach comes in once more, and this one's just tucked away behind square. Fielder running in from the deep, keeps it to 1.
He's a lovely man, Joe Leach, isn't he? He's a real character. He looks like the sort of gentleman that's denied me entrance to various nightclubs over the years, but
oh, I don't know about that. That's harsh. Well, I've just got he's I would say the heart and soul of the club. And apparently, people now are making the same joke to him that they used to make about Alan Richardson, who's now their coach, is that you were born the same time that Worcester Cathedral was built. So he says he's getting that joke a lot now. His testimonial year, he's in his over the wicket to the right-handed Davies, who just fends that one off to point, no run.
I think it's wonderful. I mean, there are the benefits this year for, Joe Leach, Rob Keogh, and this is what the system was designed for, wasn't it? It's not for the England players who've made a load of money out of the game. It's for the the county pros who run in, and put all the effort in, week out, and that's what the whole system's sort of designed for. And I hope that the Worcestershire fans and others get behind Joe Leach this year.
He's in again, and he's just really hurried along Davies that time. It was a fuller delivery, just pushed away to the offside. Yeah, and something, I guess, sort of unique. Don't see that in Australian cricket. I've actually had an email forwarded to me by a man with the wonderful name of Neil Cheese.
Okay.
That's a fantastic name. I approve of that. I'll go into it. Joe Leach is about to bowl, so I'll read out Neil Cheese's email after this ball to Davies. He bowls short of a length, and it's just pushed out to mid-off. No run. D'Oliveira doing the fielding there. Says, hi, thanks for your commentary this morning. I have a question for Mel. I follow the Sheffield Shield over the English winter via the internet. How do you think the standard of Sheffield Shield cricket and county cricket compare? Neil's in Birmingham, by the way, fellow Brummie.
Okay.
I'm an adopted one. And it's, it's an interesting question that you sort of hear a lot. I don't think it's a simple answer. Davies waits as in comes Leach, and again just defended, this time to the leg side. No run, and it's the end of Leach's over. 15 for none after 5 overs. So this is very, very good so far from the opening bowlers, Leach and Smith. Yeah, it's most players that I talk to, Australian players, would definitely say the standard, they think, in the Sheffield Shield is higher than the standard here. But I think it's a bit more complex than that, because you've got six sides in the Sheffield Shield. So I actually think that the range is wider. So you might have some not so great cricket throughout the county championship across 2 divisions, compared to the best.
Smith comes in and Yates stoutly defends that one. Yeah, so I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Really good question actually from Neil. Certain overseas players have come here, haven't they? And they've been, very complimentary about the county championship. Kemar Roach was one last year at the end of last season. He said it's almost got the intensity of a test match.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely up there. That's why I say there's actually just a really wide, but there's going to be a wider range, isn't there?
Yeah.
Across 2 divisions.
Smith comes in, and that's a thick outside edge. That's going to go away to that short boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a very short boundary there, and just able to get it wide of the slip, so 4 all the way.
I mean, he caught the edge, but he played it with soft hands. I mean, he's always in control of that shot. So, but I think there's a lot of people. I don't know if you think this as well, Mel, but there's a lot of people who are quite prepared to run down county cricket, and I think the interest is there. I think there are more podcasts. There are more sort of the streaming figures. I think in 2022, 27 million people watch streams of county cricket. Smith comes in, goes through to the gloves of Roderick.
But I think also the challenges, by the way, the sun's just come out at Edgbaston. It looks beautiful. There are different challenges. So both the competitions have been split by white ball domestic cricket in the middle. In Australia, the Big Bash League, obviously. But in Australia, it has less impact because of the consistency of weather in Australia across. So when they're playing, there will be differences. If you're playing at the start of the season at the Gabba, you're going to get lower scores. You're going to get more wickets. Yeah. But generally speaking, the spread of weather across several months means that it's much easier to split
Smith coming around the wicket, just changing the angle.
I think you get quicker bowling overall in Australia, not completely. The quickest bowlers here bowl as fast or faster. If you're looking like at a Mark Wood, if he's down here playing for Durham, I mean that's as quick as anything you're going to face.
But I think the decks have more carry, don't they? So they encourage, people to bowl.
And this is why, I mean, there are different challenges. And case in point, Kookaburra ball here being used, that batters aren't having to cope with a swinging ball in the early part of the season.
Smith bowls again around the wicket, and Yates plays that back to him.
So I think there are very, very different challenges faced. And sometimes it's very difficult when you see that, a lot of matches where weather affects them early on in the season and there's no results and there's a lot of time spent off the field. That can be really difficult, and that's less likely to happen, across a round in Australia where it's played in different parts of a very large country.
I think it's, you have to have different ways of bowling a side out, don't you? As Smith tries to make inroads into this Warwickshire innings, and I think as you've just put it so well. I mean, we've taken the likes of Ronnie Irani out there in the past, and in Australian conditions the ball doesn't swing as much, and they're not as they're not as destructive as they would be on green tops here in April. And
I think that's part of the reason, if you listen to what Rob Keir said, and I know it's controversial, I know there are people who don't like seeing the Kookaburra used, but this is changing the challenge now for teams. There is a feeling, I will say what there is in Australia, talking to quite a few people and about the challenges as a batter. As Leach has just pulled out of his run-up, just going back again, is that it can flatter bowlers early in the season as Leach runs in. And there's a big shout, a huge shout. Leach turns around, arms in the air. Davies was trying to flick that on the leg side, but no joy for Worcestershire. Just a little bit of excitement.
Might have been a little high, but Davies is not the biggest chap in the county game, is he? So you wonder, even if it's hit the sort of top of the pad above the knee roll, whether it's still going to go on and hit the stumps.
It was angling down leg. Well? I think it might have missed leg stump. So that's a nice bit of excitement anyway. Though here is Leach again, press forward from Davies. No run there. Now, so there is that perception in Australia that the so-called dibbly-dobblers get too much assistance here in early season and end up with really great figures, and it flatters them. Now, I'm not saying that's what I think. I'm saying that's what the perception often is. But certainly with this now, this Kookaburra ball, while it'll have its critics, no doubt, it's just providing a very different challenge for the bowlers in the early season, which is interesting to me. Leach is in, and that's just jammed the bat down, has Davies into the offside, no run.
And Rob Keith's come out recently as well. He said he wants to see the county bowlers just bowling as quick as possible. He said he doesn't really care about wickets. He just wants to see them bowl heat.
Yeah, that'll get the feathers flying around the chicken coop. Yeah. I think in what people sort of say about that. But Rob Keys has shown with selections of spinners in the recent tour to India, the fact going for type rather than necessarily reputation or stats. As Leach bustles in, that ball, he tried to turn it into the leg side, I think, Davies, and it squirted off the edge of the bat to backward point. No run.
Just held that one up a little bit, didn't he, Leach, there? Full shot from Davies, looking to play that through the leg side.
So with the Sheffield Shield with a more compact season in terms of the number of teams and players and everything else, that's all well and good. But on the other side of that, and this isn't really to do with the cricket, but I will tell you what I think is absolutely incredible about the county championship is Leach is in again, bowls to Davies, who really just takes a bit of an agricultural hack at that. It just dribbles out to mid-on, so no run. all this excitement yesterday around, it's the first day of the county championship, and online and on Twitter and Instagram and stuff, loads of people messaging and talking about it. I've never experienced anything like that the first day of the Sheffield Shield. So here there's a lot more ownership towards the clubs. It's more like a football season in Australia. Leach in, bowls, and this time it is just tucked away onto the leg side. Just square leg by Davies. They run through for a single.
Do you think that's a cultural difference between the sort of the British people and Australians, perhaps, or do you think it is the Sheffield Shield and the County Championship?
It's a difference in the culture of the sport. As that is the end of lectures over, by the way. 20 for none. Yates on 15. Davies on 5. It is just more, I think, because Australia is so spread out and the cities are so big. Yeah. There are a lot of different capital cities that are far spread apart with many sports competing in those areas. As we see, Jason Holder is about to bowl his first over. So there's just not the same feeling of clubs. If you ask, I always come to this, if you ask a fan over here, cricket fan, who do you support? They'll say, Warwickshire in England. Or they'll say, I'm a Worcestershire fan, or I'm a die-hard Surrey fan. I've never heard anyone in Australia who isn't a cricket journalist, I'll qualify that, say, I'm a die-hard Victoria fan, or I'm a die-hard Queensland fan.
Yeah.
It feels much more perfunctory as a domestic tournament. Preparing players, there's people still care about the result.
Here's Holder, first ball for his new county, as Davies defends that. Yeah, I mean, I was like a kid in a sweet shop. I couldn't wait for the start of the county championship season. I couldn't hardly sleep.
In Australia, people will feel that way about a start of the Apple. Genuinely running, sprinting up past the nursery ground. They'd come from St John's Wood Station, obviously, and they were running to get to a seat to watch this. And I had never seen anything like this in domestic first-class cricket. Certainly not the Sheffield Shield.
It's just left alone. Yeah, I think because it was a three-way sort of. Anyone of three sides could win it that year, couldn't they? With Somerset and Yorkshire, and Middlesex were playing Yorkshire.
They could. Everyone was keeping an eye, and that is the end of the over, by the way. Maiden over for Holder. They're still on 20 for none. So great stuff for his first over of the season for Worcestershire. But it was that day when I saw that, and I was all caught up with the whole thing, and then that hat trick for Toby Rowland-Jones, and that's when I realised, gosh, this is a different game to the Sheffield Shield, because I've stood in the MCG for a Sheffield Shield match, and genuinely counted 50 people in the cavernous MCG. I counted everyone who was there, including myself. So those are the other things as well. So while it is very much about the cricket and being fit for purpose, there are other differences as well. So let's say they're different. There's different challenges for players. As we see another bowling change, and it's Waite in now. He's over the wicket to Yates, and he just cuts that nicely, splits the fielders either side a point, and he's going to get a couple of runs there. So yes, there's a bit of a long discussion, but thank you, Neil Cheese, for asking.
Yeah, great question.
Please do get in touch.
Great name, great question.
Great question, great name.
Yeah.
I hope the answer was satisfactory, but it is wonderful to be back here. And do you know what? There's more blue sky than clouds at the moment. Lovely here as Waite is in. That ball is a full one, and it's just flummoxed Yates a bit. He played at it, and I think there was a little bit of a way movement that just caught him by surprise a bit.
It's gorgeous out here, isn't it? It's like, Jason Holder must feel like he's back in Barbados here.
He was pretty rugged up this morning before play, I can tell you that. It was just looking at that replay too, just a little hint. He's angling it across, but a hint of nibble away as Yates plays the next ball, which is a nice Yorker straight back at the bowler Waite, who picks it up nonchalantly.
Yeah, keep your questions coming into us as well. We'll try our best to answer them over the day. Within reason.
Within reason. And at lunchtime too, hang around, because I do believe Ashley Giles is going to be joining Brian. Saw him upstairs. Pretty happy with the way things have gone so far in this first match up in Division 1 for Worcestershire. Waite runs in over the wicket, and that is just played quite cautiously by Yates.
I think Worcestershire will be absolutely chuffed with the way this game's gone, because everyone had them down to finish 10th. You know, now and Kent were already relegated. If you look at the pundits or the people who are supposed to be in the know, and I actually tipped Worcestershire to go down as well. So I'm glad that they're making me eat my words.
Here comes Waite, and that is clipped beautifully through mid-wicket. What a lovely shot from Yates. That is the short boundary, of course. It was open. There's not much room for error here, but he made the most of that one, Yates.
This looks like a very good batting track, and throw in the fact that there's a 50-yard boundary as well.
Yeah, it was just a bit too straight from Waite on that occasion. He was angling the ball across and having more success there. That is the long boundary. He's in once more, and this time he's outside the off stump, and there's a big waft at it from Yates. Misses it, goes through to the keeper to finish off the over. So just that blemish of the boundary there for Waite, but it's 26 for none, and it's hold it back into the attack from the Birmingham end, having bowled a maiden first up. So that is a good start for Holder. I think is a really good signing coming in for Worcestershire early on in this season.
Well, yeah, I think he's a fantastic signing, and they got him so late as well. They only got him about a week and a half ago, didn't they? And I think it's a real coup. Here he comes. That's a good sprawling stop in the gully there by, I think that's Rob Jones.
Yes, it's really quite annoying because Worcestershire are wearing vests and they don't have numbers on the back.
No.
That's rude.
Middlesex have got that. They've got the cable nets as opposed to the new style jumpers, and it's the commentator's nightmare, isn't it? It really is.
It's not helpful. It'll get easier the more games I do. But when they're all wearing their caps and they've got no numbers like the old days, this is where we're pampered these days now that they've got numbers on their backs.
Holder. Oh, that's well bowled. Just a little bit of nibble. Goes past the outside edge.
I mean, talk about pace. Holder's not the quickest of international bowlers, but he's very canny. And he uses his height to great advantage as well.
Yeah.
And that ball there, it's got quite good bounce on it. Hit the deck hard, a little bit of away movement.
Yeah, Saka's just having a look at Holder's follow through there, as if he's wondering whether he's running straight down the pitch. As Yates defends, obviously Warwickshire will be keen that there's not too much collateral damage out there with a big man like Holder running straight down the pitch, especially if they've got to bat fourth on this as well.
Yeah, well, there will be high hopes that he can help them get them to a good position early on. Strength with the bat as well.
Oh, and that's carved over the top. Almost goes for 6, actually, to this short boundary. The rope's pulled in quite a long way in front of the pavilion. And it actually bounced about, it was a thick outside edge, and it's bounced about 3 or 4 feet short of the rope. One bounce for 4.
Well, he had a mighty flay at it, and if you're going to flash hard, as they say.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit streaky, but it runs on the board, and I won't mind that.
Holder. Yates has nothing to do with that, and it goes through into the gloves of Roderick. There's a little crowd enjoying the sunshine out here in the Birmingham sun.
Is
local
it-
derby.
Well, that's the other thing that I like. So at lunch, I go and look for the lovely gentlemen who always sit at the same table and share a bottle of red wine. I find them fascinating because I think, what a wonderful way to do. I'm sure they're probably retired. They're here every day. They just have their bottle of red wine. I think that's really lovely.
Yeah, sounds. As Holder comes in, sounds like just a sort of idyllic way to spend the afternoon. So, just probably one more, maybe two more overs before lunch.
And I'm going to leave you at this point and just let Brian back in.
Yep.
I'm got for an early lunch. I'm going to go see if I can spot my lovely older gentlemen with their wine.
Why not? 31 for none. Yates has got the bulk of those. He's on 25. Davis is on 6. As Waite's going to take us away from the pavilion. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, for BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. And Brian Haldoff from BBC West Midlands has come to join me. How are you, Brian?
Good, thank you, Dan. A solid
Game of
start.
cat and mouse.
Oh, it is,
isn't
absolutely. It's a fascinating session of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's building beautifully, I think.
We have Matthew Waite. Right to bowl his second over. From the pavilion end, Alex Davis waits, and yet again the bowler aborts, or is it the batsman who pulled away? I couldn't tell that time. I was just looking at the scoreboard, Dan, and noting that Yates has 25 and Davis has 6. You would think it would be normally the other way around, where Alex Davis is the attacking player and Rob Yates the anchor, but it's Yates who's taking the initiative scoring wise so far. 31 without loss. Warwickshire have started solidly as Davis allows this one from Waite to pass by outside off stump.
You can see how strong the wind is here today. Storm Catherine raising her head here in the West Midlands, and you can see the sheets that are acting as a sight screen covering the seats down at the Birmingham end of the ground, and they're really billowing in the wind, aren't they?
They are indeed. White is in again. Davis meets this one with a solid forward defensive. Worcestershire would love to nip one out at least before lunchtime, but they've got to do it very soon. Possibly the last over. Might sneak another one in.
Alan Richardson just having a little walk around the ground. And who's that one? Who's that? Pat Brown, I think, isn't it? Is it Pat Brown?
Here comes Waite again, 3 slips crouching, and this one is kept out by a mixture of bat and pad from Alex Davis, all very solidly together. Leachfield's mid-on.
Do you think this year the scheduling of a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday will see an increase in crowds in the county championship in the first 8 weeks? Definitely.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because people do like to watch football. There is a crossover, isn't there? Football and rugby, of course. But again, lots of people are really happy to have weekend cricket back. Waite is in again, very solidly forward comes Alex Davis, and again Leachfield's at mid-on.
Aston Villa are at home as well this afternoon, aren't they, I believe? So
yeah, well, there's always going to be Villa, or I say these days with the TV schedules, fixtures can be all over the place, but usually either Villa or Blues or West Brom will be at home. But I mean, there's a decent crowd in, as you'd hope for the local derby in the first game of the season.
Yeah.
Here comes Waite. Davis nurdles this one away to point. Again, there's no run, and will we get another over in? I'm not sure. If we don't, Warwickshire have just got one more ball to survive, and this will be a job well done for them if they can. They'd probably be happy with that morning session. Worcestershire resumed on 316 for 7, all out for 360. Warwickshire 31 without loss. Probably just the Bears session.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say, you know, they've recovered a little bit, haven't they, from where they were.
Waite is in again. Davis clips one nicely away through mid-on, and they may even get 4 for this. Leach is chasing it, and he's not going to make it. The rope's quite far in here at the pavilion end, and Warwickshire conclude the over with a boundary. Davis moves to 10.35 without loss, and indeed it is lunch. Warwickshire having bowled Worcestershire out for 360, 35 without loss, and a good solid start, Dan, but really it is absolutely in the balance still.
It is in the balance, and it's it's a very good track. Sam North East at Lords has moved on to 283 not out in the game against Middlesex. He's what a start to the season he's had.
Indeed, thank you very much, Dan. Lunch has arrived, 35 without loss. I'm just going to stay on air for a moment or two because I'll be doing a report to BBC local stations soon.
I'll be back after lunch.
And we'll, for main commentary, we'll resume just before 20 to 2.
You gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, a higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I don't care what the nays say. I live without them for my name's sake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday.
Welcome to David Eats With. Coming in here, looking at all the memorabilia and the uplift it's had. It looks fantastic. It's a great facility for you members to come and enjoy during the summer and have a wonderful time and watch Warwickshire win. I recall my time starting in Warwickshire. I was the age of 14 when I walked through the gates here at Edgbaston. Over the years, it's been fantastic. I've been here a long time now and been associated with the club with a lot of success. And 1980 was the first success that Warwickshire had that I enjoyed. As part of the squad, I was on the Lord's ground staff, but still playing a lot of second team cricket for Warwickshire. And the two guys here, David Brown and Bob Willis, lifted the John Player League, which was absolutely fantastic. And it gave us all the lift that future's going to look good. So just going forward from the 1980s, 1980, I joined the staff in 1981. And our first success really winning a trophy was in 1989. And I recall the semi-final here at Edgbaston. It was a packed house against Worcestershire. And it's the first time I appreciated how magnificent this stadium is to play in when its capacity is full. The best thing about it was about 2,000 Worcestershire fans and the rest were ours. A great atmosphere. And when we walked out, it was fantastic. And even better was that we beat them by 100 runs. You couldn't have asked for any more. But then we went on and we won the 1989 NatWest final against Mike Getting's Middlesex, which again, I was lucky enough to be there at the end, and Neil Smith hit a magnificent six at the end in the last over, and we got over the line and won that game. 1994, we come to that magnificent year where we won 3 trophies, runners-up in the last one. And then 1993 was the NatWest final, which I suppose everybody remembers me for. The 100 at Lords, chasing 320 to win. And we did, Dermot, myself, put a big partnership on. And to be honest, there's members, every time I walk into the ground, still remember me for that day. But at the end of the day, it was a great day for Warwickshire and for all the members, because at half-time we were 4-0 down, at full-time we won 5-4. I've played and viewed cricket from many grounds over my years watching cricket, playing cricket. There isn't a ground better than Edgbaston to view your cricket from. You can go to any part of this lovely ground and you get a great view. Please count yourself lucky that you're associated with this fantastic club, fantastic ground where your viewing facility is better than any other in the country.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row. Chance to catch, there's no on that.
Came about on tour, obviously really proud and really honoured to be asked to a great club like this, especially after only one season. Yeah, I was really pleased. But yeah, built a really good relationship with Davo over the last year I've been here, so I think we'll work well together. But yeah, during tour got asked and was more than happy to accept. It wasn't really on my radar, purely due to the number of senior heads that we've got and probably some of the other candidates and leaders we've got in the squad. Yeah, it's a really nice feeling to have been asked. Yeah, I'm not the most outgoing like that. I'm not the loudest in the change room, like you say, but I feel like I'm not too shy in coming forward, and I'll put my opinion across if I feel like something needs to be said. So yeah, there's obviously different ways of going about leading in parts, but obviously being a vice as well, a lot of it's going to be alongside Al and just supporting him really in some of the jobs that he may not have time to do or he needs a bit of help with. It's been great. I've loved every minute of being here, and it was a big change for me. It was a big move for me, but I've loved every minute, like I say, and I'm hoping to kick on this year with the cricket. I enjoyed the cricket last year and it went well, but I'd like to kick on and do even better this year, and hopefully this sort of tag won't affect that and I can kick on, like I say.
Six again. What a shot that is. Easy as you like for Sam Hay.
Holding, brilliant from Wokes. That is stunning.
I think I've always been involved in sport and I've got a really sporty family. My sister's a professional athlete, so I'd always kind of seen up close what elite sport looked like and what it took to get there. So I always knew I kind of wanted to go into sport but not necessarily playing. Just went to Northampton University to do my undergrad in sports science, finished my masters at Loughborough in about September 2021, and then saw this role come up probably just before I finished that. Applied for it, got offered the job, and have been here since November 2021, coming up to my 3rd season now. With my job, it's kind of split between the pathway and then the professional squad. So the main part of my job is to lead the pathway, so academy and EPP, and then oversee our county age group programme. But then I also work closely and support the professional squad as well. Particularly here, it's a really great group of people, so the biggest thing I'd enjoy is just coming into work every day and being around people that you want to spend time with and you want to work together with, whether it's players or staff. I think in terms of my actual job, seeing players progress from a place where, particularly young players, where they didn't either enjoy the gym or kind of understand how it would help them, seeing them get to a point where they're really keen to do it and they can see exactly why they're doing it and how it's going to help their cricket. They're probably the biggest things. The boys have made me feel so included right from day dot. They don't see me as kind of any different to it being a male SLC. So yeah, I think if there's a couple of us within the men's circuit, but it's really good to just kind of be one of few and kind of show that we're just as capable of fulfilling the role as well. I think it's tough if you don't see people in the role, then you almost don't believe that it's an opportunity. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, definitely don't be afraid to stick with it and really kind of look to see where you can get to. There's so many opportunities out there. Not just for men or not even just in men's sport, in women's sport or disability sport or anything like that. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, put your all into it, get as much experience as you can, and don't be afraid to dream big or try and get to where you want to get to.
inside edge and dragged on, knocked it over. It's got in Basto. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, it's just snapped through. Runs a boundary, he's going to find.
My word, what a thump down the ground.
You gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, I higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I don't care what the nays say. I live without them for my name's sake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday.
Welcome to David Eats With. Coming in here, looking at all the memorabilia and the uplift it's had. It looks fantastic. It's a great facility for you members to come and enjoy during the summer and have a wonderful time and watch Warwickshire win. I recall my time starting in Warwickshire. I was the age of 14 when I walked through the gates here at Edgbaston. Over the years, it's been fantastic. I've been here a long time now and been associated with the club with a lot of success. And 1980 was the first success that Warwickshire had that I enjoyed. As part of the squad, I was on the Lord's ground staff, but still playing a lot of second team cricket for Warwickshire. And the two guys here, David Brown and Bob Willis, lifted the John Player League, which was absolutely fantastic. And it gave us all the lift that future's going to look good. So just going forward from the 1980s, 1980, I joined the staff in 1981. And our first success really winning a trophy was in 1989. And I recall the semi-final here at Edgbaston. It was a packed house against Worcestershire. And it's the first time I appreciated how magnificent this stadium is to play in when its capacity is full. The best thing about it was about 2,000 Worcestershire fans and the rest were ours. A great atmosphere. And when we walked out, it was fantastic. And even better was that we beat them by 100 runs. You couldn't have asked for any more. But then we went on and we won the 1989 NatWest final against Mike Getting's Middlesex, which again, I was lucky enough to be there at the end, and Neil Smith hit a magnificent six at the end in the last over, and we got over the line and won that game. 1994, we come to that magnificent year where we won 3 trophies, runners-up in the last one. And then 1993 was the NatWest final, which I suppose everybody remembers me for. The 100 at Lords, chasing 320 to win. And we did, Dermot, myself, put a big partnership on. And to be honest, there's members, every time I walk into the ground, still remember me for that day. But at the end of the day, it was a great day for Warwickshire and for all the members, because at half-time we were 4-0 down, at full-time we won 5-4. I've played and viewed cricket from many grounds over my years watching cricket, playing cricket. There isn't a ground better than Edgbaston to view your cricket from. You can go to any part of this lovely ground and you get a great view. Please count yourself lucky that you're associated with this fantastic club, fantastic ground where your viewing facility is better than any other in the country.
This is brilliant.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no on that.
came about on tour. Obviously really proud and really honoured to be asked to a great club like this, especially after only one season. Yeah, I was really pleased. But yeah, built a really good relationship with Davo over the last year I've been here, so I think we'll work well together. But yeah, during tour got asked and was more than happy to accept. It wasn't really on my radar, purely due to the number of senior heads that we've got and probably some of the other candidates and leaders we've got in the squad. Yeah, it's a really nice feeling to have been asked. Yeah, I'm not the most outgoing like that. I'm not the loudest in the change room, like you say, but I feel like I'm not too shy in coming forward, and I'll put my opinion across if I feel like something needs to be said. So yeah, there's obviously different ways of going about leading in parts, but obviously being a vice as well, a lot of it's going to be alongside Al and just supporting him really, and some of the jobs that he may not have time to do or he needs a bit of help with. It's been great. I've loved every minute of being here, and it was a big change for me. It was a big move for me, but I've loved every minute, like I say, and I'm hoping to kick on this year with the cricket. I enjoyed the cricket last year and it went well, but I'd like to kick on and do even better this year, and hopefully this sort of tag won't affect that and I can kick on, like I say.
Six again. What a shot that is. Easy as you like for Sam Haig. Hold it. Brilliant from Wokes. That is stunning.
I think I've always been involved in sport and I've got a really sporty family. My sister's a professional athlete, so I'd always kind of seen up close what elite sport looked like and what it took to get there. So I always knew I kind of wanted to go into sport, but not necessarily playing. Just went to Northampton University to do my undergrad in sports science, finished my masters at Loughborough in about September 2021, and then saw this role come up probably just before I finished that. Applied for it, got offered the job, and have been here since November 2021, coming up to my third season now. With my job, it's kind of split between the pathway and then the professional squad. So the main part of my job is to lead the pathway, so academy and EPP, and then oversee our county age group programme. But then I also work closely and support the professional squad as well. Particularly here, it's a really great group of people, so the biggest thing I'd enjoy is just coming into work every day and being around people that you want to spend time with and you want to work together with, whether it's players or staff. I think in terms of my actual job, seeing players progress from a place where, particularly young players, where they didn't either enjoy the gym or kind of understand how it would help them, seeing them get to a point where they're really keen to do it and they can see exactly why they're doing it and how it's going to help their cricket. They're probably the biggest things. The boys have made me feel so included right from day dot. They don't see me as kind of any different to it being a male SLC. So yeah, I think if there's a couple of us within the men's circuit, but it's really good to just kind of be one of few and kind of show that we're just as capable of fulfilling the role as well. I think it's tough if you don't see people in the role, then you almost don't believe that it's an opportunity. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, definitely don't be afraid to stick with it and really kind of look to see where you can get to. There's so many opportunities out there. Not just for men or not even just in men's sport, in women's sport, disability sport or anything like that. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, put your all into it, get as much experience as you can, and don't be afraid to dream big or try and get to where you want to get to.
Inside edge and dragged on, knocked it over. It's got it, Basto. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, oh yes, it's just snuck through. Grabs the boundary, he's going to find. My word, what a thump down the ground.
at lunch, Nottinghamshire on 93 for 3. At the Emirates Old Trafford match between Lancashire and Surrey, play has finally got underway. They've had 3 overs so far, and Lancashire are 4 without loss. And finally, at Canterbury, the match between Kent and Somerset. Somerset won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch, Kent are 100 for 4.
Welcome back to Edgbaston as the hosts will resume after lunch on 35 for none. Rob Yates, he's on 25, Alex Davis on 10. And my name's Dan Whiting from BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. And I'm delighted to be joined by the fantastic, lovely Melinda Farrell. How are you?
Oh, I'm overwhelmed.
Well,
I'm overwhelmed by that. What an introduction. I
Well.
don't think I deserve it, but I'll take it.
Yeah, quite right. Quite right. Worcestershire players just congregating down below us.
And it's making me laugh because Jason Holder's got his hands in his pockets and he's shaking them about. So just, I think, trying to keep warm in those extra long trousers that only arrived yesterday morning because the kit supplier was not able to provide any in extra long.
Yeah, it's interesting. Look at if you look at D'Oliveira's cap there, it's a lot more faded than the brand new and Joe Leach. People who've been around for a long time in this Worcestershire side, and compared to the dark green of, say, Jason Holders or well, but they're looking like a unit. They've all got their caps there with the pairs on the front as umpires Graham Lloyd and Martin Saggers make their way out to the middle. How do you see this afternoon going?
Look, it's interesting. I mean,
wicket.
I was just watching. I know what's going, and that is the caps. You just mentioned that the caps. Well, Brett D'Oliveira's just went flying off in the wind. It is very windy out there at the moment. Look, I think Worcestershire have done better with the new ball than we saw Warwickshire do yesterday.
Yeah.
I haven't taken any wickets though, and it does look like a pretty flat wicket, good for batting. But they've certainly been more economical. They have got a bit more pace in their armoury with Nathan Smith.
Yeah.
They've got a bit more experience with the Kookaburra, both with Smith and with Holder in there as well. So I think those things have perhaps helped them just keep a little bit of a lid on things. But for them to continue on with the good start they had yesterday, they definitely would want, they want to take wickets in this session and start to find their way into this Warwickshire lineup, because it is the kind of pitch, I think, that once you're out there for a bit, the runs can flow pretty well. Although it does get a bit more difficult once the Kookaburra gets a little bit softer.
Do you fancy having a bat on it?
You don't want to see me. I'd never fancy having a bat on anything.
You're a bowler or
I'll tell you what I am. It's Jack Leach. It's starting off from the Birmingham end, and that one's just, that's just clipped down to mid-off running in, and they head off for a single. Great pace. It was a shy at the stumps, some backing up, and the end result is one run. So 36 for none. I don't know what I am. I'm not really anything. I've taken one wicket in my entire life. That was in the Maidans in Mumbai.
Okay.
The one where Sachin used to play when he was a kid. Yeah, this kid, he wanted to take me on. I bowl what I like to refer as slow right arm rubbish, or SRA for short.
Yeah.
Very difficult to bowl well. Harder than people think. And he tried to skip down the wicket and was expecting the ball to do more. Pinged him on the pads, out. In comes Leach. That is delicately played late by Davies, but just a backward point.
So your celebration, was it akin to Imran Tahir?
Massive.
I mean,
I've still got a picture of it. Arms in the air. I don't think anyone's ever celebrated a wicket that much, ever.
I saw Imran Tahir here in a 100 game, and I think he got, did he get a hat-trick, or he got maybe 2 wickets in an over? And I think he did 3 circuits, the Edgbaston pitch, down to the ball ring and back, and back to bowl his next delivery.
And Leach comes rumbling in over the wicket, and that one is played again delicately, and this time has found the gap just to the right of Jason Holder. It's slip. They'll just get a single again.
Yeah, that was well bowled, and he played it well, actually. He played it with soft hands and just let the ball come to him and played it under his head.
So yeah, it's one of those things. It's funny. It's now at the point where when you work in cricket, I'm too embarrassed to play, so I don't play.
You think your head's
ever.
above the parapet a little bit?
Yeah, it's sad because I'd love to. In comes Leach. Oh, he's bowled him! He sends the middle stump flying. That is a wonderful way for Joe Leach to celebrate in his testimonial year. Splayed stumps, one lying about 2 metres away from the other two. And that is that first wicket to fall for Warwickshire. And they're very happy about that, the Worcestershire players, as they gather around.
That is a sight that any bowler loves to see, isn't it? Middle stump gone cartwheeling, off stump splayed, akimbo, and Joe Leach giving it the Imran Tahir here.
It certainly was. And we talked about him being the heart and soul of the club, and that will undoubtedly give them a real boost as we see Davies walking to the crease right now as the new batter in.
Rhodes is coming in.
Oh, Rhodes, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was just quickly moving some things around on my laptop and trying to watch that replay.
He's a good all-round cricketer. Have you got it up there, or has it come up yet?
Oh, go back. Sorry, I'm juggling screens and screens. I'll see if the replay comes up again. Just on a slight delay, so.
I think Joe Leach enjoyed that one though, didn't he?
Absolutely. Love to see that. It's one of the best sights generally. Obviously not if you're the batter, but for those watching, seeing those stumps played. In comes Leach, and first ball to Rhodes is left well alone outside the off stump, but you can hear some clapping and shouts of encouragement from the Worcestershire players.
Worcester are quite vocal in the field. They definitely were at Cheltenham last year. In fact, Mr. Pennington, who's now moved on, didn't cover himself in glory by giving away 5 penalty runs, throwing a ball at Jack Taylor of Gloucestershire. But then he got him out next ball.
So, of course.
In a high-octane clash.
So Rob Yates, he was 26 in the end when he was out, as Leach comes in, and this ball just turned to mid-on by Rhodes. They won't get a run there, and it's the end of the over for Joe Leach. And what a terrific one it was, getting the wicket of Rob Yates, clean bowled, made a mess of the stumps for a clean bowl. 26 off 39 deliveries, 4 boundaries in that innings as well. But that is a nice breakthrough. Was saying that I had to take wickets in this session, Worcestershire, to keep this good run going, and that is the first.
Yeah, I'm going to go around the country, and I'll update you with some scores as Jason Holder's going to take us away from the pavilion end. Durham against Hampshire, no play on Saturday. Second day washed out there. No play on Saturday due to a wet outfield. Kent are 100 for 4 in their game at Canterbury against Somerset, as that is down the leg side. Davis having a little flick at that. So Kent 100 for 4 against Somerset. Lancashire Surrey, that's underway at Old Trafford. Surrey have won the toss, chose the field. Lancs are 20 without loss. Essex 253, Notts 93 for 3. Even Stevens at Trent Bridge. In the big one, Namibia 164 for 4, Oman 140 for 9. Derbyshire against Gloucestershire, no play before lunch due to a wet outfield. He's dropped him.
Oh.
Davis, the holder just holds one up. It takes the shoulder in the way that we saw Joe Leach earlier. It's a little patch there that's leaping, isn't it? And we spoke to George DeBell earlier, who's the cricket correspondent at the Cricketer, and he was talking about that delivery with Joe Leach, and that was similar, where the ball takes the shoulder of the bat, it goes through to second slip, and I think it's Rob Jones, isn't it? Second slip. But it was a comfortable one, wasn't it? You want to be holding it. I know it's hard in April, Windy day, hands are a bit cold, but... Oh, big shout for LBW. It's all happening here at Edgbaston. It's all going off.
Well, this is pretty good stuff from Jason Holder, making his presence very, very much felt in his first outing. It was not a bad shout either. Looking at the replay, I don't know if he felt there was a bit of bat to it, but he was angling in. Maybe he felt it was going too far, but just watching back on the replay, it maybe
very close.
It was pretty adjacent.
Was that dropped as well? I think that's dropped, judging by the body language of D'Oliveira.
Well, he's just whipped across the line, and D'Oliveira fielding at mid-wicket.
It's all every ball something's happening.
Don't go anywhere.
No.
I'm watching live. I'm trying to watch replays. That one was well down the leg side, but we can't see from the replay, I don't think, if that ball actually carried to D'Oliveira.
The way he kicked away the turf is, body language often gives it away, doesn't it? Is Holder, and that's a false shot, but Davis is going to get one as he squirts one through square leg. Right, let's keep the scores coming in. Lords, it looks like an absolute run fest there. Glamorgan 514 for 3. Sam Northeast is on the brink of a triple hundred. What a start to the season. 286 he's on. Northants 202 for 3 in the game down at Hove against Sussex. And Leicestershire 173 for 5 at Headingley.
Oh, so you mentioned Namibia and Oman. I'm quite excited. I'm heading up to Scotland next month to commentate on their Cricket World Cup League 2 games. So the 3 of those teams playing, Scotland, Oman and Namibia, in Dundee, Forfarshire to be precise.
That's gone through there. Rose leaves that one alone. Steve Snell's taken over as is he director of cricket at Cricket Scotland, I think, who left Gloucestershire last year. So he's performance manager, or I don't know, whatever these titles are now.
Well, Scotland haven't got a lot of full-time staff in various coaching roles. Doug Watson is back there though as a full-time coach. He joined them when they were in Antigua last year with the brief to get them ready for World Cup qualifiers. They missed out on the 50 over, but got through in the 20 overs. Be at the World Cup obviously in June. And here comes Leach. Crouching down low is Davies, and he just squirts that one behind square. They'll get a single.
They've got some guys playing first-class cricket. Mark Watt, I think, at Derbyshire. Is he playing for them still?
I think he might have been released from Derbyshire. I believe so.
Okay.
I'll have to check that, but I think that's the case. They've got a few floating around the traps and some great talent up there. It's 41 for 1. Rhodes is still not off the mark. Davies 15 so far. But, yeah, very much looking forward to that. Here comes Leach. And, he's just threatening the outside edge of Rhodes' bat. He's got his tail up after that wicket, Joe Leach. Fiery competitor, nicest man off the field. Don't for a moment question his competitiveness on it. That was coming from outside the crease. He was round the wicket and angling in. Just nearly scraped the outside edge. He's in again, bowls, and this time Rhodes just jams his bat down on that one at the last minute.
Worcestershire got their tails, and rightly so after that last over. I mean, it was pure theatre, wasn't it? But they've got their tails up here, and they're pumped for this.
Well, what they're doing at the moment is just really building some nice pressure.
Yeah.
You've got the wicket. You've had that wonderful last over from Jason Holder. So the two of them in tandem, just creating a few problems. In comes Leach again around the wicket, and that's just tucked around towards the mid-wicket area by Rhodes. They won't get a run. But it's a good period of time. I'm just looking back. The last boundary they got was the last ball of the 11th over. So now almost at the end of the 14th over. So they've just dried things up a little bit. A wicket has come in that time, and they've just perhaps a dropped catch. I'd like to check on that. Here comes Leach again. And this time, has he found the gap? No, he hasn't. That's a really good fielding by D'Oliveira, running across to cut that ball off from mid on. So 41 for 1 remains. Rhodes still not yet off the mark. Yes, so off to Warwickshire, off to Dundee.
Very nice.
For Namibia, Oman and Scotland.
Very nice.
For that fair,
lovely.
Yeah, 50 over Cricket World Cup League 2 qualifying pathway process.
Marvellous. So you're spending a week up there, or?
It's nearly 2 weeks.
Wow.
6 games, 12 days, and a few whiskies in between, hopefully. Here comes Leach. And he's just straight down the leg side, and that's easily nurdled away. But only going to get the single.
Well, you wrap up warm, because I don't trust the north of Scotland, especially on the North Sea side as well.
Well,
even in June.
Well, it'll be May, so I've been told to bring the brolly. It's 42 for 1. Rhodes, that was his first run as well. That little nurdle just behind square. Davies on 15. Holder it is to continue. He's given up just 8 runs in his 3 overs so far. And he and Jack Leach are just comparing notes there, having a little chat side by side. What's working for them? They've been a good pairing so far.
Yeah, they're the experienced guys, aren't they, around this? I think Worcestershire got a nice blend, actually, of sort of experience and youth. Here's one of those experienced players, Holder, who bowls to Rhodes, who tickles one around the corner down to long leg. Joe Leach looks like he's limping there a little bit. I don't know if he's... No, he looks all right now. He looks all right.
He was just walking lopsided.
Yeah, he looked a little bit tender.
Of course, Worcestershire, they've lost some bowling in the off season.
Dylan Pennington, yeah.
Josh Tongue,
yeah.
They lost a trio of players to Nottinghamshire, so that was always going to be their biggest issue, I think, in some ways, replacing those.
Yeah. Oh, that's a pleasant shot, but I think that weight comes around from mid-on and fields nicely. And then on top of, you think they lost Ed Bernard to Warwickshire the year before, and Joe Clark's another one who's gone to Nottinghamshire, isn't he, in previous years. So, yeah, I mean, Tom Kohler-Cadmore's another one as well they've lost in sort of recent years. So they're producing the talent, but it's actually retention. Holder in, and that's a good delivery. Getting a little bit, extracting a little bit of life out of this surface, and he's sort of probably the only one who has in this game, I think.
Well, all that experience, his natural abilities as well, and the craft that he has finally honed. That ball was just angled in, just straightened up enough, and he gets enough out of the pitch.
Yeah, another slip's coming in now. It's a good move. Good move from D'Oliveira.
An aggressive move. They're on the attack early, but they've also been reasonably parsimonious with the run. So it's an interesting point.
Where's that gone? No, dental fine leg.
And just the single?
Yeah, for 1. Yeah, Holder bowls a nagging length, doesn't he? Bowls naturally sort of just back of a length. And I think he's a real quality signing. Whoever's sort of in that recruitment team at Worcestershire has pulled off a significant coup.
Well, and not just his talent, but the mission he is on at the moment.
Here he is. Oh, where's that gone? Through the slips. That's going to be 4 runs. It's all happening here, though, isn't it?
It certainly is. That's an unfortunate boundary for Holder. It's just managed to find a gap in what was a fairly tightly packed cordon as well. But again, just that nagging bowling across. It's all their heads were thrown back in one behind the stumps.
Well, Jason Holder must think that, he's...
feel like he could have got 3 wickets so far.
4 possibly.
Yeah.
Even he had 2 catches dropped. One was gone through the slips there, and one the LBW shout. So I don't know if he's walked under a ladder in his lunch break or whatever. That's a lovely shot. Rhodes just leant on that and pushed it through mid-wicket for 4. Really pleasant shot. That's the 50 up as well. 52 for 1. Rhodes on 10. Well, almost a runner ball. And Davis more circumspect. 16 off 40.
And that's frustrating.
Yeah.
Just 2 boundaries in that over. And the first one just getting through the slips. That one was just really in the right zone to be creamed through mid-wicket for 4. But apart from that last ball, you see Jason Holder has been a real threat. And that is a bit of a relief too, because those 2 boundaries were the first in quite some time. A little bit of a release for Warwickshire. Leach, the wicket taker, is going to continue from the Birmingham end. It is Davies on strike. Waits, Leach bowls. First ball just defended back to the right of the bowler. No run. Still a really lovely day here at Birmingham. The sun is covered at the moment. There are some clouds around, but lots of blue sky in between. And the lights still on here as well. 2 slips in for Davies. And they've got a short mid-wicket in there as well. Catching position right in his face. Here comes Leach. Again, just defended this time to his left.
It's a fascinating period of play here, isn't it? It really is. It's, things are happening. Things are starting to sort of happen in the game. The ball's beating the bat. There are drop catches. There are boundaries.
Well, drop catches, there were 3, I think, from Warwickshire yesterday.
Yeah.
Eddie Yates, guilty of a couple of them. It was quite frustrating when chances were few and far between. As Leach runs in and bowls, that is just turned to the leg side, the short side, but a fielder at deep backward square just cleans up, make sure it's just a 1.
I'm going to make way. I'm going to go and have a cup of coffee.
I've still got 2 mouthfuls here, but it's cold and I don't want to gulp on air.
Do you want one? I'll go make you one if you want.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember how I showed you to make it? Okay, you need to put the shot of espresso in first.
Yeah.
And then you need to put the hot water in. And then I'd like some coconut milk, please. I'm sorry, I was brought up in Australia. And I'm a bit fussy about my coffee. Okay, off you go. Rhodes is on strike. In comes Leach. And she's just angling that ball back in at him. It just squirts out to D'Oliveira at mid-off, who takes the ball, gives it a good shine. Still waiting for that other run. Yes, the coffee machine I've discovered here at Edgbaston, which is excellent and helps us throughout the day. It thinks the mugs are a bit smaller than they actually are. So when I tried to enter a flat white, let's just say it caused a bit of a volcano explosion of froth. In comes Leach. That ball is driven beautifully straight back past the bowler's feet. He tried to lean down and pick it, but it went past him and it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. That was a really lovely shot. Straight as a die. Too much for the bowler. Adds another 4 to the total. 57 for 1. That is Rhodes moves on to 14. He's getting a bit of a move on now. Faced just 13 deliveries. As we welcome back Brian Alford. Hello.
Hey, Mel. It's been quite a lively session since lunch.
It has, hasn't it? Well, there's all sorts going on. It's quite fun. Rhodes waits again as Leach comes in. And, this time again he's threatening the outside edge of that bat. That one stayed quite low as well as it went through to the keeper. Maybe skidded on a bit. So that finishes the over from Leach. 57 for 1. Rhodes now 14. And Davies 17. 16 overs gone.
Jason Holder, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. That doesn't really tell the tale, does it?
Well, I said that there were 2 boundaries in that last over. One of them, the ball just got through the slips. The final ball was probably his loosest ball of his spell so far. It just was quite easy on drive in the end, but he's had a couple of chances dropped. He had a probably fairly close LBW call, and he really has threatened.
He's going to try and threaten again now. His son beats down, and Alex Davis turns this one straight to mid-wicket.
I take issue with the word beats. Let's not get carried away. It's shining. I don't feel like it's beating me. That makes it sound like beating down in the heat of Edgbaston.
Well, it'd be fair to say that spectators aren't taking their tops off, and no, it's not. Perhaps beating maybe a little.
It's pressing gently.
It's out.
It's pressing gently and politely.
Jason Holder will have operated under hotter suns than this, as Alex Davis flicks him away into the leg side field and will get a single down to the long leg. But compared to the claggy grey morning, it's at least pleasant to have some sunshine out.
Oh, certainly is. I'm very, very happy about it. So I was saying I'm down to a thermal and a t-shirt, so this is very exciting for me.
Well, one of the several reasons why debate rages about the fixtures being constantly pulled forward into early spring is that you often get dodgy weather, of course. So at least we've got cricket. Sunshine is a bonus, and as I think you said earlier on, Mel, what a remarkable effort by the Warwickshire ground staff in the light of all the recent rain to get this match on and played. This time Holder angles the ball across the left-handed Rhodes, who plays no shot, 58 for 1.
His umpire signalling a no ball as well, so he's overstepped, I think, with those long strides of his. Jason Holder.
He has indeed.
So he'll have to bowl that one again. I did see him this morning. He was quite rugged up during the warm-up, and he's had his hands in his pocket a few times.
He's a big unit, as they say. In he comes again. The sun beating down, and this is outside off stump and Rhodes. Rather extravagantly takes the bat away.
Well,
that was one of the more. That was an Ollie Halland Dolby type leave, because he's got the most extravagant leave in county cricket, and Rhodes emulated him there.
Hang on, except for when Marnus Labuschagne arrives.
True.
And Steve Smith on the odd occasion. But he watched that ball. I mean, he watched it very carefully all the way through. But I guess just paying a fair bit of respect as Holder's angling that ball across. But we see sometimes it just straightens up a bit, gets good bounce.
Here he comes again. This is well pitched up and driven. Half volley length, and Rhodes has got plenty on that. Enough to get to the short, straight boundary for 4. Will Rhodes has started quite perkily. Moves on to 18 from just 16 balls. And Warwickshire be reasonably happy with the day's play. Worcestershire resumed on 316 for 7. Bowled out for 360. And Warwickshire have made a perky start, far from straightforward, as you say, Mel. There's been drop catches, the bat's been beaten. They've lost Rob Yates, bowled by Leach for 26, but 64 for 1 is the total in this intriguing game. I think at the moment is right in the balance.
Yeah, I said that from yesterday. I've always had the feeling this is going to be a tight contest.
Holder around the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who allows this one to pass to Broderick.
I know, it's interesting, because Worcestershire were in such a good position yesterday. They were 3 for 235, and you can speculate on all sorts, what they might get to. They had a real collapse in that period after around sort of tea either side, where they lost 5 wickets.
This one is well outside off stump from Holder. He's just struggled a little bit with his line around the wicket to the left-hander. Rhodes can let that one go past. And a relatively uneventful over there from Jason Holder, who has none for 25 from 5, 64 for 1.
Sorry, 3 wickets, I should say, going from 3 for 235 to 6 for 271. So a space of 35 runs being scored, it changed the dynamic of their innings quite a bit. They were handy runs added this morning as well. Jason Holder scored 29. Matthew Waite 37, quite sprightly. And I think if you'd said to them at the start when they were sent into bat on day one that they would finish up with 360, I think they would have been pretty happy with that.
I'd say so, yeah. But, of course, from 235 for 2, you'd want a lot more. So it's fluctuated very interestingly.
Davies on strike as Leach comes in, defends that very, very cautiously. Back past the stumps. So dot ball to start with for Leach.
Alex Davis getting his head down here, isn't he? We were talking this morning about how last year, opening the batting, he did get out to quite a few attacking shots. He does like to get on with it, but especially now as captain and opener, Warwickshire needs some long innings from him, some big match-shaping innings, and there was one airy drive very early on, but apart from that, Alex Davis has got his head down.
Of course, we have, as Leach comes in, that ball just defended. No run as it trickles out on the offside. We've got current captain, the new captain, and the previous captain out there in the middle together at the moment. And Rhodes wanting to concentrate on his batting. He's on, his contract runs out the end of this season, so feeling that it's a good time just to relinquish the captain's duties and really focus on his batting. Opportunity here. It's Davies on strike as Leach comes in and just turns that one short mid-wicket, does the fielding, no run.
Yes, I think history will judge Will Rhodes' captaincy pretty favourably at the Bears. He took them to the championship, and it wasn't an easy time all throughout. He had quite a lot of injuries, especially in the bowling department. There were times when he had to bowl much more than he would like, and of course that's another thing for the captain to do. So he's done a pretty difficult job. I think he can take a lot of pride from it. He hasn't scored as many runs as he wants, but that does happen to batsmen who are captain sides, doesn't it?
No, it is. He bowled actually, I thought, quite well yesterday.
I thought he and Bernard were the pick yesterday.
They did. In comes Leach, and it's right on the money there, just targeting the stumps. Davies happy to defend. Of course, they won the double that year, didn't they, Warwickshire? The Bob Willis Trophy as well as the county championship in 21. Also, the other focus now, a stated focus for Rhodes, is he'd like to get himself into the blast side, so play a bit more T20 cricket. And he's got off to a very good strike rate at the moment, almost a run a ball. Leach is in, and that has played nicely with soft hands, gets the gap between the slips and backward point. That's, oh, is it going to go all the way to the boundary? If not, that is outstanding work on the rope. Certainly not given it up. The ball must have been inches inside. Just wait and see. The umpires, I think, have accepted that that ball was fielded. That was terrific work. I can't quite make out who was that doing the fielding down there. That is a very good question, and I can't tell you the answer at the moment.
He's keeping his identity a secret.
It is under that, under the cap and the sweater. I apologise to listeners. Oh, we've got viewers on the stream as well. It's a little bit hard up here in the gods sometimes.
It's Adam Hose.
I will bow to your adjustment. It's Adam Hose now. I've decided.
Yeah,
it's
that's
Adam
Hose, yeah.
Good, I'm glad we could give him credit because he deserves it. Terrific piece of fielding. In comes Leach and ducks under it does Rhodes on this occasion. So Leach getting a little bit of venom and spice out of the pitch. It's the end of his over. 67 for 1, Rhodes 18 and Davies 21.
So Worcestershire want to break through again while the ball has still got a little bit of shine on it. They should have had more than one wicket. They dropped chances and they've been a bit unlucky, the ball going past the bat. But if Warwickshire can just keep the second wicket intact as the new ball wears, then they will fancy getting in front eventually in this game, because it's a decent batting wicket, isn't it? I think once you're in, then you can stay in, as Kashif proved so classily yesterday. Holder to begin his 6th over. The wind still billowing the sight screen at the far end. Davis forward in defence, no run.
Yeah, it was wonderful watching. I mean, I was lucky enough to be up there for that last game in Yorkshire when he got into the 90s and played so well. So I've only watched him play twice. I've only watched him bat twice. And both times, he scored a 90 and he scored a century. So
Well, he'll want you to keep on attending. So I am going to just about to uprate our listeners from BBC Covent Warwick, so I'll just waffle on if I may for a moment. Holder is in and Davis defends again very solidly to mid-off. 67 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 360. Joe Leach polishing away. And we're about to go on to BBC Coventry, so you'll just forgive me for 1 second. And Warwickshire are making solid progress on 67 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 360. They stopped any hopes of Worcestershire's tail wagging this morning. Chris Rushworth ending with 3 for 67. Michael Booth 2 for 72 as Worcestershire made a 360, having resumed on 316 for 6. Warwickshire have lost Rob Yates in reply, bowled by Leach for 26, but Alex Davis is on 21 and Will Rhodes 18, and as the sun beats down at Edgbaston, the Bears are 67 for 1 in reply to 360.
beats down.
As,
You were going to do it, but you couldn't resist.
Davis defends again, and it's fielded at mid-on.
Oh, we love it. We were trying to come up with whether we could call Birmingham, what were we going with? Birmingham Barbados?
Barbados, yes.
Barbados.
Yes.
Had a few. Bermuda, some people suggested to me.
We've got
in cricket.
Barbados just up in the East Midlands, of course, haven't we? But in comes Holder again. My word, he deserves a wicket, but he's not going to get one here. That was a little bit over pitch. Davis drives, didn't quite time it.
Well,
67 for 1.
He's now got one ball left in his 6 over and none for 25, and you certainly don't feel like that has told the story of how he's bowled today. But that's all right. People will, the people that matter will hopefully see just how well he has bowled. It's just been without some luck, really. He's such a great cricketer. He was only, I think, 18 when he became captain of West Indies. Took on a huge role there.
Holder is in again, over pitched and flicked away to the mid-wicket boundary by Alex Davis. That's beautifully timed, and dribbles over the rope. Even though it's a wet outfield, that was well enough time to make it. And Davis moves to 25.
It seems to, it's definitely better, the outfield in that area, than it was yesterday, where the ball would almost just come to a dead stop once it got to the last bit. And there are, you see some sort of tram lines out there, as you can in front of us at the members end as well. They've basically got all these tram lines, and they've got this new drainage system that is helping them out. They've also got one of their heaters out on the outfield as well, but it's apparently not the former marijuana heater, which they bought a bunch of them got them from the police. I think the ground staff here several years ago. They were confiscated from an illegal growing. Well, I don't know what you call a hothouse type thing.
Handling stolen goods, then?
Well, they were confiscated by the police, and then I think they were sold to Edgbaston.
All sounds a bit dodgy.
And they use them to dry. You sometimes see them out there, but the one out there is not. That one's never been illegal. It's never done illicit drugs, the particular heater that's in the outfield at the moment. In comes Finch now. And here's coming in from the Birmingham end. Rhodes just taps that first one out to mid-on. D'Oliveira doing his usual ball polishing job out there.
Have you a question for you, Mel, from Neil in Birmingham?
Is this Neil Cheese?
Yes.
Oh, hello, Neil.
And the question is, I follow the Sheffield Shield over the English winter via the internet. How do you think the standard of Sheffield Shield cricket and county cricket compare? Oh,
Brian, hang on a second. Finch, he's in, and that was a full ball, dug out again. D'Oliveira doing the fielding at mid-on. Do you know that was actually forwarded to me, and while you were out earlier, we spent about 20 minutes.
You've discussed that already. Okay.
I thought Neil Cheese was emailing again.
Oh, no, apologies. I've just had that sent to me. So, do you want to go through it again, or are you happy with it? You've had a chance now to consider.
I thought I gave quite a considered answer, actually. I waxed lyrical about certain things as Finch comes in to Rhodes, who just delicately knocks that in to the mid-on region. No run there. I said lots of nice things.
Good.
Yeah. I said, yeah. Well, we'll go back. I'm sure someone's recorded it. We'll go through it.
Well, if Neil has already heard it, it's just me that's.
It's mostly it's Neil that was for the benefit of. I think Neil Cheese is a great name.
Yes, it is.
A wonderful name. And now it is Rhodes still on strike. It's Finch comes in and bowls, angles the ball across over the wicket, dribbles off the bat onto the offside.
We've only seen 3 overs of Nathan Smith, of course, which suggests that he might have quite a lot of energy still in his locker, so I wonder if we'll get some more of him quite soon.
Well, he's certainly been talked up quite a bit. A lot of people are excited at the prospect in Worcestershire. He's impressed them so far already, and of course they all say, because he's a Kiwi, so he's nice, isn't he? As Finch runs in, on that has just dug out. Well, he almost scooped that shot out of the ground to backward point. Tried to get sort of under it. In the end, might have been lucky that he didn't spray it straight there. Yeah, so of course he's got to be that cliche, isn't it? The nice Kiwis. So apparently he's a very nice man. I just sound slightly bitter. Well, it's just I'll tell you why after this next ball to Rhodes from Finch, get over the wicket. No, he was almost like he wanted to pull that ball, thought better of it. It was some good bounce on that one. It's a dot ball to finish that over. So 71 for 1 with Rhodes on 18 and Davies on 25. No, because I was upstairs and there's people up there, Ashley Giles and George DeBell and everyone else discussing how nice New Zealanders are. And of course then the obvious counter to that is not like Australians. So the implication there that I'm not very nice, and I don't think that New Zealand has to take all the niceness of the Antipodes. Some of us can be nice as well.
Well, I can only say as all the Kiwis I've ever met in cricket are nice.
Oh, you've drunk the Kool-Aid too. No, it is true. New Zealanders are very nice.
Although Jitan Patel, of course, who you will know well from his long Warwickshire, he could be a bit less than nice when he got over that white line. I've never seen a guy more intense and ferocious as a campaigner on the field. So
I've watched him a lot in the nets with England in recent years, and man, he's so good. He still looks like he can go out and play at any time he likes.
Nathan Smith is back on, and a stint from the pavilion end and starts with a straight delivery, which Davis leans forward and meets with a forward defensive shot. 71 for 1. Still to come for Warwickshire. At number 4, of course, we expect Dan Mosley, because there's a big hole where Sam Hain usually is. Sam missing this game for personal reasons, and what a linchpin he's been of the Bears batting in the last few seasons. So everyone will hope Sam is back with us very quickly. Without him, 4 and 5, the young guns, Mosley and Bethel, Barnard, Burgess, Briggs and Booth, as Smith bowls again, and again Davis is defended. I'm just wondering if this is the first time in Warwickshire's history that batsmen 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 are all beginning with B. It's quite noticeable.
That is niche, but I like it.
And if it succeeds, they may have to extend it, and Mosley, Rushworth and Hallen Dolby's places may be in jeopardy, because they find other players beginning with B. Here comes Smith.
Unusual?
I think so. Smith turns by the heap of sawdust at the pavilion end, and again Barker, that's a good call. Barker could come back, Dan suggests. Chris Benjamin, we could get a whole team of Bs. We just need another opening batsman, I think. Britt, what about Britt?
I'm liking this. I like an unusual, specific team selection process.
All 11 starting with B. It should be appropriate for the Bears, wouldn't it?
You might be able to answer this question because I asked it yesterday. No one could tell me what came first, the Bears or the Pears, as a nickname.
I don't know.
Oh, no one knows. Look, if you're out there listening, please tell me. And you can't say that it's Bears before Pears because B comes before P.
Smith around the wicket, and this is nudged into the leg side field by Rhodes.
So Smith has actually been around for quite some time. He made his first class debut for Otago in 2016. So he's been around, as I mentioned earlier, played for Wellington over the summer, was the leading wicket taker in the Plunket Shield, took best figures of 6 for 36, of best figures for him as well.
Here he comes around the wicket, and that's a sloppy shot from Will Rhodes, and he knows it. He looks into the heavens after he's fortunate not to edge that one. He sort of tried to guide it down to third man, which is a really high risk and low reward shot with 2 slips in the gully there. Missed it, fortunately for him. It goes through to the keeper.
Well, it was a shorter ball, sat up a bit, and looked like he was actually trying to just carve it over the top of the fielders hovering around there in the slips in a gully. So the risk is even higher.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's assigned for the whole summer, which is a bonus. Alan Richardson sees him as a good all-round package for them.
Here he comes trying to take his first wicket for Worcestershire. He won't get it this time. Rhodes tucks that one away to wide mid-wicket for a single. Moves to 19. Davis 26. 73 for 1.
And I mean, he has played 46 first-class matches, so there's a lot of first-class experience there from him. He averages 26.64 with the bat, and he's taken 117 wickets and an average of 26.94. So very similar averages there with bat and ball in first-class cricket. So he certainly is an intriguing prospect and one to keep an eye on for Worcestershire, who'll be very, very happy to have him for the entire year. As we now continue with Finch from the Birmingham end. Maiden first up. He's in now, and that ball really scoots through a little bit low past Rhodes' bat. And it's another dot ball. So Finch has been very miserly so far.
I think that's an underrated attribute, Mel, that an overseas player could be here all of the season. I think it does help, doesn't it, when you can bed into a dressing room, get to know your colleagues, they get to know you, you know the plans. Sometimes overseas players just come in and out. It can take time to settle.
In comes Finch once more, and this one is dug into the ground short and well over the head of Rhodes. So a bouncer to keep him thinking. A little bit more life. It feels like they have bowled really well and dropped chances. A few things not going their way though, but they can keep the pressure on. But Rhodes and Davies are just settling in there nicely now. Rhodes on strike again, and that is a lovely shot. Just really spooned through the covers all the way to the boundary. He didn't really nail the shot, but he got the results in the end with the field up on the offside. So a boundary just releasing that bit of pressure there. First runs conceded by Finch. And the score moves to 77. Rhodes on to 23.
So the weather now looking set fair, I think, for the match, in which case we could get a really interesting cricket match here, because if Warwickshire are going to get a lead, it's going to take them some time.
Finch comes in, and this time the ball just tucked, almost an ungainly little nurdle off the hip from Rhodes, but they get the single from it.
On a pitch like this, which is reasonably good for batting, you'd say a draw must be favourite, but I just wonder, Mel, if there might be a result in this. It just needs somebody who's going to have to bowl very, very well, because it is a good batting track. But if we get 4 full days or 4 fullish days, we could just have a cracking game here.
Yeah, I've felt that way from the start. I just think the intensity, the particular rivalry between these two sides. Of course, you've been in different divisions for a while. Finch starts his run up. It's now Davies on strike, but he pulls out of that one. Gosh, we've seen a lot of that. A huge amount. And I mean, the breeze doesn't look quite as strong at the moment. Maybe he's just lost his run up a bit. The staff, I'm very proud to be able to now say the Bear and Ragged Staff flag, now that I know what it is, flapping about as Finch comes in, and this ball's swiped across the line by Davies, but diving mid-wicket prevents the runs. And it's the sort of match where I think that particular rivalry and the intensity of it might only increase over the next few days.
Yeah, extra spice, of course, by having two ex-Bears at the helm for Worcestershire, Ashley and Alan Richardson.
Two slips and a gully in as Finch is in, and that gully does the work, shy at the stumps because Davies had started to head off, but he jammed his bat back in time and the ball missed as it was anyway. So end of the over, 78 for 1. Rhodes now 23, Davies 26. So bedding in nicely. They've had some opportunities.
Because what Smith and Holder's arrival does allow for Worcestershire, of course, is a bit of rotation, because I think possibly one of the noticeable differences between first and second division bowling attacks is that in the first division you tend to get bowlers coming at you time and time again, whereas the depth to the attacks in some of the second division teams isn't quite there. But if you've got Leach, Smith and Holder to rotate, Matthew White and Adam Finch to back them up. Here comes Smith around the wicket to start another over, and Rhodes is playing this one up to Leach at mid-on.
And who else have they signed? They signed Tom Taylor from,
of course,
Northants as well, all-rounder who was particularly outstanding for them in the One-Day Cup, but more for the batting rather than the bowling. But he's another all-rounder waiting in the wings.
And Ethan Brooks, of course, who many at Edgbaston would have loved to see stay, but hopefully his chance will come at some point this season. A very talented cricketer. Both the Brooks brothers, of course, departed Edgbaston in the winter. Henry for Middlesex and Ethan to Worcestershire. A little tweak to the field as extra cover comes across to mid-wicket, and Smith into the wind, I think he is, and full-length delivery, which Rhodes forward defends. Not too much has got past the bat in the last 15 minutes, has it, Molly? You just get the feeling that little flurry of Worcestershire penetration has come and gone, and just the one wicket, and they should have had more. They dropped catches, and they probably have deserved a little bit more, but Warwickshire will be pretty happy with this now.
Well, that period after lunch, that first sort of 20 minutes or so after lunch, it just felt like something was about to happen every ball.
Here comes Smith trying to make something happen, but it's a gorgeous straight drive for 4 by Will Rhodes, and he knows he needn't run for that one. He just tucks his bat under his arm and lets Leach retrieve it from the boundary. A gorgeous shot from the ex-captain, who moves to 27. The current captain Davies has 26, 82 for 1.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of lovely straight drives throughout this game. A favoured shot. That's certainly at this end, the members' end. It's a fairly short boundary, so it's perhaps a little bit easier to find it here once it gets past the bowlers, and the outfielders reasonably quick out this way.
None for 17 for Smith becomes none for 18 as Rhodes tucks him away down to long leg. A very short boundary for a single. 83 for 1 as the sun just disappears momentarily, but we've got a bit of blue overhead. I don't think we're going to get any weather issues today. Possibly a bit of light later on, but it's all set quite fair.
Yeah, nice it is too, and a lovely view of the city skyline today. Of course, me being an adopted Brummie, I need to talk up this particular ground as well, although so not many grounds that I've been to that I haven't really loved in England. I'm looking forward to going to Kidderminster soon. I've never been to Kidderminster, so it's a new one.
Road is nice, and there's very few cricket grounds that don't have their appeal, have they? I mean, I think Worcester and Hove would be top of my list on the county circuit.
They're very nice. Hove, I love the walk from Brighton to Hove. And, you look down, you see all those cream-coloured houses with the coloured doors as you look down to the sea. Get an ice cream once you get to the ground.
Yeah, it's a lovely venue. And this one is nurdled beautifully for 4 more. Down to third man by Davis. Sorry, he was completely in control of that shot. It just went only narrowly to the right of second slip, but it was along the ground. A one-day shot, astutely played in 4-day cricket.
Yes, except the funny thing was that the man he narrowly missed was actually Jason Holder, and it probably wouldn't have looked like it was narrowly missed because he put in a full-length dive to his right and lay sprawled on the ground for a little bit, but he's got a bigger wingspan than most. Shall we say?
Yeah. Standing there languidly, hands in pockets now. Out come the hands as in comes Smith, and this is pulled away by Davis down to long leg for a single, and runs just starting to tickle over here for Warwickshire. Brett D'Oliveira's got a bit of thinking to do here because 360 is a solid total, but not dominant. So they wouldn't want Warwickshire to get too much past that and then be under pressure in the second innings, because as we've all said, this is one of the cliches, isn't it? The third innings is where a county championship match is often decided.
Moving day, is it?
Yes.
A bit like the old golf. Talking about that day, and look, one thing we saw talking about the captaincies and everything else, Alex Davies tried everything yesterday. He had funky fields, he had Ben Stokes type test fields at some point when you see him trying to make something happen when the wicket's not giving them anything. Fielders in their faces, fielders almost holding hands. We see that from D'Oliveira. In comes Finch, and that ball's just whipped onto the leg side, and mid-wicket runs and fields at square leg. They run through for a single. So we did see that kind of try and make something happen by putting fielders in unconventional positions.
And eventually it did happen, didn't it? But to be fair to the captain, there's only so much you can do, isn't it? It's how well your bowlers bowl to a degree, isn't it? And Warwickshire, I think, will admit they didn't bowl that well yesterday morning.
No, and there were mitigating factors you'd throw in, like the wind, the way that the ball was perhaps not behaving the way it normally would. But it's a test they've got to all learn how to adapt. As Finch, he's in once more, and that is just gently tapped straight back to the bowler by Rhodes. No run.
I wonder if we'll see some spin at some point. Assume that would be Brett D'Oliveira. It's a spin option. But
we saw a little bit from Danny Briggs.
Didn't really turn a great deal, did it?
No, he got some nice drift though.
It did, and I guess that's one thing that the breeze could help with.
Rhodes waits as Finch runs in, and he just clips that one nicely past the fielder at mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. It's sped up a little bit, that outfield at deep mid-wicket, and that's a lovely little clip, really. Just timed it so well. Another 4 runs to the total. 93 for 1 now. Rhodes on 32, and so is Davies. So they're going at pace. It's just that Rhodes has scored them a lot quicker. He's got them off 39. Davies a bit more circumspect. 32 coming at 1 run every 2 balls. He's faced 64 of them. But it's Rhodes on strike now. In comes Finch over the wicket. He drives that nicely, but it's just going to go straight to Joe Leach, running around from mid-off. So we'll get the run, 94 for 1.
Alex Davies has put down some roots here of his first real captain's innings. It's his first knock in a competitive game since his appointment as captain, and he'd love to play a big one, wouldn't he, just to set out a marker of his leadership, and he's done everything right so far.
I don't know. I reckon we might also get a few more twists this afternoon. Maybe it'll fluctuate again as Davies on strike. The left-hander, a big shout for the umpire, but the umpire is unmoved. Looked like he was angling that ball in.
Yeah, it looked a decent shout, maybe a little high, I don't know. But yeah, everybody went up.
They all did. Just looking back at it again, it might have been angling too much.
Leg side.
Yeah, might have been going all the way, but it certainly wasn't. It wasn't a ridiculous shout by any means. So, just to keep things a bit interesting, yeah, I think it might have moved too much off the pitch. The height looked all right. Something to keep him interested as Finch runs in once more. This time the ball just plopping off the bat and rolling slowly to Joe Leach, who picks up the ball to mark the end of the over from Finch. 94 for 1. I'm just seeing Smith, it looks like he's going to continue, but there's a little conference going on now with D'Oliveira and his 3 quick. So there's D'Oliveira talking to Leach, Holder and Smith, and they're having a discussion with a few hand movements there as well from Smith.
I think they're discussing how Leamington might do at Telford in the Southern League Premier Division this afternoon, because they kick off in about 20 minutes time. And Nathan Smith, I think the Breaks are going to win this afternoon, but Jason Holder, no, it'll be a draw. So I think that, I'm not great at lip reading, but I think that was the gist of the conversation.
Very good. Well, Finch just came in on the end of that one, but as certainly as the bowler's brains trust is at work here. So,
well, we've got big hopes for this ball, then, haven't we? Because there's a lot of experience went into that conversation, and what is going to be the end product as Smith comes in after the brains trust has met, and he bowls a Yorker as a good delivery, but Rhodes plays it very well.
Wow, well, he almost fell over. He almost tripped over his own feet and toe of the bat as he dug that one out. Did well in the end. It's a good ball.
Yeah, I wonder what that conclave was all about. It is the session has just started to drift Warwickshire's way, so it was perfectly reasonable for Worcestershire just to have a think and say, right, what can we do here? We had a really good half an hour after lunch, but it's gone a little bit quiet now. Here comes Smith again outside the off stump, and Rhodes has nothing to do with that. Smith none for 23 from 5.2. 94 for 1.
Oh, here's another one you sort of feel that doesn't tell the complete story either. Very threatening, particularly the first couple of overs that he bowled. He's mainly been dangling the ball across, particularly at the moment. He's got a left-hander at the crease in Rhodes,
who waits for him now and tucks this one to mid-wicket. There's a first, a second and a fourth slip, strangely, because there has been a couple go through the cordon, hasn't there? And there is a big gap between second and fourth.
They have had that. They've even had, I'd noticed that earlier when they were up this end, they had there were the couple of slips in the gully, but even the slips were sort of one and first slip and a 2.5 or something slip as well. So it's just hedging their bets a little bit on how to best defend the edge or best make most of it. Jason Holder's lost his hat.
Gone.
We're just going to have a delay here, are we? 3 fielders have thought about running and getting that cap, which has blown off his head and gone quite a long way.
Yes, it suggests that wind is still very strong, which isn't making life easy for the bowlers or the fielders. And an exceptional catch that Danny Briggs took this morning off a swirling Skyer, as this one is outside off stump from Rhodes, and this time the cap's gone for 4. I think it's going to go to the boundary.
It's stopped short. It's that slow outfield.
It is.
Oh no, it's picked up again. Are we going to get a boundary?
It's just going to be reeled in just before. No, his foot was over the line there. That's 4.
It was. That's 4, and you heard a cheer there from the crowd. But that wind out there.
That's a good 40 yards or 40 metres that it's blown there, isn't it? And the fielder in question has stuck his cap in his pocket now because he's fighting a losing battle to keep it on his head.
It's not the sort of weather that you want to go out without your hair in a ponytail.
Here comes Smith again outside off stump, and Rhodes allows this one to pass. And Worcestershire have just got to find a bit of spark here. Warwickshire playing this well now. The second wicket pair have added 57.
Well, Joe Leach has just given his teammate Smith a little clap as he's come back, and then he's given him a little low five. It wasn't a high five, it was a low five. He's just had a little chat with him, a word in his ear. All that local experience, of course.
Last ball of Smith's 6th over. And this one hurries Rhodes a little bit, but he does keep it out, just jabs it down onto the offside. And there's no run. 94 for 1. Alex Davies has 32. Will Rhodes 33, the only man out in the Bears innings so far. Rob Yates bowled by Leach for 26.
Yeah, since that first, well, certainly 20 minutes or half hour, it's quietened down a little bit. It's going to be Finch to continue, and you can really see that the wind has picked up. The sight screen sheets on the opposite side to us at the city end, the sheets are, and they're billowing like crazy in the wind as Finch runs in to Davies. That's a full ball, and he's just gone for a little swipe at that. It's gone through to the keeper, Roderick, so no run there.
I've done it 4 times now, and you've just done it. We've used the term billow.
Oh, have we?
We've
terrible.
got to find another word
come on.
for a synonym for billow.
Well, we had
You've
lots of
used
P
it as well,
words
Dan, haven't you?
yesterday.
Yes,
Oh dear. Okay, well,
it's perfect billowing, isn't it? There's no other word quite.
No, because ruffling doesn't give enough sense. There's a chip packet, or you'd say a crisp packet, because you English use funny words for things. It's just blown all the way across. Finch has just pulled out of his run-up. If this doesn't all give you an idea of how windy it is here at Edgbaston right now, I'm not sure what will, but please send us any suggestions for better words. I should get my thesaurus out, but I'm a bit embarrassed to do that. In the meantime, Davies on strike. In comes Finch, another full ball down the leg side, has a swipe at it, goes through to the keeper. Bit of a half shout of appeal from the slips, but end result, nothing.
I was just we spoke to Ashley Giles at lunchtime downstairs. Of course, lots of history at Warwickshire now, Chief Executive of Worcestershire, and he was telling us the trouble that the floods water has caused at New Road. It's a really, really difficult situation, isn't it? And Ashley said 19 of the worst 25 floods have come in this century, which is a worry, I think.
Finch in. This ball clipped beautifully past mid-wicket by Davies all the way to the short boundary. 4 runs, as easy as you like. Made that look like a stroll in the park.
So Worcestershire have got to get their thinking caps on there, haven't they? Because I think in the fact that the situation is cropping up so much more frequently now, I mean, it's just so difficult to run a professional cricket club under those lines. And when that's quite a stat, isn't it? 19 of the worst 25 have come in the last 24 years. It's they've got some problems.
I certainly do. An enviable position. Davies on strike as Finch is in and bowls just outside the off stump, clips it to backward point. No run.
Yeah, it's such a gorgeous ground, isn't it? I mean, it'd be such a massive call to leave New Road. I just wonder if they could move the river instead. That would be a
I'm sure the Swans wouldn't mind.
But to be lovely. I mean, Warwickshire are due there, I think, in the summer, June or July. We fervently hope that Worcestershire are back at New Road well before then.
Yeah, certainly hope they are. Finch, he's in over the wicket, and that's just dropped right down in front of Davies. Plays it into the ground in front of him, and no run there. Now, do you know what my thesaurus says the strongest match for billow is? Undulate. Now, that does not... I don't think if I were to tell our listeners that the sight screen sheets are undulating. Does not give the same impression of the strength. So no, I'm not particularly happy with that.
Thumbs down from Dan as well. That's a different thing altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, not happy with that. Below is all it can be. Finch is in, and that ball is just softly driven, I guess you would say, to mid-off. No run. End of the 26th over now, and Warwickshire 98 for 1 with Rhodes on 33 and Davies on 36. Worcestershire, of course, having got to 360 this morning after a bit of lower order contribution. And if the sun's not beating down, as Brian keeps wanting it to, it's gone from gently pressing to maybe patting down.
Yeah, it's pretty strong out there, I think, isn't it? And the floodlights are on, curiously. So we're not short of light at the moment as Nathan Smith begins his 7th over, and it's a familiar sight actually outside the off stump, and Will Rhodes allows it to pass. The Kiwi has struggled a little bit with his line. There's quite a lot that's been allowed to that hasn't needed a stroke, which is a lot of wasted energy from a fast bowler.
Well, he's gone basically across the batter, but so the ball's ended up well outside the off stump. So they haven't had to play at it. Whether he's trying to induce at the edge, the flay, it's not working.
He's going to try again, and again exactly the same result. Angled across too far to be of any worry to Rhodes, who lets it go through to Gareth Roderick. And Warwickshire will just stay patient here. If they do stay patient, as Kashif said yesterday, it's the sort of pitch where you have to concentrate and you have to work, but once you're in, runs can be made on it. And
it is. I just wonder about this plan here. It might work.
This one's a straighter one from Smith, and Rhodes defends into the leg side.
Well, he made him play at that one. I guess the thing is, at the moment, anything that's kind of in that zone, you've got that short boundary on the leg side, and there's a mid wicket on the ring, but there's the only other player who's out is a fine leg, deep fine leg. So there's very little protection. So in that sense, you can understand why he's going across and trying to tempt him into the offside, the big boundary.
Smith again. Rhodes defends the ball on off stump. Yes, of course, all it will take is one lapse of concentration from Rhodes and his indiscreet drive, and he could get the fatal edge. So Smith persisting, but at the moment Rhodes' judgment is good and his patience is holding firm. 98 for 1. Warwickshire having the better of the second day so far. Worcestershire resumed this morning on 316 for 7, so I think would have hoped to get around 400. They made just 360 with Chris Rushworth taking 2 wickets and Michael Booth the other. This time, yet again, for the millionth time today, the bowler gets to his delivery stride or gets halfway through his run and pulls out. But I guess when you are, because the bowlers, the run is actually quite calculated, isn't it? You want to put your foot in the same place every time, and the wind is just not allowing them to do that. So.
Well, and some of them, when they pull out, I wonder if it's particularly if there's that gust of wind as they're getting into their delivery stride and their leap, if you like, that's really putting them off at that point.
Here comes Smith to try again. Good straight delivery on middle and off, and Rhodes defends. Back to the bowler, who immediately gets polishing on his shirt and throws it to Leach, who applies a bit of
forehead sweat. Or I wonder if because he doesn't have so much hair on the top, does that mean under the cap it allows for a little bit more perspiration?
Well, there's so many interesting bits to strategy in cricket, isn't there? In what other sport would it matter where you sweat? Here comes Smith to conclude his 7th over, and that's clipped beautifully to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Rhodes. A gorgeous shot which raises Warwickshire's 100 in fine style. Smith over pitching there. Rhodes was onto it in a flash. 102 for 1.
And that's exactly what I was talking about a moment ago. He only just has to err a little bit, and that short boundary is open to be punished without too much to defend out there. So that's the difficulty there, and that might be what that conference was about, in just trying to work out what the plan is. It does, of course, provide the particular challenge, the dual factor of the wind and the short boundary, and that's what Warwickshire found yesterday. That's why such experienced bowlers as Oliver Hannon-Dolby and Chris Rushworth were struggling with the ball not swinging, the wind, the short boundary. Just a lot of things, I guess, for them to think about. And now that challenge is also presented to Worcestershire. So Finch continuing a spell with his 5th over from the Birmingham end. Davies on strike. Finch is in, and that ball is sent back to the bowler, who picks it up and threatens to shy at the stump in a lovely little bit of formative art. He was never going to go through with it.
Yes, as you say, Mel, it took Warwickshire a little while to, maybe a bit of rust on the first day of the season, but it took them a little while yesterday to work out how best to go about it with the wind and the short boundary. And that's the challenge that Worcestershire face now, because they have gone a little bit flat the last 3/4 of an hour or so. And they need to take another wicket or two quite soon, otherwise Warwickshire have got a foundation from which to press on to a decent lead.
And they'll certainly be wary of doing what Worcester did in losing those wickets in a clump from a really strong position. Here we go, funky field time. It's funky field time. We've got 2 fielders in there in the short mid-wicket area as Finch runs in, bowls to Davies, and it's one of those short mid-wickets who picks up the balls that dribbles onto the leg side. This has got to slip in. We've got a gully. We've got a fielder just backward of point. We've got cover in, mid off. And there's one fielder hiding down. There's only one fielder out, is there? Down at sort of long leg or deep backward square leg. And that's in the air. It's in the air. One of those mid-wicket fielders does the job as well. A bit of fielding, a bit of captaincy genius. And it brings the wicket of Davies. Well, they had just brought in those fielders, and hasn't it done the job? It's brought the breakthrough that they so desperately needed. Finch's first wicket, just mistimed the pull. And that is a 2nd wicket to fall for Warwickshire.
Yeah, Davies goes for 36, and he'll be livid with himself at that dismissal. He'd done so much of the hard work, and not for the first time. Alex Davies does all the hard work but doesn't build. He's getting a good round of applause because it has been a good, solid innings as far as it went. He's just tossed his gloves down in very disappointed fashion. It was a short ball, and I think Alex Davies, with that short boundary, might have even fancied 6 from that one, but he got it right on the top of the bat and just spooned it to short mid-wicket. And Finch strikes, and just as we were saying that Worcestershire need a wicket, they have delivered one.
Well, don't you love it when you're a captain and you make a funky field change and it's bringing some unorthodoxy, and it pays off with a wicket straight away. So let's give a little round of applause to Brett D'Oliveira as well.
Yeah, that's when the captains really show their quality, isn't it? When things are going just quiet and you've got to make something happen, and Brett D'Oliveira did that.
Well, he had those 2 fielders at short mid-wicket, and right in the face and right in the eye line of the batter as well. So just perhaps seeing the short ball going for the pull and being a bit too keen, knowing those 2 fielders were up. Whatever it was, the result, another wicket to fall. It brings Barnard to the crease. All-rounder who I thought bowled pretty well yesterday. I thought he was arguably the best, if not one of the best, for Warwickshire. he now has to do the job. So they've still got those two short mid-wicket fielders in as Finch is into the right-hander. It's short again, but he does get hold of the pull. He really does. That's all the way over the short boundary. Fine for 6. So
I think that's what Alex Davis had in mind.
well, he might have had it in mind. Barnard shows him how to pull it off, and he's off the mark with a 6.
First ball.
Wow.
I think it's a bit optimistic of Finch to try the second, trying with successive balls, but that is almost exactly the same ball that got Alex Davis the previous one. Davis messed it up and just spooned it to short mid-wicket, and Barnard's off the mark with a 6 first ball.
Well, now what are we going to get here then? Not the same ball, surely, as Finch is in, and no, it's a Yorker. He bowls it nice and full and straight, and it's just padded back to the bowler by Barnard. So they have got a fielded down deep backward square leg now, as well as those two short mid wickets, and a fielder at mid on as well. So that's a protection on the short side. 2 slips in for Barnard. He waits as Finch comes in, and that ball, I think it's squirted off the inside edge of the bat. Deep backward square. Coming up to limit it to a single. And that's the end of an over, for quite an eventful over as well. And the net result is that 109 for 2. Warwickshire with Rhodes on 37. Barnard, the new batter at the crease, thanks to the wicket of Davies. He got off the mark with a 6. He's on 7 off 3 faced.
Time, I think, for a double change.
Oh, a double change. Well, I'll change while you wibble, and I'll see you all later.
Okay, Phil and Dan are about to come in. I'll just allow one of them to take up the other mic. I'll just describe his first ball from Nathan Smith's 8th over, and then make way as Smith waits as the shadows of 3 birds pass in front of him. Starts with the ball outside off stump. Ed Barnard allows it to pass, and over to Phil Britton.
Thanks, Brian. 109 for 2. That's Smith in bright sunshine here at Edgbaston. It's windy, but it's a warm wind. In fact, it's remarkably warm outside. It's very pleasant. If that wind were to drop, it would be a lovely afternoon, but we shan't complain because the sun's shining. And welcome Dan in part of the change. Very well indeed. It's Nathan Smith running away from us from the pavilion end, driven down to mid-on, and there's no run.
He's got a little bit of extra zip, hasn't he, Smith?
Yeah, well, he's come with a big reputation. I was looking forward to seeing him bowl, and I think he'll do a good job for Worcestershire, and he's there all summer, I believe.
Yeah, I think when he was initially signed, I think there were a few Worcestershire fans thinking, who?
Yeah.
You know, and they were a little bit underwhelmed with it, but I think he's a good signing, as is Jason Holder. I think Jason Holder's a cracking signing.
Yes, of course, he's not going to be there. But in fact, I don't think he plays at New Road, does he? This one is run away into the offside by Barnard, but no run. I think Jason Holder will play his home matches at Kidderminster, and I think that's the end of his spell. I don't think, assuming that they get to New Road at some stage, let's hope sooner rather than later, but I don't think Holder will be there.
Do you like your trips to New Road? Are you
Oh, yeah, well, I used to be a member at Worcester.
Okay.
I love going to Worcester.
So you're one of those members we see sort of sitting on the steps of the ladies' pavilion.
No, I used to love watching cricket from the old pavilion.
Okay.
Yeah. Gosh, it got hot on there though. It really did bake on those steps. This one is ducks underneath it. It whistles through to the keeper. No, I thoroughly enjoyed the cricket at Worcester, and in the days after I first retired, people like Andy Bickle were playing there, and a terrific cricketer Andy was, and Worcester had a really good side down there. I used to thoroughly enjoy going, and then working then at Edgbaston, it meant that actually the time I could go to watch Worcestershire play was really only when Warwickshire was down there. Smith again, who slips a gully weight, and forward comes Barnard. He'll be really keen to make runs in this game.
Both these sides had sort of periods of dominance, didn't they?
Yeah.
Worcestershire had the sort of late 80s when Duncan Fernley recruited a few sort of the Graham Dillies of the world and Ian Botham.
And they were fantastic to go down and watch those guys play.
Graham Hick there at the time, and who else did they have? Tim Curtis.
Because Tim opened for England. He was Richard Illingworth was down there.
Yeah.
Smith.
Steve Rhodes, was he?
Yeah. Smith in over the top. Gets behind that one. Barnard plays it into the ground. End of another over. Warwickshire 109 for 2 in reply to Worcestershire's 360 all out. And the two openers have gone. Those are the 2 wickets to fall. The last one, Alex Davis, who will be disappointed to go. And let's hope that from his point of view, that's not a trend which happened a bit last season, that he'd get a really good start and then the wicket would be... He'd lose his wicket to a shot which perhaps he'd go back thinking, should I have played that shot? Or did I need to? But that's his game.
It's what Graham Gooch used to hate out of an opener, wasn't it? Because he said you get enough low scores because you're facing the new cherry, and you're gonna, the rule of average is that you're gonna get a good one at some point. You're gonna get Here's Finch. 1 for 21 so far, or 5. There's Rhodes. Defends that into the onside. Yeah, so, when you do get in, when you do get to 20, then you've got to cash in and go big, haven't you?
Yeah. And watch, we'll look at both of the openers. Yates was going well before the lunch break, came back after lunch, lost his wicket virtually immediately after lunch. And Davis had worked hard and was playing some really good shots, didn't look in any trouble at all, and then suddenly just tried something different, and he fell for the trap they'd set.
Finch bustling in. Rhodes just tickles that one off the hip, runs the first one quickly, but they're not going to get a second there. The ball comes into Gareth Roderick and allows Ed Bernard, once of the Worcestershire parish, to face his old teammates.
Yeah, he's had a good season last year, particularly in the white ball cricket.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Took a little bit of time to get settled in. The big score he was looking for didn't quite materialise, but made a significant contribution to Warwickshire's season.
Here's Finch into him. That's a good leave. On that full stump line. And Bernard just lets it go through into the gloves of Roderick. How many other players, I wonder, have gone between the two clubs?
There's a lot. There are a lot more than you think. Obviously, Moeen Ali, who's really up here playing white ball cricket.
Yeah.
He's gone from Warwickshire to Worcestershire and then back again.
Yeah.
Adam Hose is here.
Yeah.
Ed Pollock is in the Worcestershire squad, as indeed is Ethan Brooks, who just made the moves. And then well-known names, people like Steve Perryman went, Alan Donald. Didn't play a lot of cricket.
Did Phil Oliver play at Worcestershire?
Sorry?
Did Phil Oliver, did he play at Worcestershire, or was he just here?
I think he did, actually, yeah. I did a list of this for the website during the year, so I should be able to remember who they are. But I can't. Bob Wyatt was one of the earlier ones. Bob Wyatt, who was...
Stan's named after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Former Warwickshire captain, much really towards the end of his career after the war. He went and played, I think he was in late 40s he was playing.
Finch in, defended by Bernard.
But it's surprising when you actually go through the list, the number of people and names. But I have got it, but not to hand, and my memory on that list is such that I did it and immediately forgot most of them. I'm sure others can list much better names than the ones I've come up with. But this, at the moment, of course, with the connection with Giles and Richardson as well.
Just tickled backward a square for a single to the man he's on the rope, but he's sort of only just off the one, isn't he?
Well, if you sit down there, we never opened that west stand, that big steep stand for the county championship games. The one where you can just see the top of it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to fall off the top of that or lean back too far. To be honest with you, it's frightening. When you come down that, you actually are reaching for a handrail to be able to come down. It's one which I don't. If that was the only ticket which I was going to have, I think I might give that a miss. Actually,
Yeah.
I might watch on the television.
Yeah.
It's a lovely stand, lovely viewing. But if you're there at the bottom, you almost feel like you're part in the field playing.
Yeah, very close to the action, especially when the wicket's so far over to that side of the ground as this one is.
Bowling change, and we are going to see that weight into the attack. He's bowled a couple of overs so far, 0 for 10. So Nathan Smith out of the attack, and Waite will come in to bowl from this pavilion end.
So your role, Phil, you're the curator.
Curator, yeah,
of
at the museum
here.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, there's so much history here, isn't there?
Yeah,
there's so much history. I mean, I just did an interview with David Gower a couple of weeks ago, and he got that 200 against
200
India.
here,
And
yeah.
Did he get a double 100 against the Aussies in '85 here as well?
Yeah, I think he got 2 here.
Yeah.
Here's Waite in bowls. It's turned by Barnard to mid-wicket. Not cleanly fielded, but it won't be a run.
I think he got 215 against the Aussies here, didn't he? And then he got out and Ian Botham whacked the first ball for 6.
I think it was Craig McDermott.
It was,
he hit for 6. I think he hit him for a number of 6s over the pavilion.
Yeah.
He was McDermott was bowling from the pavilion end, and Botham laid into him.
What's your favourite memory of this ground, Lawrence?
I think the 2005 victory on the Sunday morning. This one is in and bowls, and it's fielded off his own bowling. Well, Hartfield stopped, semi-stopped as he walks through by Waite when there's no run. Yeah, that was be my favourite memory, was the morning where England needed to get those last couple of wickets, and Australia needed, I think, can't remember how many it was now, 40 or 50 runs, and they were gradually working their way through, and got literally down to the last throw of the dice, and a splendid bit of fielding saved England from losing the game.
Well, whenever I watch that again, I always think, because that full toss was screaming down to Andrew Strauss at deep cover point, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think, I just think, even now I think that's 4 runs.
Yeah,
They've
exactly.
They've won the game.
Yeah. Well, we've got the ball for that in the museum, the ball from that game. But I was on the pitch to take photographs straight after that. I went and got the ball from Billy Bowden from after that game, straight off into the dressing room, and then I went on the pitch to take photos. This one is left outside the off stump. Before that, I'd had to go and get Freddie Flintoff. You imagine trying to do this. They asked me, could I get Freddie Flintoff and take him up to the press box so he could be interviewed? He was as high as you can possibly imagine, and trying to persuade him to come with me, who he never met before, to go up to the press to be interviewed was hard work. And quite frankly, he was like on a different plane altogether.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I managed to get him, and I got him to sign the ball on the way up to say that was the ball from the game. Yeah, and so we've got that. It's Waite in bowls, and it's left outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
And the ironic thing is, Kasparovich shouldn't have been given out, should he?
No, not really. No,
one hand off the bat.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
What a fantastic series. Every game had drama, didn't it? It was pure theatre.
Yeah, the whole series was a wonderful series. So that would be the highlight for me of this ground. There's been lots really, but that particular morning will live forever really, because it was just a privilege to have been here. Waite in bowls, and again right behind it, and defending it is Barnard.
And it's someone who first came here in 1950?
50. Let me think. I was 6, so 54.
So 70 years.
Yeah.
Favourite Warwickshire player?
Mike Smith.
Right. Yeah.
No question. MJK Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah. The best, without any shadow of a doubt.
What about Paul Smith? He's an interesting character.
Well, I never saw Paul play much because I was playing cricket myself, working outside of, obviously, outside of this. Oh, hello. Stewards to post. Got a little warning here. All stewards to post. That usually means they will stand them down, hopefully, in a few seconds. But it's just something that they've had a warning for. It maybe sometimes something in the kitchen just sends off one of the alarms, and so then they warn all the stewards to be ready. So if we do have to evacuate, we will have to come off air.
Okay.
So just to warn everybody, if you lose us, it's because we're running like gazelles to get out of here.
Phil and I are going on strike, all right? Just to warn you, we're not going on strike.
We've got a rope thrown down off the third floor, which we've got to scale down. That's our emergency exit route.
Jason Holder is back into the attack from the Birmingham end. Yeah, Paul Smith was
a terrific cricketer. Terrific cricketer.
And then obviously he had that, sort of time of his life where he got himself into a little bit of a tangle, perhaps. Here's Holder approaching the crease. That was a loosener, shall we say?
He was part of a time 30 years ago where Warwickshire had a number of cricketers who were terrific cricketers, probably not quite good enough to get international call-up. So they were able to keep a side together without being pulled apart to do representative cricket. None of them were absolute superstars. Obviously, they had Brian Lara the year of '94.
Yeah.
But as a general rule, they were all, could contribute. Roger Toos, Trevor Penny, Neil Smith, Asif Din, terrific cricketer. And, putting all that combination together, Tim Munton, Dermot Reeve, and it really was, everybody played their part in that team. Keith Piper, wonderful wicket-keeper, never got international recognition, but was probably one of those at the time who...
I played against him.
Did you?
Yeah, back in North London cricket. Here's Holder, as that's left alone by Will Rhodes. Yeah, played against him. Scores on Nelson at the moment, 111 for 2. Rhodes on 37, Bernard on 8. Yeah, he was playing for Tottenham. He played on the same side as Mark Lane.
Oh, right, okay.
Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
So they were a decent outfit, actually.
Yeah, they would be, because Keith was a good batsman, not just a wicket-keeper. He was a very good batsman.
He could play. And then he came through the Haringey Cricket College, which, lasted only a few years, but still produced, it rose out of the ashes of the Broadwater Farm riots in 1985, and there was sort of a lot of money pumped into it, and it was that's cut away. Just going to be one there as they scamper through for a single. Yeah, it was. It not only produced cricketers, but it also gave people skills in cricket, such as they taught people how to be a groundsman, for instance, or, they gave people other skills. But it still produced, Mark Lane and Keith Piper were the two big ones. There's a guy called DJ Foster, Darren Foster, down at Somerset.
Oh, yes, yep.
And Steve Bastian at Glamorgan as well. He came through there. So, fascinating sort of period of life, and then the money ran out, and it sort of all disappeared. Really,
it's a pity they get these initiatives, and it's ultimately it's all down to finance.
Yeah, here's Holder in. Bernard studiously prods forward on the front foot and defends that out into the onside. Just under half an hour before tea.
What we got left in there?
15 overs.
47 overs still remaining in the day. Yeah.
I think because there's got to be 32 in the last session, hasn't there?
Yeah.
So I think we're probably not going to have tea at 3:40, aren't we? I think
unlikely.
We're looking more at 4 o'clock. That's clipped into the mid-wicket region.
Very quiet period of play we're going through here. Warwickshire just after that wicket falling, they were going along nicely.
Yeah.
But Worcestershire just been able to put the brake on them at the moment.
It's been a strange game because we've had periods of inertia, haven't we? Like,
Yes.
you know, last night and this morning
Yep.
where nothing happened, and this is one of those periods. And then, for instance, that first over after lunch where there were like 3 drop catches in the over and an LBW appeal. Oh, that's kept a little low there, I think. I mean, Barnard covered it, but I thought that scooted perhaps. Maybe Holder just rolled his fingers over it and took the pace off the ball. 114 for 2. Rhodes 38, Bernard's on 8. And you're listening to me, Dan Whiting, working for BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, and Phil Britt.
Who's not working for anybody, really.
But you're enjoying yourself.
Yes, I sort of Warwickshire County Cricket Club, I suppose, is the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah, not associated with the radio stations. So yesterday was a very similar day. That stop-start morning session, 120 runs scored in the session, run a minute, just the 1 wicket. Came out to lunch, and the first 40 minutes, I think, were 15 or 16 runs, and it was really Worcestershire lost that initiative. They got it back during the afternoon session and were going along very comfortably, 230 for 2 before losing a clutch of wickets. Matthew Waite starts a new over, and Will Rhodes defends. The left-handed Will Rhodes defends, but just fielded off his own bowling. There's no run.
You sometimes get those sorts of days, don't you? Those sorts of staccato days where, you know, sort of just you have mad half hours and then you have an hour of, you know, us talking about Asif Din and people like that to fill time. So.
I haven't seen Brian to see how his talk with Ashley Giles went at lunchtime. He was interviewing Ashley in the pavilion. Hopefully a lot of people went in the ground, went to see it. This one, Rhodes again plays defensively, this time out into the offside.
Got to be said, I was very impressed with my lunch.
Oh, were you?
Oh, the fish and chips were beautiful.
I have to say that the restaurant here is first class, I think.
Yeah.
It really gives a terrific selection, and it's very well presented. I think I always like the lunches at Trent Bridge, but you know, here I think stands up against any of them. I've got to say that because I have to come in there regularly. Weight bowls driven by Rhodes, nicely timed, but we'll only get a single for it. So then Dominic does the tidying up. And,
I think that's Jones.
Oh, it's
extra.
Jones,
Just got a finger on that.
Yeah,
Took the pace off it, didn't it? I think that could have been 4 runs actually.
There's only about 2 or 3 of the lads in the Worcester side. The reason which I'm saying that everybody's got these cable knit sweaters on, no numbers on the back, so you can't see how they're, which makes every year we have this discussion. What is the point of having a number and then covering it up so that the spectators can't see who the players are?
Yeah, you can spot Joe Leach, can't you?
You can spot Joe Leach. He's not the difficult one to spot, and Jason Holder with his height. This one is tucked away nicely through through a square leg, beautifully timed by Bernard, and away to the boundary. And just break the shackles a little. Takes Warwickshire on to 119 for 2. Takes Barnard into double figures. He goes to 12. And that was beautifully picked up, just a little bit too full onto the legs. And Barnard said, "Thank you very much indeed," and timed it sweetly away through the onside.
Yeah, it's going back to the food. I think you're right. I mean, it's interesting, you know, the variety of foods and the standards of food.
This next one is as Barnard waits and just lets the ball run off the face of the bat down into the second slip region where Holder goes diving down to his right. It was no pace on it and he was able to just stop the ball. It wasn't a chance or anything, but just waiting for ball to come onto bat rather than actually putting bat to ball.
He played it well. He played it late, didn't he? And just sort of took one hand off the bat and let it soft hands. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting sort of how cuisine varies around the country as well.
This one is left outside the off-stump. I always find it a little... I never make any comment really on it because I always feel it incredibly generous that clubs... They have no need to provide lunch for us at all. And I always think it's extremely generous that clubs do provide the press I was going to say the hard-working press. For my colleagues, we'll say the hard-working press, but some more hard-working than others, it has to be said. But we will, to get lunch provided, and very generously so. So anything which anybody does at any club, I feel very grateful for.
Yeah.
That keeps me in favour with everybody around the country. I haven't offended anybody.
No.
At the beginning of the season, you don't want to make any fallout with any...
No, absolutely. Never burn your bridges.
Yeah, exactly.
Holder is coming in, and that's carved away, cut, late, backward of square, and goes away for 4 runs.
Probably got what he deserved, that delivery.
Yeah.
Give some width and just a little bit shorter, and Rhodes over the top of it really quickly and cutting it away.
Ooh, we've had a couple of boundaries, so, we've had that sort of period of when we're in Shakespeare's County, there was much ado about nothing, wasn't there? And we've actually seen a couple of boundaries now. Holder, just nagging away. Rhodes plays it back to him. Rhodes 7 short of a half century.
Really interested to see with Will Rhodes this year, without the pressures of captaincy and having to worry about everybody else. I think his own game suffered. I really do. In the last couple of years, he's done a good job as captain.
Yeah.
Really good job. And obviously has some silverware to go for his efforts, but I think his own game suffered for it.
That's cut. That's going to be 4 as well. Oh,
No.
Brilliant stop. Superb stop on the boundary there. And I have to actually scamper through for 2. That boundary's so short.
Well, it was chased right down to the edge and throwing himself. Fortunately, the hover cover, which is where that ball was aiming for, is back about 4 or 5 yards. Otherwise, had it been a little closer, it might have been life and limb might have been in danger the way he threw himself down.
Is that? It's not the Brumbrella.
No. Brumbrella was much bigger, covered the whole of the ground. The hover cover is just this square and has the sheets which come out and cover the square. Brumbrella covers the ground itself, the whole ground.
I mean, you'd think, you've seen so many counties with games called off today due to a wet outfield, that why aren't clubs covering the whole ground?
Well, if I've got a display on the Brumbrella with photographs and documentation. Problems. It's a terrific concept. The reality of it is, yes, it protects the ground, but it's a great big piece of sheeting.
Hold up. Rhodes.
And it gets an enormous amount of water on it. So you've got to have plenty of places to put the water to.
Yeah.
And also, if you get a leak, and if you imagine, it's very easy on a big piece of whatever material they use for it to catch on something and get damaged, and then the water will pour through that hole and cause huge wet problems. But when it breaks down in halfway out, then what do you do?
Well, Gloucestershire had that in a game against Glamorgan last year, as Holder comes into the crease and Rhodes shoulders arms and lets it go through to the gloves of Gareth Roderick. Yeah, Gloucestershire, the opener against Glamorgan last year was held up because their hover cover broke down and was just marooned in the outfield.
Well, the hover cover is 22 yards long, or just say 30 yards long.
Yeah.
The Brumbrella is the whole width of the pitch and was all the way along the front of the holly stand, and that was where it was housed.
It sort of folded out, didn't it?
It came out and covered the entire ground.
Holder in as Rhodes defends watchfully. That's the end of the over. 125 for 2. Will Rhodes is on 45. Ed Bernard is on 12. And over rate is level at the moment. Worcestershire's attack could possibly do with a little bit of variety, I think. It's all
yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. It looks a bit same as, doesn't it? Perhaps a left armour in there is going to do something.
I mean, I know Smith and Holder are very different types of bowlers, aren't they? I mean, Smith is quick and shorter guy and, bustles in, whereas Holder's sort of the nagging away guy, isn't he? Line and lengths and doesn't bowl much rubbish.
One of the things I think any side coming into Division 1 generally will find that it's a very different League 2 or Division to the second division, because every county has good change bowlers. Different change bowlers, it's almost the depth is there, whereas perhaps with great respect to Division 2 sides, generally you don't have that depth. New over, Wake comes in, bowls, and this one is left by Barnard outside the off stump. It gets a little bit of extra bounce.
I saw as well, I mean, there's 8 points for a draw again this year. It went back, it was 8 2 years ago, went down to 5 and has gone back to 8. And we saw... one side, I mean, Northants, I remember in 2022, would prepare flat decks, go and get 500. The opposition would go and get 500, and they stayed up by virtue of drawing virtually every game.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say too much on that because I remember Warwickshire. This one is left outside the off stump, no shot off it. It goes through a little bit lower to the keeper.
Yeah, that died a little bit.
Yeah. Warwickshire won the title in 2004 with Nick Knight's side, by drawing game after game after game. And I think they won 4 out of the 16 and drew the other 12.
Well,
and some of them were pretty hard to commentate, to be what they're watching or commentating on.
Yeah,
but they won the title.
I commentated on a Warwickshire. I saw a Dominic Sibley century at Cheltenham. I saw one at Bristol that year as well in 2022.
This one is pushed into the offside. He was an attractive, quick-scoring batsman.
I'll take your word for it, Phil. I had to sit through 2 of his hundreds, and a hundred's a 100, and you've got to doff your cap to someone.
Yeah.
But I think I put it more down to a masterclass in concentration.
Yeah. I have to say he did in his time at Edgbaston. I thought he did a terrific job for us. He's in bowls, weight, and again it's played out into the offside because he got a championship medal here with Warwickshire before he went back to Surrey.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a lovely lad. He's supposed to be a really nice lad, and
absolutely. Well, he certainly at the top end of the order. He was a terrific. He was not going to score, and yet he came. When he came to Warwickshire, he was part of the Surrey and Warwickshire's T20 side.
Yeah.
So it's there, and I think that was one of the big things he was looking to do, was try and get back into the white ball game. This one is played into the offside. I'm going to have to make a move because Brian, I think, has got an update coming for one of the local radios. So I'll leave you on that side.
There's Phil Britt there, who leaves us with a score on 125 for 2. Will Rhodes on 45. Ed Bernard is on 12. Waite has got 1 ball left of this over from the pavilion end. It's just bowling line and length, nagging away. Just approaching 3:30. We've got 44 overs left in the day. So there's going to be 12 overs until we have tea. I think we're looking at about 4 o'clock. And I think we're probably looking at a finish here of about 20 to 7 if the light holds. The floodlights are on at the moment. There is blue sky. There's a few wispy clouds floating around. Birmingham poking its skyscrapers above the stand opposite us to have a peek at the action of this West Midlands derby. Pears v Bears. Joe Leach going to come into the attack. 1 for 21 off 8 so far. I'm going to take you round the country as well. Let's have a catch up on scores. There's Leach comes in, and that's just straying onto the pads there of Rhodes, and he tickles that around the country. Right, up at Chester Street, no play up at Durham in the game against Hampshire. Kent are 209 for 7 against Somerset. Down at Canterbury, Lancashire 96 for 2 up at Old Trafford against Surrey. Essex Notts, Essex bowled out for 253. Nottinghamshire 174 for 4. I think Joe Clark, once of the Worcestershire parish, I think he's got a few runs there. He's got a 50. And Jack Haynes as well, there's another one. That's defended there into... Sorry, it's defended straight back down the ground. Derbyshire, Gloucestershire, no play at Derby. Second day washed out. Gloucestershire had their 4 days all washed out last year in the curtain raiser at Bristol against Yorkshire, and now this Derbyshire game must be in danger. Glamorgan at Lords. They've had a good day. Oh, they've had a good couple of days. Leach drops it short, and Bernard is quickly latching onto that one and pulls it fine. Glamorgan 620 for 3. If you put Sam Northeast into your fantasy side and you've made him captain, you are laughing. You are absolutely in clover. He got 335 not out. Aidan abetted, Billy Root 67, Kieran Carlson 77, Colin Ingram 132 not out. Short and punched through the offside. It's going to be a couple. This Kashif pulls that up just short of the rope. But yeah, it's all about Sam Northeast. How do you feel for Zain Ul Hassan, who was out for 5 early on? Middlesex in reply are 28 for none. So Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson there. Northants 277 for 6 in the game against Sussex down at Hove. Down at good old Sussex by the sea. And Leicestershire 277 for 8, doing well against Yorkshire. As Leach comes in and it just strays onto the pads, but Bernard can't get it through the field. Leicestershire won the game at Headingley last year for the first time since 1912, I think it was. So I wonder if they can go and repeat the trick there. Brian, welcome back. Good to have you.
Thank you, Dan. I've just popped back in because the local radio listeners will need an update at half-time in the football, so I had to pop back in, but Phil and Mel will be back with us soon as Leach comes in from the... Sorry, I've invaded your over there, Dan.
That's all right, no problem.
To conclude that over, which is tucked to mid-wicket by Barnard, and there is no run. 132 for 2. Good crowd at Edgbaston, enjoying a gripping afternoon in what is now pleasant sunshine.
Local news in the football. Am I allowed to read this out? Am I? Yeah.
If it's good news, we only like good news, right?
Villa are drawing 0-0 with Brentford. Wolves are 1-0 up against the mighty Hammers.
Coventry.
Coventry are 1-0 up against Leeds. Birmingham are 1-0 down against Leicester.
And Leamington are drawing 0-0 at Telford, which I'm sure will be of enormous interest to all our listeners. As Waite starts another over from the pavilion end, and Rhodes diligently defends. Rhodes batted really well. He's within a boundary of his half-century, which would be a lovely start to the season for Will Rhodes in his first game back in the ranks, having relinquished the captaincy in the winter, and he's batted well done.
He certainly has. He looks solid. Solihull Moors, they've got a big game today, semi-final. One step away from Wembley in the FA Trophy. They're 0-0 away at Bromley.
Well, if Solihull can get to the trophy final, Coventry can get to the FA Cup final. Be a good year for the region, as Rhodes is beaten this time by a good ball from Waite, which just shapes away. And every now and then, this pitch, there is something to encourage the bowlers. It's a good batting wicket. It's by no means a shirt front. It's enough to keep the batsmen honest, as they say.
Hereford are 0-0 away at Scunthorpe United. That had been a league fixture a few years back, wouldn't it? And now a National League North fixture. Tamworth 1-0 up against the might of Warrington Town.
Tamworth are flying at the top, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah.
Waite is in again, and good straight delivery. Comes in a little bit to Rhodes, but he watches it well and pushes it out into the covers. 132 for 2, Rhodes 46. Barnard, who got off the mark with a 6 first ball, is on 18.
And in the big game of the day, Bonnie Rig Rose are 1-0 up against Peterhead.
That'll end up as a draw, I think.
Do you think so? Do you think Bonnie Rig Rose don't like her?
They
They're a bit
fade.
susceptible.
In traditional fashion, Worcestershire, I think, have thrown the ball to the umpire when it's not taking wickets.
Yeah.
He's thrown it back again in little short of contempt. It's now back in the hands of Matthew Waite.
I don't think he even put it through his... What's that thing called?
A bowling thing.
Yeah, the thing. The thingamajig.
Yes.
Yeah. Calipers, I think. Are they calipers?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No.
A frame, a bowling frame, could it be? Yeah. But anyway, it hasn't been operated in, so there's no way we're talking about it because it didn't come into operation. And Worcestershire will want another ball because that one's just been socked all the way to the cover boundary by Will Rhodes, and that's a gorgeous way to reach his half century from 72 balls. A generous ovation from the Warwickshire supporters because Rhodes has kept the ship steady, and he's lost 2 partners along the way, but he's knuckled down. He's played some nice shots as well. 10 fours in his 50 and 72 balls, and Will Rhodes is playing a really good role for his team right there.
Yeah, you've got to be doing something right because this outfield is sluggish, to say the least, isn't it?
It is very sluggish indeed, as this one is wide of his off stump. He's left particularly well, Will Rhodes. It's interesting that 10 fours in a 50 suggests there's been quite a few dot balls, and quite a lot of those will have just been allowed to pass outside his off stump.
I do apologise to any West Brom fans as well. I've left you out. You'll be pleased to know that you'll be boinging because you're 1-0 up at Stoke City.
Defended again by Will Rhodes as Waite concludes his 6th over. None for 19 as Worcestershire continue to press for the breakthrough. I did hear mention down earlier on of Van Burn Holder, who of course has a mighty history for Worcestershire. And I must just mention, actually, perhaps it might be of interest to both supporters of both these counties, of course. Steve Perryman played for both, for Warwickshire mainly, but then a couple of years at Worcestershire, and then of course was bowling coach when Warwickshire won the title in 2004. Steve's written his memoirs, and they're published on Monday actually, and it's a really good read actually. And there's some really nice tales in there, and one of them is about one time when Warwickshire were playing the West Indies greats, and Van Burn Holder had been left out of the test team because they had so many fine fast bowlers, but they played a tour match at Edgbaston, and his dander was up Van Burn. I just see this ball out as Leach bowls and Barnard defends, and Van Burn, of course, I think was renowned for being slightly less quick than the likes of Roberts and Colin Croft, but that
Still
day
sharp enough,
he was sharp enough, and Steve Perryman said he was in at number 11, and Bob Willis had gone in before him, and Van Burn gave Bob Willis the most rigorous going over with short stuff, and it's a really entertaining sort of window into how tour matches really used to be intense and entertaining.
Yeah. Sorry, it's Leach. Second ball of the over. Defended by Bernard. We were talking about, I mean, there's a number of players I was talking with Phil there about all the players who played for both clubs. Ed Bernard batting being one of them. Moeen Ali.
Yeah, there has been quite a few. Just finally on Steve Perryman's book, by the way, it is out on Monday. It's Pitch Publishing that have published it. It's called A Cricket Man, because when Steve was given a primary school topic to write on what he wanted to be as when he grew up, he said, I want to be a cricket man. And so it proved. But there's some lovely tales in there, mainly Warwickshire based, of course, but also about coaching and the skills and the disciplines involved in that. So it's a good read.
Yeah.
So please do have a look and get hold of a copy of that. A Cricket Man, published by Pitch Publishing.
Yeah. And I'll just fiddling that one backwards square for no run. I mean, another guy who's here whose book is a wonderful read, Paul Smith, isn't it? I mean, that's a sad read. Just bowling line and length. We had a no ball in this game yet. I haven't seen one all day.
Can't recall one, I have to say.
No.
Yes, Paul Smith, a very, very talented all-rounder, wasn't he? And
he was quick.
He was very quick on his day, and another of those that you think, well, England might have taken a look at various points.
Yeah.
I think he did quite enjoyed T20, Paul Smith.
Yeah, he ended up in Compton in LA, which is not part of the world you want to end up in without a roof over your head. As they scamper through for one, that completes the over. So we've got 9 left till tea. So I think we're looking at possibly a 4 o'clock tea, aren't we? Something like that.
Somewhere around there or just after.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the Worcestershire bowled. Oh, they bowled 6 no balls. So that's 3, isn't it? Because you get 2 for a no ball on the county championship.
Yeah.
So that's 3 no balls they bowled. And, sorry, Warwickshire bowled. Worcestershire have bowled 2. Good to see I'm concentrating. There's Leach around the wicket. Oh, that's well bowled. Changes the angle. And that is the over now, finally. Bit premature there.
I think Will Rhodes affected to take the bat away, but I think he was beaten there. That was a cracking delivery
Yeah.
from. And again, the ball is now 38 overs old, but Joe Leach can still get it to do that. So there's enough in it to encourage the bowlers if they really do put it in the right spot and bend the back. And Worcestershire have got some skillful bowlers here, so Warwickshire continue to need to concentrate, because as Worcestershire discovered yesterday, a little clump of wickets and the momentum can change very quickly.
Yeah, certainly can. I'm going to come up with a theory here that when you have so much rain, does it actually turn it full circle and then work in favour of the batting side, because the decks become so slow? I'll come on to it after this ball. Oh.
Yeah, yet again another pull out in delivery stride. I'm sure that's right.
Because the pitch has become so slow,
yeah.
You've got so much time to adjust as a batter that, you know, does it then become sort of the ball doesn't nip around as quickly enough, you know?
Yeah. Well, there's definitely been some. It's a slow track, isn't it? There's the occasional one that bounces, but many. I think if you drop short, you're going to get punished mostly on this track, as weight is in again. And this is wide and stroked through the covers for a handsome 4 by Ed Barnard, who has batted beautifully since he joined Warwickshire from Worcestershire at the start of last season. He came in and has done very well with bat and ball. The move has worked very well for Ed Barnard, and I think it says a lot that he's at number 4 in the order today, because I think probably Warwickshire were looking at him as a 6 or 7, but he's batted certainly well enough to step up to the number 4 shoes, vacated for this game by Sam Hain.
I'm going to also come out with another theory as well in a minute, after this ball. I'm not full of conspiracy theories, Brian, I promise you. Do you think that Worcestershire's 360 is possibly overinflated somewhat due to the short boundary out there on the sort of left-hand side towards the, what is that, the executive boxes over there?
Yeah, over the family stand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, the same applies for Warwickshire. So.
Yeah. But do you think that 360 is really a 250 job?
Yeah, it's not as imposing as 360 might be.
Yeah.
I think, especially having been 235 for 2, they'll be wanted 400 plus. I think if you get 400 plus, not many teams lose again from that position, as White angles one across Rhodes, and for the Dillian at the time today, he lets it pass.
Yeah, because Warwickshire are rattling along here at nearly 4 and over.
Yeah, they have punished the bad ball well, haven't they? There is a positive mindset to the Warwickshire top order. And Robbie Yates, who's often the anchor roller, he batted quite briskly, didn't he? 26 off 39. As Waite is in again, and this is on off stump, and Rhodes diligently defends back to the bowler.
And Yates can be a more traditional player, perhaps, as opposed to a modern day opener who biffs it.
I think he is. He's got all the hallmarks of a traditional sort of, not much more than a crease occupier, but he can play very long innings.
Yeah.
What he did also do last year and the season before is show that he can strike the ball very nicely as well in the shorter formats. Robbie Yates he's got a lot to his game. Here comes Waite again, and this one just nips away from Rhodes. He watches it well and just jabs it down into the pitch in front of him, but gives a nod of approval to the bowler there, because that was a good delivery. We've got 8 overs and a ball to go before tea, and Warwickshire would love still to be 2 down then. If they can go into tea 160, 170 for 2, that's a decent foundation. Here comes Waite, and again on off stump, a good accurate over that from Matthew Waite, and Rhodes defends. He has 50, Barnard has 24, and these two so far have added 40.
Floodlights still on? I think once they go on, they can't go off, can they?
Is that the way it is? I was wondering.
Yeah, because I mean we're in bright sunshine here. There's no issue with the light at all. And I believe once they go on, they've got to stay on for the rest of that innings. Either that or someone's got shares in the local electricity company here, perhaps. I don't know, but...
A little conclave again amongst the fielding side, Oliveira and Leach, trying to sort out some fielding positions. I think they're going to go a little bit more defensive, down to a single slip.
Is Leach bustling in? He does bustle, doesn't he?
He does.
There are, people with the, Michael Holding, the Rolls-Royce approach, and Joe Leach is not one of those, but what a wonderful, wonderful servant he's been to all at Worcestershire. Here he comes again, past Martin Saggers. That's defended into the covers. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. Punched off the back foot, through the covers. That's going to go away for 4. Pure timing.
Yes, that was spotted early by Ed Barnard. It was a little bit short, and as we have been mentioning, if it is short on this pitch, then it gives you a little bit of time to pick your spot, and that's what Barnard did there. Barnard's punished anything loose really well against his former team. And more of the same.
Yeah.
Rocks back and slaps the successive boundaries through the offside field. Fine shot from Barnard, and Leach just giving him a little bit of width outside off stump, and that raises the 150 for the home side. From 39 overs, 150 for 2.
Warwickshire in a very strong position here. I was just looking there. Cricketers. 2 cricketers with the same name. Worcestershire have obviously had a Darryl Mitchell. Warwickshire here, you've had a Ryan Sidebottom.
That's right, yeah.
I can't believe there's 2 Ryan
I know.
Sidebottom. I mean, that is just really unusual, isn't it? Here's Leach. Just tickled around the corner for one, down to long leg. And they'll rotate the strike. There's an OA Shah up at Lancashire, I believe, or he was up there. I don't know if he's been released or if he's still there.
Yeah, Ryan Sidebottom was an interesting signing by Warwickshire. They picked him up from Australian grade cricket, and he bowled some really good spells. Had a few injury problems. Lovely guy. But the seam department is quite competitive, so he was released.
Leach just pushing that one down the leg side. Completes the over. 1-5-1 for 2.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries off that over, and that last ball looked a little bit tired from Leach, didn't it? Well down the leg side, so I think his work for this spell might be done.
Yeah, he needs to. Not far away from being able to put his feet up and someone putting a cuppa in his hand.
And thank you for bringing the coffee earlier on. I couldn't thank you because I was trying to pretend to concentrate on the cricket, but very welcome. I have to say that was.
I am the Barnet barista.
Much appreciated. I think they are going to come to us for a live update fairly soon, so if I break off to do that, listeners, please forgive the break in the flow. As Adam Finch returns to the attack, he's already got 1 wicket. He removed Alex Davis for 36, and now he's back in the attack from the pavilion end, and Barnard watches this one all the way onto the bat. Very late cut into the offside field, but there's no force in it and there's no run. But Barnard looks a very well organised player.
Yeah.
Joined Warwickshire to try and, with all the due respect to Worcestershire, just to try and get First Division cricket. Of course, Worcestershire then trumped him by following up to the First Division, which is wonderful of them. Here comes Finch. That's short and cut for 4. That's a poor delivery, and Ed Barnard slaps it away to backward point. The short boundary over there, and that took about 2 seconds for the ball to reach it. A very fine piece of timing. Brings up the half-century stand. 53 added by Rhodes and Barnard in 78 balls. I am about to update listeners to local radio. And Rob, Warwickshire are building quite nicely in reply to Worcestershire's 360 all out. They're 156 for 2. They've lost Rob Yates for 26 and Alex Davis for 36. But Will Rhodes and Ed Barnard have just raised a half-century partnership. Rhodes, in his first match since stepping down as captain, is unbeaten on 50. Ed Barnard on 38. 156 for 2. That's the latest.
Yeah. Nearly a run out there whilst you were on air. No, took a suicidal single. And a shy would have left Will Rhodes 10 yards short, perhaps. But
well, Finch is unlucky this time. Was that a drop?
Yeah.
I think it was, yeah. It was a cut over the slips, and the first slip fielder got his fingertips to it. It was a deliberate uppercut by Will Rhodes, but he didn't get it anything like high enough. And I think, having got his hands to the ball, Adam Hose might feel he should have clung on to that. He didn't. Rhodes gets a reprieve, moves to 53, 159 for 2.
it's one of those periods in this game where, like the first over after lunch, where it all happens, and then you have periods of inertia, and it's sort of, I think I used the phrase staccato earlier. It's stop-start, isn't it? And it's a funny old game. It's a strange game.
In comes Finch again, and this is defended by Ed Barnard.
I think Warwickshire are probably just slightly moving into the lead in this game now.
Yeah.
I know they're still 200 short of Worcestershire's total, but I mean, you want a bat on this surface, wouldn't you? You'd want to just bat and bat and bat, and I can see Warwickshire trying to. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Finch concludes his over with a short ball outside off stump, which Barnard aims a waft at to try and fetch it from the offside, but misses by some distance. 159 for 2, Rhodes 53, Barnard 38.
I think their plan will be to try and bat possibly up until the close of play tomorrow, or give Worcestershire maybe a tricky half an hour at the end, and if they can get a lead of 150, maybe if they can get sort of something with a beginning with a 5, they'll be quite pleased with that and leave Worcestershire a tricky fourth day.
Yes, that would bring a bit of scoreboard pressure. We'll see if the ball turns a bit later on. We're now going to see whether it turns a bit on the second day, because Brett D'Oliveira is coming into the attack from the Birmingham end.
The way he marks his run out up, I noticed this last year when I covered a game that he was playing in, and he does little pigeon steps. It's a but fantastic. He's a good cricketer from a wonderful dynasty. A dynasty of D'Oliveiras. He's a leg spinner, isn't he, I think, D'Oliveira?
Yes, I thought so. He made his championship debut in this fixture at Edgbaston. I thought that vaguely rang a bell.
Here he comes, and that's dismissed with contempt by Rhodes, who walks down the track and pumps in between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Yes, 2012, Brett D'Oliveira's championship debut. August of that year, Worcestershire lost by 7 wickets, despite, I do remember this now, both Warwickshire openers getting out for ducks in the first innings, and Worcestershire were right on top, but then were skittled by Jitan Patel and Keith Barker. But Brett D'Oliveira, who's just been sent to mid-wicket there by Rhodes. Sorry to interrupt your over again there. But then Warwickshire moved on to 263 for 3 and won comfortably ended. But I do remember D'Oliveira, he didn't bat for long, but he batted really well. And all of a sudden we thought, yes, here's another member of the dynasty.
It's crunched out to the mid-wicket for 1.
Talented cricketer.
Yeah. Mentioned the name Keith Barker there. I mean, obviously he had some wonderful years here, but he's been a star at Hampshire as well, wasn't he? He's 37 now, still going strong. Yeah,
he's really, really good cricketer, Keith. And
he's a big unit, isn't he? When you see him up close, you think, wow. That's swept. Fine, it's going to be 4 runs. That's clever cricket.
Yes, Ed Barnard has taken the initiative quite nicely here. 42 from 54 balls. He's playing a really good innings, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. And Warwickshire are playing this well. Just 5 and a bit overs to go before tea.
I'm wondering if D'Oliveira's on at the right end, you know, because I think with that short leg side boundary there, you have to protect it.
Yeah.
And you can't have, you know, 6 men around that fence, because it could go over long on, deep mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket, square, or as we saw there, backward of square. Oh, and that's cut. And that's going to be 4 runs, but that was a chance. It flew quickly, but sometimes you've got to take those opportunities.
Yeah, it would have been a really blinding catch, but I guess that's what slip's there for, isn't it? It was catchable height, and Adam Hose, I think, really just dived out of the way of it. Frustrating for the skipper. He's gone for 13 in his first 5 balls.
I think that was the other one. It sort of looked like it was bowled with a different action. You wonder if that's his googly. But that's a dot ball. 172 for 2. And is that going to be tea?
I think tea will be 32 overs left, won't it?
I thought
is that still the rule?
Yes, 32, or is it? Or maybe it's 10 past 4.
Well, we're a minute past 4 now, and on they go.
Must be 10 past 4. It's strange, isn't it, how you forget all these little nuances and idiosyncrasies of the county game, which becomes so familiar.
Indeed, I'll just describe Finch's being helped to fine leg for 4 by Wilf Rhodes, taking him to 62 and the total to 176 for 2, and I'll make way for Mel.
Yeah, that's a pleasant shot there. Good timing. And Melinda Farrell is going to come and join us.
Yeah, runs just becoming much easier now for Warwickshire. Getting a wicket early in this session, but it's been all Warwickshire since. In comes Finch. That ball whistles past at a reasonable pace, but left well alone by Rhodes, who, along with Barnard, has just been finding all sorts of areas to score. Been really impressed by Barnard's just use of all parts of the ground, really. And for someone like Rhodes, he has given up the captaincy to concentrate on his batting, and he's certainly made a fine fist of his first opportunity as he looks to improve on that. Finch is in, and that has just turned very fine, but there is a fielder at fine leg, so they'll just stroll through for a single in the end.
Yeah, he looks in good touch, Rhodes. And Barnard does as well.
Yeah, Barnard just really impressive all round in this game. He's been good with the ball. He has certainly found a lot of different parts of the ground to score in. And we saw Brett D'Oliveira try some funky fields, and it worked with 2 short mid-wickets.
That was a
early.
Wonderful piece of commentary, Mel. You called it. As Del Boy would have said on Only Fools and Horses, you're a physic. Not a psychic, a physic.
Oh, I don't know. I'm probably more of a physic than a psychic, that's for sure. Barnard on strike, and that ball sits up for him. He turns it round the corner, but again, there is a fine leg in the deep. So I'll just get the single. Takes Warwickshire on to 178 for 2. So they are travelling very nicely. It must be said, so were Worcestershire when they were batting. They were 2 for 180. Remember, so I got to 3 for 235 before they had a mini collapse. So things can change quickly. Finch is in. That ball's just sent back to the left of the fielder rather, who cleans it up.
Yeah,
Rhodes on strike.
I think, you know, D'Oliveira really needs to try and stem the tide here, stem the flow of runs, because, you know, it's inflation, isn't it?
Well, we saw this when Warwickshire were in the field, certain periods where you were just wondering where the next wicket was going to come from. Yeah. Rhodes on strike, in comes Finch. He just tucks it off his hip down to deep square leg. So they'll get another single. Singles are easy to come by at the moment. And that is the end of Finch's over, 179 for 2, with Rhodes on 64 and Barnard closing in on his half century. He's 47 off just 57 deliveries. As we see,
I think the D'Oliveira experiment might be over.
I had him up on the scoreboard, but it's Nathan Smith, the New Zealander, who's now going to come back into the attack. He has bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 27. A lot of very positive talk around Nathan Smith already. People impressed by what they've seen in the build-up to this, here for the whole season.
Yeah, I think he's got... I think when the wickets quicken up, he could have that X factor that Worcestershire have been looking for.
Yeah, the problem was earlier, bowling from the end he's bowling at now. He was angling the ball across, and they had the slips in, but there just wasn't very much movement, and he was actually bowling from the other end. He was bowling from this end, the members' end, going across the batter, a left-hander. The slips were in, but any time he went over pitched at all, it was an easy drive through mid-wicket. 2 short mid-wickets in as he bowls his first ball, and it's a tumbling take by Roderick. So they've got those 2 short mid-wickets in, almost holding hands as they did earlier.
Are you calling it, man?
Go on. You know, I can say whatever I want, and you just don't know. But this is a sign, isn't it, that they are searching, just trying to work it out. So he's only got 1 slip in, sort of a second slip, really.
Yeah, it's Smith approaching the crease. That was sharp. But yeah, I think, you know, when it goes flat like this, you've got to try different things, and you've got to try and get the ball changed. You've got to try and, you know, have the odd funky field. You've got to just make something happen.
When they had the 2 short mid-wickets in before, the ball that got the wicket, now they're on the I guess the long boundary side. They were on the other side before.
Smith in that. What's that gone? It's gone to Jason Holder.
Well, wouldn't you know it?
He's tried to ramp it. Rhodes has tried to ramp it, and he's ramped it straight into the hands of the 6'7" Jason Holder.
Well, as I said, it was a short ball with those 2 short mid-wickets in that did the job last time. This time it does the job, but in a very different manner, as he just dangled his bat out, looking to ramp, and I think Jason Holder couldn't quite believe it when the ball came to him.
He took it really coolly. I mean, it flew, but you don't try and get one over the biggest guy on the pitch, do you?
Well, it didn't even come close to going over him. But there you go. Maybe the 2 mid-wickets were the distraction. He just really poked at it in the air. He was as cool as you like, Jason Holder, in taking that. I tell you what, keep 2 short mid-wickets in at any time, because that is the second time in this session that the plans worked with a short ball with those 2 fielders in, even if it was a different shot. Last time it was going for the pull shot, miscuing. This time it's basically just, well, like giving a nice easy edge for Jason Holder.
You're listening to the psychic Melinda Farrell here.
Not even remotely.
Who needs Ben Stokes when you've got Doris
Nah.
Stokes?
Not Doris Stokes. I'll tell you what, I would definitely defer to Ben Stokes on any occasion. Ben Stokes type fielding manoeuvre, you would say, with those funky fields. I'll be interested to see what we have here. We've now got 2 slips in, so just the one short mid wicket still in there. I think that's Brett D'Oliveira by the faded cap and the diminutive stature.
Yeah. Then Mosley is in. And it is Mosley, it's not Muesli.
No, it's
That's what you have for
Mosley.
breakfast, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not Mousley, even though his nickname's Danger Mouse,
Right.
which I love as a nickname.
Oh, is he ready? No, he wasn't ready. Smith was approaching the wicket and he was looking down at his feet there. Mosley, and there's a place called Mosley around here, isn't
It's very close. It's just up the road from here. Very nice little suburb.
it? Is it?
Yeah, I say suburb. It's a village, isn't it? I have to say
Is it?
village.
Yeah.
Yes, Mosley Village. Lovely little high street. Some very nice pubs and restaurants there. A really lovely village, I would say, around close to Edgbaston.
Here's Smith in. And that's Smith off the mark in first class cricket in the UK as well. First wicket.
Yeah, his first wicket over here for Worcestershire. They'll be hoping there's plenty more to come from him.
I think there will be. I like the look of him.
I do love me talking about Mosley and where it is. I sound like a proper local. This is good. My adopted
You're
home.
now a pom.
No, I don't. I never use that word. I don't like it.
Do you not?
Nah.
Here's Smith. In, and Mosley just gets up on his toes and defends it out square onto the offside.
Maybe that just might jolt things up a little bit. We did say it's in a way similar to the position Warwickshire found themselves in when they had the ball in hand on day one, where things were just looking a little bit too cruisy for the batting side.
That's short from Smith again. Whistles past the chin of Mosley. And is that going to be tea? Is that going to be tea? No.
Maybe got a few too many overs remaining. Well, look, for Will Rhodes, it was a good innings. I spoke before about him giving up the captaincy to try and make an impression in the red ball, work on his batting in the final year at the moment of his contract and get himself into a blast side perhaps. And his 64 came off 92 balls and it was a good innings to watch. So that is a fine start for him.
I think he'll be disappointed.
He will.
Because I think he had 100 there for the taking.
Yeah.
I think he'll be really annoyed with himself.
I was starting glass half full as Adam Finch comes in over the wicket and it's full and it's just pressed in to the offside by Barnard. And excited to watch more of Dan Mosley as well because there's a lot of excitement around him. He's had a eventful winter going off and playing some white ball cricket around the world. That there are a few people who'd like to buy shares in Dan Mosley. As Finch turns at the top of his mark, gets into his run-up, it's into Barnard, who clips that one fine, turns it around the corner, and it's just picked up by a fine leg down in the deep.
Where's Sam Hain in this game? What is he not about?
Personal reasons.
Oh, okay.
Is why he's not playing in this match. So, yeah, it was a bit of a surprising, but he's been given a bit of time just for those personal reasons, so not disclosed. Obviously, that's a big loss, but a good opportunity to have a look at some other players as well. It's a long old season.
Well, that gives an opportunity to somebody else, doesn't it? You know, a Bethel or a Mosley or...
Mosley on strike now, and it's a strong step forward and a push for the first time he faces Finch, I think.
Bethel's a pretty player.
You haven't seen a lot of Bethel, I have
Yeah,
to say.
he's a good to watch. He's an elegant player, you know. He's I've always liked those. You know, always a massive David Gower fan who was one of those sorts of players. Or Mark Waugh was one of those sorts of players. I think Damien Martin was one of those sorts of players.
Over the wicket comes Finch, and it's driven straight back to the bowler, who stops it partially. It rolls a little bit further, but no run. Why is it that people think left-handers are particularly elegant?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's the angle. It's the angle. Maybe I don't know, but yeah. I mean, Mark Waugh and Damien Martin were both right-handed, weren't they?
But David Gower's the first one you went to.
Moeen Ali is another one. He's got a lovely cover drive on him, isn't he? He's good to watch in full flow.
Something always seems to come up as Mousley waits. In comes Finch, and that one just got on him a bit quickly. Manages to just nudge it off the hip. There was a bit of a shy at the non-striker's end. Nothing really in it. He won't get a run is the end result.
Bethel's a left-hander as well.
See?
Yeah,
See?
there you go.
I'm right left-handed, but I do everything else right-handed.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. So I must be inelegant.
Yeah.
But still have a touch of elegance.
I noticed Jack Leach, although he bowls with his left arm, throws in with his right.
As Finch is in, again this ball nudged off the hip. This time they will get a single as the ball rolls down to fine leg. Wind still blowing off hats. D'Oliveira's lost his again. Goes and picks it up. Yeah, well, there are a few of those, isn't there? Just Josh Hazelwood, he bowls right arm, and bats left-handed.
Left-handed, yeah. Well, you get a lot of people who are left-handers naturally, but play golf right-handed because there just aren't that many sort of left-handed clubs, or you know, if you borrow somebody's clubs.
Well, you get someone like Smriti Mandana, who is naturally right-handed and taught herself to bat left-handed, and is one of the most elegant players in the women's game. So, yeah, the best time to get me is if we're playing pool, and we're in a pub somewhere and we're in a pool, and I've had a couple of pints. I think I'm great either left or right-handed.
Here's Smith. That's just pushed across. Mosley, who lets it go into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. 181 for 3. I've been saying we're on the brink of tea for about 40 minutes, and I think we're probably 2 overs away now. Well, we're definitely two overs, but
well, we've still got 33.5 overs remaining.
Yeah, so I think 32 will be the cut-off. Is Smith running in hard.
Wouldn't they? They'd dearly love to eke out another wicket.
Yeah.
Worcestershire at this point, just before tea. They'd be feeling well on top of things.
Smith just following through there and probably giving young Master Mosley an appraisal of his technique.
Been a lot of throughout this innings, a lot of little bowling conferences involving Basil. I just gone for D'Oliveira.
Short, swayed by Mosley,
and you can see there's all the thought processes going into just where do we get these wickets from. And it's that sort of game where you've got to really think.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to happen naturally. You're going to have to work out a plan and try and work to it rather than it just being, right, okay, ball's doing it for us. There's wickets in this. Bowler, off you go.
You've hit the nail on the head. I think, you know, as skipper on these very flat, so slow surfaces, you've got to think outside the box. You've got to be innovative. And as we saw earlier, the 2 wickets, I think we saw yesterday a very short, straight mid-on, you know, standing by the non-striker. That goes through left alone. 2 left in the over. Umpires today, Martin Saggers Graham Lloyd, the man known as Junior Bumble. And the
He's
match-
known as what?
Junior Bumble.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, this is news to me. Is that because he's got a similar accent?
He's David Lloyd's son.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, I've totally missed that then.
Yeah.
The things you learn.
Again, let through. And the match referee's Peter Such.
Oh, there you go. I suppose he does have an accent, though. My point still stands.
Yeah.
And it's a great accent as well. One of my
Accrington.
favourites. Accrington Stanley, isn't it? There was a famous milk advert?
There was a famous milk
So this is well before my time over here, but I've seen a clip of that, and people have told me that was the only reason they knew of Accrington Stanley.
Yeah.
Because you had to drink your milk.
You did otherwise. That's just gone through there.
Otherwise, your mum said you'd only ever be able to play for Accrington Stanley. Is that
Exactly.
right?
No, Ian Rush said.
Oh.
Ian Rush said it was two Scouse kids in the 80s who, and if they don't drink their milk, they'll only be good enough to play for Accrington Stanley. And it was, who are they? And they went, exactly.
There you go. I got a cultural reference, and I'm very, very proud of myself. I'm sure there's not too many people who grew up in Australia who'd be able to reference
great
that.
knowledge.
Hey?
Great knowledge.
I do my best. I learn what I can. I'm interested that the lights have stayed on all afternoon. It's really quite sunny, and they've kept the lights on for some reason. Finch, it is continuing from the members' end. It's Barnard on strike. It's full, and has he got anything on that? He had a swipe across the line, went through to the keeper, but despite the shouts, the umpire says no.
That's a great take from Roderick, whatever. He's getting a hand slap from first slip just for the take. He saved his side 4 runs there.
Well, that ball, I think, moved a bit in the air. It was almost, I thought, was taken on the full, or struck on the full, but umpire deciding no, there wasn't anything in it. But yes, excellent work from the keeper, Roderick. So it all starts again with Barnard waiting. Finch is in over the wicket, and it's just tucked around. This time gets past the keeper, despite his diving efforts. And that time it's going to go all the way to the rope. And that brings up a half century for Barnard. 52 of just 61. He shakes hand with his partner, Mosley, out there in the middle. And he has done a fine job. The second half century coming up for Warwickshire. And they will undoubtedly be hoping that he does go on with it. He was out there with Rhodes for a long time. He's made scoring look relatively easy. Almost as easy as it has all match. And he waits again, bat high as Finch is in, and he follows up his 50 with an absolute textbook, hang it in the Louvre cover drive. I mean, that was superb. What a way to say, yeah, I've got my 50. Guess what? I haven't finished yet.
Gorgeous, wasn't it? Absolutely. Just one of those things of wonder. Graham Lloyd, I've forgotten he played 6 one-day internationals for England. Never quite performed, but he's a very good cricketer, part of our Lancashire side that was so successful.
Barnard, again, Finch is in. This time, it just squirts off the outer part of the bat, just backward of point. They won't get a run there.
It's the second sort of era of Lancashire. You know, they were very successful in one-day cricket in the 70s, where his father was part of that side, and then Graham Lloyd was part of the side of the mid-90s. You know, people like Glenn Chappell and...
It's definitely before my time in cricket over
Show
here.
my age here, Mel.
No, not at all. No, it's just before I came over here. It's only been the last sort of 10 years. So is Barnard on strike again, and he just plays a nice solid defensive stroke to the offside of Finch. He's got one more delivery left in his over, and will this be tea? It could well be, because we've got 32.1 overs remaining. Let's see if Dan Whiting is physic about when tea is about to be taken.
Yeah, I reckon it's in one ball. That's my prediction.
All right.
That's my mystic Dan.
Is this the last one? We'll find out as Finch is in, bowling over the wicket to Barnard, who lets the ball go past and then cheekily plays not what would have been a nice little cut shot, but he had no intention of doing it. And that, by the looks of things, is going to be tea. Yes, it is. We have confirmation.
Yep. So, it's been a fascinating afternoon. I mean, it started with a bang, didn't it, with that Jason Holder over, which had drama in every delivery, more or less. But Warwickshire will be happy with their afternoon's work, although they've lost. Well, they lost Will Rhodes, and they lost
Alex Davies
and
as
Rob
well.
Yates as well. They were none down at lunch, weren't they? So
yeah, they've managed to make inroads, Worcestershire. So they'll be. I think both sides will feel like they've got something out of that session. As it stands, it's 189 for 3. Mosley on 1. Barnard on 56, having just brought up his half century at the end of that session. But wickets to fall. Rob Yates on 26. He was bowled, clean bowled by Leach, sent the stumps cartwheeling. Alex Davies, the captain, he made 36 before he was caught. Jones bowled Finch. The first time that the two short fielders at mid-wicket combined in there to get a wicket. And then we had Will Rhodes, the same fielders put in the positions, but it was Nick to Holder in the slips that saw the end of him after scoring a half century. He departed for 64. So there we have it, with one session remaining on day 2 in response to Worcestershire's 360. Warwickshire 189 for 3, and we'll be back with the last session in about 15 or so minutes.
Welcome back as the players make their way out the middle. Warwickshire about to resume on 189 for 3. You're listening to Melinda Farrell's going to take us away, and Brian Halford's going to step into my shoes. I was just doing the MC work, the encore. And I'll love you and leave you. That was brief.
Oh, that was very well done, Dan Whiting. It's Mosley and Barnard who are going to now cross the rope and make their way out to the middle. Barnard just walking sedately. Mosley having a bit more of a skip and a stretch as he heads out there, looking the more keen of the two. He's going to be on strike. First up, 189 for 3 it is. 32 overs remaining in the day. It's still a lot of blue sky around, but the lights have been on all afternoon and they remain on at the moment. A lot of the ground is in shadow at the moment with clouds none threatening. We've been very blessed in these first 2 days with a lot of rain around the country, but here at Edgbaston, of course it's beautiful weather. Why would it be anything else in Birmingham, my adopted home? I only pick the best places to live. I'm just waiting for my colleague Brian to come in now. Mosley's just walking away and coming back to set himself up. Nathan Smith, the Kiwi, he's bowled 10 overs today, 1 for 24. A New Zealander, he runs in over the wicket to Mosley. He just defends that one out towards mid-off. So a dot ball to start off with, and good afternoon, Brian.
Hiya, Mel. Well, we've had 2 cracking sessions, haven't we? Event filled.
Well, certainly have. We've had periods where there's an awful lot happening, and then periods where it seems like nothing's going to happen. But Smith it is again. It's pushed to the offside. It's pushed past the fielders. It may well go all the way to the boundary rope. Chasing Joe Leach can do nothing to stop that. And that is first boundary there for Mosley, who moves on to 5. Takes the score to 193 for 3. Just really pushed at that ball, but got the timing right.
Dan Mosley is a batsman who likes to be aggressive. He likes to assert himself early on, and a productive hour here for Warwickshire could be very dangerous for Worcestershire. Barnard and Mosley both like to get on with it. It's a big session.
I'm going to plug that gap at mid-off. Short mid-off is in, and that's exactly where this next ball, which had a nice bounce about it, goes straight towards that position. So no run. They've got 2 slips in for Mosley. Smith has bowled at the Birmingham end quite a lot, and with Mosley in there, another left-hander, he's angling the ball across the batter. So those 2 slips in there. Holder's already pouched a catch at the slips not long before the break. Mosley waits. In comes Smith, and this time the ball's just pushed up to Joe Leach at mid-off.
Yes, if Warwickshire are going to get a really significant lead, they need somebody to go big, don't they? Yates, Davis and Rhodes all set down roots to some degree. Barnard has done the same. But if Worcestershire just keep nipping out wickets, then I think it could end up about par. Warwickshire just needs somebody to go all the way, get 3 figures and provide the innings for other people to bat around.
Mosley, this is a lifter, and it was really well directed as well. All he could do was get his elbow up and fend it off to the leg side. That was a testing bouncer there from Smith, getting some life out of this pitch.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? Because it is a slow pitch and quite a lot of balls don't do very much at all. But every now and then you just get one, don't you? Like that, which had there been a short leg in, that would have been the end of Dan Mosley. But
short leg would definitely have been in the game there. Kashif Ali said that. Of course, the Centurion on day one, magnificent innings, said you had to keep concentrating on this pitch. Mosley again waits, and this time the ball absolutely shoots through, angled across, stays low. So that's an interesting one. That finishes off the over. 193 for 3. Mosley 5. Barnard 56. He is the one that Warwickshire will be hoping can build on an excellent start. Good partnership with Rhodes before Rhodes got out before tea.
Yes, Ed Barnard is the player that's really threatened to take the game away from his old team here. Yates 26, Davis 36, both played solid innings without building them too far. Will Rhodes 64 was a quite a classy effort, and he got out quite carelessly. He'll be grumpy about that, but it's Ed Barnard that has really taken the initiative. 56 with 10 fours and a 6. That 6 came off his very first ball, and he is now ready to face Matthew Waite, who begins with a good straight delivery, which is met by a broad forward defensive bat. But Ed Barnard's looked in very good nick, hasn't he?
He's looked good all round. He took an absolutely stonking catch as well in the covers yesterday. One-handed, twisting and leaping and taking it. He took it with his right hand as he turned towards his left over his head. It was absolutely superb catch. So he's made contributions in every facet of the game. A good all-round effort by Barnard so far. It's not over yet.
Indeed, he bowled very well. He's got himself a single here as he tucks this ball up to deep mid-wicket. 2 men back for Worcestershire just to protect that leg side boundary. Barnard moves to 57, Mosley to 5. These two young batsmen filling the hole left by Sam Hain, who's missing here for this game through personal reasons. So Warwickshire looking to their younger guns. Barnard, of course, reasonably experienced, but Mosley and then Jacob Bethel to come next, and then Michael Burgess, Danny Briggs. There is a fair bit of, it's a good solid middle order that Warwickshire have got in this game. Here comes Waite, and this is hammered through backward point for 4 by Dan Mosley. A short wide delivery, not the greatest delivery from Waite, and it got full punishment from Mosley, who moves to 9.
Mosley, naturally aggressive, a good white ball player as well. That ball's gone all the way to the rolled up covers in front of the Holly stand, so it's a fair way to go to fetch it. But it's kind of maybe a nice thing for Barnard to have Mosley come out at this time, because he's going to be aggressive and take on the scoring options. Often you find that the set batter is the one who wants to take control of everything, but he doesn't have to do that with Mosley.
Absolutely. If the ball is there to be hit, Mosley will go for it. This time it's not there to be hit. It's a good delivery from Waite, which Mosley forward defends into the covers. Yes, these two both are unlikely to resist a scoring opportunity. So if they're together for any length of time, the scoreboard will advance quite quickly, and the entertainment will be quite high for the Warwickshire fans, at least. The Worcestershire fans would quite like to see some wickets, of course. Here comes Waite in pleasant late afternoon sunshine, and yet again the wind disconcerts the bowler as he reached his delivery stride and pulls out.
I think it's not just the wind either. So we've spoken a bit about the new drainage system here at Warwickshire, and as you look around, it's quite obvious up at the members' end, the tram lines there where there's no grass, but they also exist.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Now you mention it, that's a good call.
Yeah, so that.
Sorry, this is a wide one from Waite
Yeah.
side off stump.
So basically, where the pitch is, it's basically like the tram lines just extend. So there's a track that extends from the pitch on both sides. So basically, it's as if the lines of the outside edge of the pitch just continue, and I think those tram lines might be making things a bit interesting because they're sort of right on some of the run-ups of the players.
Yeah, just looking at Waite coming in, he's pretty much bowling, running up along one of those tram lines, isn't he? This one is outside off stump, and Mosley lets it go by. Yes, so that might be inconveniencing the bowlers a little bit more, which assuming those tram lines are going to be around a little while, isn't going to be great news for the Warwickshire bowlers if they've got that to deal with on a long-term basis. 198 for 3 Warwickshire in reply to Worcestershire's 360, and we're still waiting to see which way this intriguing match goes, because at the moment it's still pretty even. I would say maybe just advantage Warwickshire.
Yeah, maybe. I think we might. Well, this session is quite a telling one, isn't it? Because we saw Worcestershire in a similar kind of position, travelling along nicely, and then a little cluster of wickets, and then a bit more of a recovery today, and being able to add some runs through the lower order. But it's Nathan Smith now from the Birmingham end, and he's in bowling to Barnard, who just defends that confidently into the offside, no run. But I think from Warwickshire's perspective, well, their bowlers, they're going to have to just find a way to deal with those tram lines, because they are going to be there. So I wouldn't mind chatting to them to find out just how much has been wind, how much might be the drainage system and the tram lines that are there. Lots of different factors, a short boundary too, just to our left as Smith comes running in towards us, and has Barnard played at that, or I don't know if he just played within the inside line. I'm not sure that he had a real nibble at that one, but it goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
Smith's looking better, isn't he? Over by over. He's took a little time to warm up this morning, but he's looking dangerous now. That was a really good ball.
Oh, he's got his first wicket in the county championship, and it was that of Will Rhodes, who was on 64 at the time. Short ball. Rhodes tried to just ramp him over the slips and got Jason Holder instead. And Smith is in once more, and this ball's played down to the fielder just in gully, able to get a hand on it, but it rolls away, and Jason Holder runs back from slip and cleans it up. They got a single in the end, 199 for 3. Barnard on 58. Mosley now on strike on 9. He's taken 23 balls to get there. It feels like he's been more aggressive than that, to be honest. Or that he's scored more runs. He's got a deep square leg in there, and fine leg as well. As in comes Smith, and here's that short lifter just above his right armpit. And he manages to get the bat up there and fends it down. You wonder, it would be a sign of how slow the pitch is, though, if you've got bowlers not necessarily bowling express pace. You've got a short leg in at this stage of the game, but that's 2 from Smith that have ended up in the region where short leg would be.
Yeah, there's a case for going on the attack a little bit.
In comes Smith again to Mosley, and this time he punches it past the fielder in a short cover. Joe Leach wraps it up, fielding at mid-off, no run. So shadows now from the stand, the members' end, start to creep across the ground. They're not quite at the wicket-keeper yet. They're not far off. As probably the bluest skies that we've seen all day. I did bring my sunglasses today. I thought that might help. I was willing a sun to come out, and I am more powerful. As Smith is in again, and that's just tapped nicely with decent timing through mid-wicket. And there is going to be a fielder just cutting it off before it rolls too far. It wasn't too much power behind it, but it does bring up the 200 for Warwickshire. 201 for 3. In fact, trailing by 159 in this first innings, but just 3 wickets down. They'll feel they have a good fist of getting past that.
Yeah, there's 29 overs left in the day, so assuming they go at 3 or 4 and over, if Mosley and Barnard were to bat through from this point onwards, maybe something like 330 overnight, then if they're only 3 or 4 down, they will fancy getting well past Worcestershire tomorrow. So Worcestershire need to strike a couple of blows here. Here comes Waite outside the off stump, and Barnard allows this one to pass. Just 1 or 2 danger signs here for Worcestershire. We were talking earlier on, Dan suggesting that perhaps 360 was a bit flattering in these conditions with the short boundary and the slow pitch. Maybe, certainly from 230 for 3, Worcestershire would have been wanting 400 plus. If Warwickshire can get 150 beyond them and put a bit of pressure on, Worcester will be in danger as Barnard defends this one diligently down to Holder at short extra.
Yeah, as I said, I think we'll have more of an indication with the 28.4 overs remaining in this session. If Worcestershire can winkle out a couple more wickets, I'll feel they're right in good position. Warwickshire sees a good partnership between these two. I'll be very happy.
Weight is in again. Good straight over this. Every ball's been right on the middle stump, and Barnard again defends back to the bowler, who throws it to his captain, who declines to polish it and just tosses it up and down a little bit and consults Joe Leach, who wanders over from mid-off.
There's been more consultation between the Bowlers Brains Trust and D'Oliveira than there are at most conventions.
That's right. They need to come up with a plan now, because this is another partnership that's just starting to develop dangerously for Worcestershire. Barnard allows this one to go through. Worcestershire haven't yet managed to take wickets quickly in succession. Partnerships of 37, 65, 77, and now this one is just starting to evolve at 22.
Yeah, it was that mini collapse of 3 wickets for 36 for Worcestershire that did a bit of damage on day one.
Yeah, that's where the pendulum shifted a little bit. White continues this excellent over with another good inducker, which Barnard can do nothing but defend. He remains on 58, and he's been quite subdued since tea. Ed Barnard suggests that he just wants to be there at the close. There's no need for Warwickshire to go chasing runs in a great hurry. They can just bat normally and take any scoring opportunities that come their way, which they have done pretty effectively so far.
Oh.
This one's outside off stump from Waite and concludes a maiden over as Barnard lets it one go. 201 for 3. The lead of Worcestershire now down to 159.
Oh, you did hear a little sigh from me, and that was of appreciation, because Dan Whiting has just brought me a hot coffee. I gave him instructions earlier. It's quite a specific way that you have to make it with the coffee machine here, because it assumes that the cups are all, I think, pint glasses for the amount of coffee that you end up with spurting out of the machine. So he's obviously learned his trick. I'm sure there's just the right amount of coconut milk in there as well. Yes. You know, fancy when you've got 4 different kinds of milk to choose from. Smith it is to continue now, and he's in bowling at Moseley, and he punches that one nicely through the covers. It's another chase on there, and oh goodness me, a tumbling dive, bit of an ungainly one. I hope he hasn't hurt his knee. Is that D'Oliveira out there? I think it might be. He took a tumble and just seemed to land on his knee as he tumbled. He's up and about, seems okay. But the end result was just a single. Seems okay.
Moving okay, yeah.
Just looked a little bit ginger when he first got up. It was a sort of fall that seemed to have a bit of a jar in the middle of it. 202 for 3 now. Barnard on strike as Smith comes in, and he clips that around to D'Oliveira, now at mid-wicket, having to do an awful lot of work, really. Ball's following him.
Seems to be moving okay now.
Yeah, just a little touch of the knee there, but seems to be okay. So now this little period, where can Worcestershire conjure up a wicket from? We've got a slip and a gully in, we've got a deep point, an extra cover in there, as well as mid-off, mid-on. Here comes Smith. He just plays that to extra cover, running in close, and no run again.
Perhaps another burst from Jason Holder might be looming. He's been relatively lightly raced so far, just 8 overs for 38, and that doesn't sound like much of a spell, but my word, a lot happened in it, didn't it? A couple of drop catches, beat the bat.
Very unlucky. He had an LBW call that you could easily have, I think, been given it. Maybe touch and go either way. It's very unlucky, you would say. Smith, he's in once more, and that's a nice little push into really that short extra cover position. So no run for Barnard again. He has been quieter, but he's got an aggressive partner in Mosley. He likes to score, likes to keep things ticking over. Protection out on the deep, on the short side for Nathan Smith, which is a leg side for the right-handed Barnard. So he's got a deep backward square leg and a deep long leg. In comes Smith, and that does go down to Joe Leach. It's down there at long leg. So it's a 203 for 3. Everyone's changing around with left-hand, right-hand combination, keeping them all on their toes. And just a few more manoeuvrings. Quite a lot of people have stayed here today, perhaps enjoying the sunshine, still rugged up. Very warm, of course. Mosley waits, and he's down on his knees, getting out of the way of a short ball from Nathan Smith. Nice bit of limbo work from Mosley there, but Smith has been able to extract a bit of life from this pitch at certain times. Maybe that's where the wicket is going to come from, but it's the end of his over. 203 for 3 now, with Mosley on 12 and Barnard on 59.
It's been a good spell from Smith post-tee. 1 for 36 from 13 overs for the New Zealander, and he's looking like a good acquisition for Worcestershire. Here comes Matthew Waite, who does not deliver yet again for reasons that we have discussed at length, either the wind or those tram lines he pulls out. And there's been a lot of extra yards run by the bowlers.
It's got to be getting up towards 20 times that someone's pulled out of their run-up. It's definitely more than usual.
Here comes Waite again, and this is driven to the man on the deep cover boundary for a single, and that's going to be 5. There's 4 overthrows as well there, as the throw came in. Pretty reckless throw, to be honest, because there was no chance of a run out, and it's beaten the 2 backing up fielders, and Ed Barnard gets a 5, which is a nice little bonus for Worcestershire, for Warwickshire.
That's a nice little bonus from them. I don't think it will be appreciated. Oliveira's had to go and fetch that ball as well, and the captain might not be so happy with that little moment, especially managing to get the overthrows to the long boundary as well. So it was thrown with some force.
Yeah, and he was from the rope almost, wasn't it? Although he was running in, so there was 0 chance for a run out there. So it was a little bit needlessly conceded. 4 overthrows, gratefully received by Warwickshire. 208 for 3. They're making inroads now into this Worcestershire total as Mosley chops that one down behind him into the ground and goes through to the keeper.
I have really noticed a change since yesterday is that long boundary, basically the boundary out by the Hollies stand, is really quickened up. I was very, very slow out there on the first morning. There was almost no chance of getting a boundary out there unless you went over the top.
Here comes Waite outside the off stump, and Mosley lets it go. Yes, I'm not sure we've actually seen a 3 yet, which I don't think we might. Like we look, I mean, obviously a 3 is one of the great sights of cricket, but I don't think we're going to see one in this game because the boundary is quite short. So you're not going to really scamper 3 very often. There was almost one in the last over, but as you say, now that the outfield is starting to quicken up a little bit, anything that gets past the field is likely to be four, certainly on that short boundary side. Mosley just tucks this one back down in front of him, back to Waite.
I've just seen Jason Holder starting to warm up, so we might see him back in the attack quite soon. He's got his hands in his pockets at the moment. They've returned there. I wonder if he's got hand warmers in those pockets. I would if I was him. A little bit colder than it is in the Caribbean.
Here's Waite. Good delivery, which cramps Mosley's attempted pull and just jabs it out into the covers, and there isn't a run there.
So they've got options. We've seen one over of spin only, which was from D'Oliveira, went for 13. So that was the end of that. They've got different options, and Holder, as he said, bowled a lot better than his figures suggested.
Here comes Waite again, another good straight delivery, and it's played just inches beyond the stumps at the bowler's end for a single by Dan Mosley, and Mr. Holder is taking off his sunglasses and he's put them back on, so maybe he's not going to bowl just yet.
Oh, he's just walked past D'Oliveira. No, he's not going to bowl just yet, maybe just getting himself ready. He's just having a little look at probably just about where he'd take his final stride when if he was bowling from this member's end. Just having a look at the ground around there as he settles into slip. And there you go. I just mentioned spin. What do you know? Mr. D'Oliveira is back again. He is going to bowl himself.
He did almost break through, didn't he? Even though that over went for 13. 4 of them came from what was probably a difficult chance through slip, which Adam Hose didn't get a hand on, so it went all the way to the boundary. But D'Oliveira could have got Rhodes.
He's bowling from the city end, and he's bowling to Mosley, who waits as he comes in over the wicket. It's a flat ball, strays a bit on the leg side first up, and it's just clipped away down in front of square leg by Mosley. They run through for a single, so 210 for 3. But I guess the danger, you worry with your spinners as well. You've got to be very conscious of protecting that short boundary, which is now on Barnard's leg side. As comes into the right-hander, and he just presses that gently back down the pitch.
Yes, there's the temptation, isn't there, Mel? Because there is no pressure on Warwickshire to score quickly, but that's a short boundary, isn't it?
It is. It's a flatter ball again. Oh, he had a quick swipe at that, and an attempt at the stumping as he was out of his crease.
Well, he succumbed to the temptation, didn't he, of that short boundary, and he was fortunate to get away with that. It wasn't really a mis-stumping, was it? Because he scuffed it into the ground, but just scrambled back in time. But untidy stuff, that from Ed Barnard.
Well, how does he respond? This time he drives into the covers, and there's a fielder out a deep cover, so they'll get the single. But that's very interesting, because it's precisely the point we're talking about, that short boundary. And it has sucked players in. We've seen a couple of wickets fall that way. Now, left-handed Mosley, well, he just drives that one. Fielder at long on runs in to do the clean-up work. They'll get another single. But this left-hand, right-hand combination and the short boundary, long boundary, just where we are with it. So now Barnard, he leans back and he just carves that one past backward point. And fielder down at deep cover has run around. It's Kashif.
And Warwickshire are making strong inroads into Worcestershire's total of 360. Rob, they're 214 for 3. A series of small contributions. We've had 64 from Will Rhodes, and Ed Barnard is now on 67 and batting quite fluently in reply to Worcestershire's 360. The Bears 214 for 3. That's sorry to interrupt you there, Mel. That came rather quickly upon us, didn't it?
It did. Yes, yesterday we had a lot of warning because we'd get music in our ear.
And on that occasion we had 3 seconds. So apologies to the listeners for that, as Waite begins another over, and Moseley angles him into the covers for a single, and I will make way, if I may, for Dan.
He certainly may make way.
Or Phil, it depends who would like to
there's
come on.
Phil. Phil's back here. Phil's coming in, I believe. So, after that update, we resume. We've got Waite coming in from the members' end to Barnard. It's just slightly short of a length, and it's defended by Barnard. No run. Hello, Phil. It's the first time we've been on together today.
It is, yep.
How's the museum?
It's been very busy today.
Oh, fantastic. What's your number one exhibit? What's the one that people are most excited
Mostly
to
me,
see?
I think.
Surely not.
Yep.
I want to know what your selling point is. I want to know why I need to come down there.
No, you go and find out for yourself.
Waite has just pulled out of his run-up, as we've seen many times. Yeah, come on, did you
You
diff one thing?
You don't even know where that side of the ground is.
I do. I've been over there once. What would you tempt me with?
No, I wouldn't. No, it's all brilliant.
We're not putting you in charge of marketing. Waite is in once more. It's a swish across the line as the ball goes down the leg side by Barnard.
Well, you can't say any more than that on marketing. If it's all brilliant, it's got to be wonderful marketing.
Yeah, I know, but you got to give me a little teaser.
The door out.
Oh, heavens above. Have you got anything for someone who grew up in Australia?
Yeah, the door out.
Oh dear. Okay, I'll take that as an insult. Wait, he's in, and just a press forward in defence by Barnard, straight back to the bowler.
No, we had a lot for the last summer, for the Australian trip. It was we had a big feature on England-Australia with a heavy emphasis on the Australian side. Some signed postcards from the 1902 tourists.
Oh. Postcards, gosh, forgot about postcards. You don't get those anymore. You get a text.
No, you get postcards still.
Barnard, this time he just turns the ball from Waite into the leg side.
Yeah.
He managed to get through for a single, takes a score to 216 for 3.
Yeah, all the players used to have postcards done to themselves.
To themselves?
Of themselves.
Of themselves,
yeah.
oh.
And then those would be used and handed out. Most of them haven't got anything on the back. They've never been posted or anything. They're just ones like today people collect photographs and have them autographed.
Yeah, of course. And now it's all about selfies. You do see autograph hunters. I saw some down there getting Kashif Ali's autograph this morning before play, which was nice to see.
Mostly over the age of 65, I think, as well.
In comes Waite around the wicket to Moseley after checking with him. Get the pronunciation right. It's the end of Waite's over. 216 for 3. Moseley's on 16. Barnard's on 68.
You don't see many youngsters now collecting autographs. They stand there at the T20 because the players come to them, but the actual habit of having autograph books generally seems to have disappeared.
It's all about the selfie.
Yeah, which you can't do much with a selfie, can you? Put it on your phone, but then...
Well, you put it on your Insta story. You must have an Instagram account,
I
Phil.
have, yes.
See?
Yeah. D'Oliveira from the Birmingham end is short, and this one is hammered away into the offside by Barnard, but only for 1. He goes on 69, total on to 217 for 3. Yeah, I do. I have to say, I still use probably Twitter and Facebook more than Instagram.
So you're all over it, Phil. All over the socials.
We're in and driven up to a deepish mid on for another single.
Are you a TikToker?
No, I'm not. No. I've got an account, but I don't do it.
Ah, but you do have an account.
Yeah, well, don't most.
I think you should start TikToking.
Why?
Whoa.
I've got to know enough people who are on TikTok to make it worthwhile. It's okay having an account, but if you don't have any people you know who are on it, then it's kind of pointless.
You never know. That last ball was almost a moon ball from D'Oliveira. It floated a mile in the air.
This next one brings Barnard forward. And there we've got, again, Martin Saggers with his arm out all the time. He seems to have a problem with his right arm. It keeps coming up and you keep thinking, has he just signalled a no ball? Donovan in, bowls, and again forward comes Barnard. And again, there's no run.
It's been pretty decent start to this spell by D'Oliveira.
In and driven, but again, nicely timed, but out to the cover boundary for another single. So we're just moving along at the moment steadily without anything too outrageous. Barnard moves on to 70. Mosley's on 17, 219 for 3. They trail by 141.
And I did say a couple of overs ago, saw Jason Holder starting to warm up, and he is in fact going to bowl this over. So a return for the former West Indies captain. He's someone who has certainly bowled some interesting spells in that things have happened when he's been bowling, and he's been really unlucky. A couple of dropped catches. LBW call didn't go his way.
Catching has not been great in this match, has it, so far?
No, it hasn't. So Holder is in. He's over the wicket first ball, just very watchfully defended by Barnard, offering his due of respect to Holder.
Yeah, I think both sides will look back and think they've missed huge opportunities by not being able to hold on to chances, which all of them catchable, you would say. There's one or two difficult ones, but you'd expect most of them to have been taken.
Yeah, it's been a frustration for sure. As Holder begins his run up, he's into Barnard, and it's a nice looking drive, but it doesn't get past D'Oliveira, who's fielding at short cover.
Now, do you think the light is going to hold tonight? I know we lost 3 overs last night.
We did, but we played right up until 6:30.
Yeah,
on the
I'm just
dot.
looking with the number of overs to go, and we're quite late into the day. It's been a little bit slower, I think, today, 5:30 nearly. So I think we're going to be pushing to get everything in today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it holds. In comes Holder over the wicket to Barnard, and that one just squirts out to backward point.
Floodlights are on here.
But they've been on all afternoon.
Yeah, and I didn't really think we needed them for a large chunk of the afternoon.
I was quite surprised, to be honest. But a very distinctive ease of the floodlights here. They're in my top 3 of floodlights around the world.
Which is your top, do you think?
Oh, this is up there. In comes Holder, and it's a nice full delivery to Barnard, who punches it straight back to the bowler. Well, see if you can guess my top 3.
One's going to be probably in Australia.
Yes, one is in Australia.
It wouldn't be at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Nope. Boring.
It's probably at either Adelaide.
Nope.
Or Melbourne.
Nope.
Oh, right.
Boring
Perth,
floodlights.
The new ground at Perth?
No. Still boring. The old floodlights at the Wacker were better. In comes Holder over the wicket with high action, and that is just carved away beautifully in the end. It's another 4 runs just behind the backward point boundary. And that's a lovely shot from Barnard, who is just travelling along nicely.
So is it one of the main grounds then? So it can either be Brisbane.
It's
or
a test
Tasmania.
ground, but not one that you see Test cricket played
up
at
in the
often.
north.
Nope.
Oh right, then I don't know.
Oh, that's how about us in Australia's capital? Here comes Holder rumbling in once more, and it's played with very soft hands by Barnard, just down to the fielder running into the gully area.
So in Canberra.
Not
at the where the Bradman Museum is.
No, that's in Bowral. That's in Bowral.
That's down below Canberra.
Oh,
isn't
a
it?
long way. Yeah, that's in the Southern Islands.
Yeah.
No, it's at Manuka Oval, so not far from Parliament House, and that, as we see D'Oliveira continuing, they basically look like someone's got a bunch of oars from a boat, and they've stuck them in the ground with the oar, the flat part at the top. I quite like those ones.
There's a museum there, though, isn't there? Isn't there a big museum there? D'Oliveira starts a new over from the Birmingham end. His first one is punched by Mosley up to a deepish mid on.
The big museum is at Barrel.
Yeah, I've been to that one.
That one was very good.
I thought there was one at the Oval.
At Marnica Oval. I haven't seen one. Not there, but there's not a lot of infrastructure.
Is there a cricket ground at the Barrel?
Yeah, there is.
Ah, there is. That's what I'm getting confused with then.
Yes. That's where the cricket ground and the Bradman Museum is.
Yeah. This next one is pushed away by Barnard into the offside, just leant on it and just ran it away down to the cover boundary for a single.
So you've now got 2 of my top 3 floodlights.
Oh, I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess where the third lot.
Oh, well, you should be able to because it's in this country.
Yorkshire.
Well done.
This one is the Rose, the White Rose floodlight.
Well, yes, but look, and if anyone was listening when I was at Yorkshire for the last game of the year, they will have heard this embarrassing story. But the first time I went there was when Jason Gillespie was coach. We were having a chat.
D'Oliveira just interrupts the chat and driven away by Barnard through extra cover again. Long chase round, but the fielder out on the cover boundary. He gets there and it's restricted to 2. So Warwickshire tipping along here. Barnard's quickly moved on to 77 and 228 for 3, and he plays this next one, well fielded by D'Oliveira, stretching out his right hand, going across almost behind Mosley, and does the fielding. End of another over, 228 for 3.
Yeah, so Dizzy Gillespie was there in Yorkshire. It was the first time that I went. I'd been to the ground there. It was during a county match. I'd gone up for an interview, I think. And the floodlights were on, and I looked up and I remarked on that they were very pretty, but I couldn't work out why they had shamrocks for their floodlights. And he looked at me like I was the world's biggest idiot and said, "It's a White Rose, Mel." And yeah, so that was a bit embarrassing. But despite that false start, they do remain in my top 3 of floodlights around the world.
Was Dave Callaghan there at that time?
Yes, Dave Callaghan was
the late,
there.
Great Dave.
Yeah. Been around for a long time. Jason Holder is coming in around the wicket to Mosley, who leaves that first one well alone. Some good bounce. Decent carry from Holder. Driven quite nicely by Mosley. There is a fielder in the covers who gets a hand to it, but rolls away. They just run through for the single.
It does make it extremely awkward with probably none of us on the commentary team are that familiar with the Worcestershire side to be able to actually name most of these, and with not being able to see their numbers. We could give you a name, but it would be very much, in many cases, a pure guess.
Look, there's about 5. I think I'm up to about 6 that I can see at a glance and know who they are, and I will get better within the next few games as well. Holder, he's over the wicket to Barnard, and it's just pressed straight up to Joe Leach. He's fielding at mid-off.
It would get better when it gets warmer and they take these cable sweaters off.
I'm gonna have a word with some of the players and say, come on, you're supposed to be hard. You're supposed to be hard, sportsman. You don't need your woolies on. Get them off so that we can see your numbers.
I see our ground staff are out by the hover cover, which is always a little bit of a concern.
Barnard waits as in comes Holder, and he just clips that one beautifully with lovely timing. It makes its way past all the fielders, but D'Oliveira has got those legs pumping, manages to cut it off just inside the rope. So did they run 3 at that point? Is that the first 3 we've had?
No.
I was excited.
Several of them.
They've not when I've been on.
Plenty of 3s on this side of the ground. Don't think there's been many on the going across to the Raglan stands and over that side.
Well, you don't have time. It was a lovely shot, if nothing else. Barnard is now on 80. And Mosley has moved on to 20 to 32 for 3. So they've now got a short cover in there trying to plug off anything driven by Mosley, who this time he just gets on top of a nice shortish delivery from Holder, just pushes it into the offside softly enough so that they can take a single.
Yeah, Mosley not tempted with that. It was one fired in short, tempting Mosley to pull it across towards that leg side boundary, but didn't want to take it on. There's been one or two who've perished trying that, and he wasn't tempted this occasion.
So Barnard taps and lifts his bat as Holder is in, and he has an expansive swish at that one. He wanted to send that one through the covers all right, but Holder had the last laugh on that one. It was a dot ball to finish off the over. So 233 for 3 now. Barnard has batted really beautifully. Sits on 80. Mosley been great in support on 21. Still have 20 overs remaining.
Well, D'Oliveira will continue, so he'll get through his overs quickly as Mosley has a look round the field, decide, see what's on the onside, where the players, this one is immediately onto leg stump, and he just goes back and turns it just behind square. Down, player comes in off the boundary, backward square, deep backward square leg, and it's a single to the total. It takes him on to 22, 234 for 3. The deficit goes to 126 on first innings. Warwickshire have 7 wickets in hand.
D'Oliveira's just making a few changes. He's put Jason Holder right in the eye line of Barnard.
This one again is cut to backward point, and there's no run, straight to the fielder, who would be right on the edge of a fielding circle if there were one. Just a perfect position.
He was just put there by D'Oliveira as well.
He's in, forward comes Barnard, drives it up to deep mid-off. A single. So, keeping the boundary count down at the moment, but Warwickshire are picking up plenty of singles and keeping that board running along. No slip now for D'Oliveira, who's in and driven by Mosley. Again, this time up to deep mid-on.
Oh, Holder, who has been in the slips, is the one who I said had just moved into, well, what for Mosley was a short mid-wicket, but now he's staying in there for Barnard, becomes a short extra cover.
He's doing a bit of field placing as well, is Holder, Jason Holder. Can't resist it, can he? D'Oliveira in and forward is Barnard, playing it back to the bowler.
He did become captain of his country or countries at 18.
Yeah, it's difficult then to come, whatever side you go to, I should think it's difficult not to say something and take part. This one is driven nicely again, but straight out to the fielder off the cover boundary, but for another single. So tidy over from D'Oliveira, but from Warwickshire again kept it moving along and looking to pick the singles up if there's no boundaries available. 237 for 3. I
don't think that Brett D'Oliveira will mind having that extra experience of Holder
Absolutely
around
not.
as well. No. Especially in games like this where the wickets don't come easily, and you do feel that despite maybe a real mistake by a batter, you've just got to be patient, work out your strategies very carefully, and at times try to do something maybe a little bit unorthodox. It is Holder bowling to Barnard, who swivel pulls, but Kashif Ali is out there running around to deep backward square, so we'll just get the single.
Yeah, got inside that one nicely, but I suppose somebody who's well into the 80s there now should be seeing that ball pretty well to play that shot. And maybe think he might have just missed out on that, didn't get it fine enough to beat the fielder.
That's an interesting element, I find, that when you're watching a game like this where you've got a short boundary and you've got a left-hander and a right-hander in, because it just feels like so many things change then between each ball. Holder is in now, and that's a lovely crisp drive. Maybe just over-pitched a little bit, but it doesn't go beyond Oliveira, the skip-up at mid-off. Mosley remains on 23. Yeah, just that added element, the left-right switch, but also the short-long boundary switch. It just means you're looking at it every single ball at the permutations on whether they're coming over or around as well. So Mosley on strike, and that ball was fuller and driven straight back to Holder, who picks it up nonchalantly and gives it a rub. Tosses it from hand to hand.
One of the, whilst we've got the longer boundary going out towards the Hollis stand, one of the things which compensates is that virtually the whole of anything square is running across cut strips. It's all on the square. It's virtually to the boundary edge is the actual main square. So the grass is going to be relatively quick compared to an ordinary outfield.
Holder around the wicket to Mosley now. And he just pushes that into the offside. No run.
The outfielders definitely, though, over the course of the 2 days from when we started, it was slow, really. The ball was running, it was pulling up, wasn't it?
It was. We made it was like when you see a drag race and the parachute comes out. It was almost like there was a parachute shooting out the back of the ball, and it was coming to a dead stop about 2 metres inside the boundary fence. Here is Mosley. It's a full delivery from Holder, and it's just dug out by Mosley.
Just think he might have held that back a little. Mosley, I think, was very close there to actually getting that one in the air for a bit more. He checked it and just controlled it quite late on.
Of course, Holder, with so much experience, red ball, white ball, all formats of the game, all conditions. So he does have all the tricks. Again, around the wicket to Mosley. This time takes a stride forward and leaves that one. Happy to let the last ball of Holder's over go. 238 for 3 with Mosley on 23 and Barnard on 83 with 18 overs remaining in the day, if we can get them all in. It's starting to get a little bit darker here at Edgbaston.
Just a little hold up while Martin Saggers has a drink brought out for him. So, it's...
Having D'Oliveira on might help get through a few more overs as well, of course.
Yeah. Well, if the light does go, they gave Warwickshire the option yesterday to bowl Rob Yates and rather than come off. So they might do that, give the same thing later in the day with Worcestershire. D'Oliveira starts a new over, and Barnard is forward to that, just gently playing it back to the bowler. There's no run. Yeah, he only in the end bowled one over because they then came off for a very short shower of rain, which then led to a clutter of wickets when they came back on. This next one is played out to one of the extra cover, but by the time he's actually walked in, he's relatively short extra cover. Barnard again plays this next one carefully and just back to the bowler.
I've got Jason Holder in there. It's quite straight.
He's almost in a direct line, covering the long off. D'Oliveira in. And, this one is just run a little more in front of point, and one of the extra covers has to come racing round and pick up, but not before gets the ball to. Roderick takes the bails off, but not before Mosley had made his ground. So another single to Barnard, who moves to 84, 239 for 3, 23 to Mosley.
Joe Leach, the only player out on the boundary on that short side. So for Mosley, sort of a deep cover point.
D'Oliveira's in, and this is worked into mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, so again there's no run. Barnard set off as if he was interested in the single, but Mosley was going nowhere on that one. As D'Oliveira in, and Mosley comes down the wicket and drives, but again, doesn't time it. The ball bounces a couple of times and then wraps into D'Oliveira, who tidies up. End of another over. Another drink or something being brought out to the two Warwickshire batsmen.
Blimey, they're having almost more drinks than I'm having. Coconut milk coffees brought to me by Dan Whiting.
Yeah. Was that coconut milk?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they've got coconut, soy and oat. I'm a bit disappointed there's no almond.
I'd just like to see it on cow's milk.
They've got that as well.
They hadn't this morning.
Oh, really?
No, this morning there was nothing like that.
Oh, they had that. Yeah, I go with almond first, but I'll go with coconut
barrister's
second.
coffee milk or something.
Barista, a barrister. That's the person
I know.
when you've when you've done something wrong.
I still don't know where that name's come from. It's a person who makes coffee. What's all this barista?
It's Holder, who's into Barnard and he's played with soft hands. Found the gap, ball running away down to deep third. It's been a fine chase by fielder at deep backward point. Just keeps it to a 2.
I've got two chums who are barristers, and both of those should be baristas.
Look, there's few things more important in my life than finding a good barista. I always find a cafe, they always know my name because I'll become a regular if they're good. Barnard on strike again. In comes Holder over the wicket. He's just clipped that round the corner to deep square leg. They'll come through for a single.
I suppose we've got to give down the title of the local barista.
Barista.
Of course we have, yeah.
Edgbaston barista.
Actually, there's no point me saying anything. He's not here tomorrow, I don't think, but he's back Monday, so we might get... if the game's still going Monday.
Oh, I'm here tomorrow, but not Monday.
Oh, right, so well, you're not... You've had your last treat.
Well, I'll have to find someone else to be my coffee mule. It's Mosley now on strike. Around the wicket comes Holder. It's slapped firmly, but only as far as the circle on the offside.
I think he's disappointed with that one. That one was there to put away, and he got just over the top a little and played it a bit too straight rather than cutting it away square as he was hoping to do. He stays on 23.
Just feels like a period of real frustration for Worcestershire. Not able to find the breakthrough. As in comes Holder again, and this time he plays that late and delicately does Mosley. I'll come back for a second. So fielder runs around towards the deep third area and keeps it to 2. Didn't get a lot on it, but it was well placed for an extra couple of runs. And they don't have to do anything silly. Nope. In a good position, 3 for 244. Sorry, 244 for 3. I do have to get myself used to going between Australia, where they do it the right way, and every other country where they say it the wrong way.
Of course they do.
In comes Holder to Mosley, a full, and he's down on one knee, carving away behind point. Just get the single though, fielder in the deep.
It took a long time for you guys to stop bowling 8 balls, didn't it?
Well, to me it sort of makes sense, because it's you've taken 3 wickets for 245 runs, as opposed to you've scored 245 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. That's... Yeah.
Did New Zealand bowl 8 ball overs as well? Or was
no,
it just
that's
Australia?
before my time. That's before my time.
Well, you must know though when it stopped, didn't you?
No, don't remember. In comes Holder, and it's a stride forward and down on one knee, defended by Barnard, and that finishes the over from Holder. It's 245 for 3. Mosley 26. Barnard, he's on the unlucky number 87. Speaking of Australian things,
why is 87 an unlucky number?
Because it's 13 short of 100. So
okay.
It's like the Nelson 111.
Okay. Well, I never understand why 111 is really unlucky.
No, I had no idea until I came over here what that was about.
Why it came from. But
Oh,
Hello.
I'm sorry. Dan's just put in front of it. Put a piece of paper in front of us, and about you being a curator. Would that make you a groundsman in Australia?
Well, it should be in Australia, yeah.
Well, I don't understand why you just don't call them more curators. Because there was a thing here, wasn't there, recently? People are umming and ahhing about groundsmen, groundswomen. Our curator makes it easier.
Yep. You over. It's a change of bowling. Finch is back into the attack. I'll do this over and then make way for Dan. And the first ball down the leg side. So D'Oliveira's out of the attack. Finch back in, bowling to Mosley, and there's no run.
Actually going to have a double change.
They're glad I'm not the curator. There will be no play in this match.
Well, I'm going to go and curate some, I don't know, interesting facts or something, and we'll do a double change.
Describe this while Mel's changing over with Brian. This one is pushed into the offside for a single. So Mosley moves on to 27, 2:46 for 3. Brian joins us, thanks to Mel. There we go, Brian. I'll move out the way,
Phil.
and we'll be back tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Phil. Good to hear from you, as always, and it's a good solid session for the Bears so far. 246 for 3. Worcestershire need to cause some damage. Finch is trying to do that, but Barnard has been quite restrained since tea. He's on 87, closing in on what would, I'm sure, be a very meaningful century for him against his former teammates. And he's taken every care to get there, hasn't he, Dan? It's been a very responsible innings. He hit his first ball for 6, which doesn't happen too often.
No.
But since then he's just batted very selectively. He's punished the bad balls and just batted very well. He's waiting for Finch to come in again now and chops this one away to gully, and there's no run.
He's looked very fluent though, hasn't he? And he's probably been the player that I've seen in this game who's actually made it look sort of, not a slow, sluggish wicket. He's played his shots, and he's played some handsome drives. He's let the ball come onto him as well. He's played it late.
He has, that's right, and that's a real skill on this pitch, isn't it? Because it does allow you to do that. As Finch comes in from the city end, and Barnard moves to 88 with a single down to long leg.
Yeah, it allows you to adjust, doesn't it? The slowness of the wicket allows that sort of time to adjust. We've got a few people are listening in from around the country. Zaman Akhtar, Gloucestershire bowler, who's a lovely lad, top man. He's tuning in and said there's representation from the Hertfordshire League here with Nathan Smith, so Zaman's straight out the Hearts League.
Finching to conclude his over with a short ball, which mostly just fends off, and the ball is fielded in the covers. 247 for 3 it remains.
Yeah, Zaman came out the East Anglia Premier League, where he played for, I think, at Cambridge Granta, and then moved to Bishop Stortford Cricket Club. So and then came through the Saka programme. A few people just drifting out of the ground here now. Got a big night out in Birmingham lined up. A bit like you, Brian, isn't it?
Those days are long gone. A darkened room is all I crave at the end of a day's cricket. 15 overs still to go, so we got the thick end of an hour's play if the light holds. Sense is quite good at the moment, but when it does go, I think it might go quite quickly. So we'll see if they allow Holder to continue to charge in if the light goes.
Here he comes, short, and Barnard rocks onto the back foot and pulls him. But again, pulls him. We've seen a few pulls that have gone down to fine leg, and again, that is due to the sluggish nature of this wicket.
And I think Alex Davis's dismissal, and the ball took so long to arrive on his pull shot, didn't he? He ended up getting it right on the top of the bat, and I'll be really interested to hear what the coaches and the players make of the pitch, actually, because it's a good batting wicket, but not particularly good one to score quickly on, is it?
No, I think the Kookaburra balls had a big impact on this game. Here's Holder, top of his run. Comes in past the umpire. That's a great stop there. Rob Jones at short extra. Diving away and stops that one-handed, because Mosley crunched that one. He nailed that one, and I think that was going to go for 4 with the quickening up of the outfield here.
I think that was probably the shot of the day. It was beautifully timed off the bat. For that, probably I'd say it's the shot of the season, if not the greatest shot ever, I'd say. And he got no runs for it.
Oh, Holder showing some skills there. He's wasted in cricket. He should be in professional football.
Yeah, nice bit of footwork there. Just flicked it up to Rob Jones.
Yeah. See, Jones, I mean, if Jones was a proper sportsman there, he'd have caught that in his neck.
Well, Dan Mosley will have appreciated, Aston Villa fanatic is Dan Mosley, and he would have appreciated that footwork from Holder.
That's played pleasantly out to mid-off, but no run.
I think it's really important, Dan, that Worcestershire can knock a couple over in these last 14 overs. If Warwickshire are 3 down tonight and within 100, which is obviously going to be the case, then they have got a platform, haven't they, to go quite big tomorrow.
I completely agree with you, and I can see them, if they stay 3 down at the end of play, I can see them batting until late on tomorrow afternoon, and setting Worcestershire 170, 180 ahead. And an awkward 4th day. I'm not sure this pitch is going to break up much. I think it's going to hold together quite well.
If anything, I wonder if it might be one of those that flattens even more, in which case Worcestershire it'd be a test for their batting just up from the second division, and are they good enough? Have they got the technique and the patience just to bat out a game? And that could be what they have to do on the 4th day.
Yeah. Dismissal I love this time of year, Brian, is club cricketers. Indoor nets, plastic coated surface. They just go through the line of the ball and play beautiful cover drives. Come April, as Holder comes in here to Mosley, leaves that one alone. Come April, they try and play exactly the same shot and they chip it to mid-off. And that is the classic clubby dismissal this time of year.
Indeed.
How do I know? Because I've done it loads of times myself. And you just go, oh no. As you're halfway through your shot, but you can't sort of adjust. You haven't got the inclination, the ability, or the patience possibly to adjust, and you just end up going through with it and chipping it to mid-off.
Yeah, it's a slightly different game when you get out there in the April breezes and the moisture, isn't it? And 248 for 3, and Barnard has been in the 80s for some time.
Ooh, let's
He's taken on the pads, but I think
it's
out. He's given LBW. Ed Barnard cannot believe that, and I have to say, I'm not sure that I can. But he has been, after a lot of thought, Ed Barnard's been given out LBW, and he looks absolutely aghast. I don't know what you two think of it, but I did think that was both leg side and high. But Ed Barnard clearly can't believe it. Maybe that's just disappointment because he's 11 short of a century, but my word, I think that's marginal. We'll get the replays up quite soon, I think. But it's the wicket that Worcestershire so badly needed. Finch has struck. Barnard out LBW for 89. He's still shaking his head as he walks into the pavilion.
Yeah, he's getting a warm round of applause here from what is still quite a healthy crowd here. There's a lot of people downstairs, indoors in the sort of pavilion, etc. So, and he deserves every clap that comes from this crowd, because it's been a really good innings. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's hard to tell here because he's got his back to us, so I can't tell on height, but he did nip back quite a long way, quite sharply.
Yeah.
But Saggers took his time. He considered his decision, and the verdict was guilty as charged.
And that is a big wicket for Worcestershire. They need, if they can knock another one over, all of a sudden now the game is evening right up again, isn't it? 248 for 4. Worcestershire lead by 112, but they've taken a big wicket there, and Finch's second of the game, and Jacob Bethel is the new batsman.
The cry of "You Bears" rings out from the crowd here. Now, when I saw Jacob Bethell last, I thought he was very easy on the eye, good to watch. But I wondered if he might have had a possible issue with the short ball. And I mean, this was 2 years ago, so I haven't seen him for a couple of years, and it'd be interesting to see.
He's facing his first ball now from Finch, and perhaps they think the same thing, because the first ball is a very short delivery. It's not going to bother anybody. I think that passed over Bethell by about 2 yards, but maybe they've got the same theory.
Yeah, I'd like to see a short legging. I'd like to see someone just in his eye line, somebody just under his nose, and just putting a little bit of pressure on him, perhaps.
Well, they're not going for the short leg, but they are going for a third slip. So they are listening to you very diligently out there. They are increasing the pressure.
They're the only ones who might do.
Bethell, this gets one down the leg side, and that's a bit of a wasted delivery from Finch to the new batsman, taken by the keeper down the leg side. Ed Barnard will be, I reckon, still chuntering in the dressing room. I haven't got access to any film of that footage. It'll be on the internet by now, of course, but 89, a super innings against his old teammates by Ed Barnard, but he's gone, and 250 for 4, and this is a good test for young Bethell as he waits for Finch to come in. And this is a good short delivery which Bethell plays well, because as we were saying, I think earlier on, he is abundantly talented. He's played some lovely cameos, hasn't really played a match-shaping innings in red ball cricket for Warwickshire yet, and this is a really good chance to do that. First and foremost, can you get through these 14 overs tonight? That will be a really good job for the team, because if another wicket now, and it could just put Worcestershire right back in the game.
I think it's even Stevens with another wicket now. Do you think Ed Barnard's... I'll come on to it after this ball, actually.
Bethell waits for Finch, and it's a good over from Finch. Another straight delivery which Bethell leans into a forward defensive shot. D'Oliveira fields.
Do you think he's the type of individual who'd just sort of calmly take his pads off, or do you think he would smash every implement in that dressing room? Is he one of those, do you think?
No, I think he's more your measured sort of...
Yeah, he strikes me as that type of individual, sort of cool, calm and collected. Yeah. Andrew Hall at Northamptonshire, he was a little bit of a hot head, I believe.
Here comes Finch, and Bethell is forward in defence.
So much so that in his locker he used to have a special bat which used to come out so he wouldn't ruin his match day bats. He used to have a special bat that came out just for, smashing stuff up with.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Trott has been known to inflict damage on one or two items in the dressing room after a perceived bad decision, and many others over the years in cricket, of course. Here comes Finch again to conclude his over, and that's down the leg side. Bethell gets everything well out of the way. A wicket maiden for Finch, including the very important wicket of Ed Barnard, LBW for 89, and Warwickshire, in reply to Worcestershire's 360, 250 for 4, and 13 overs to go. And as you say, Dan, if they could nip out one or two more, then it's absolutely back in the balance.
Yep, certainly is. Didn't Matt Price shower the MCC members with glasses? I think, probably ruin their gin and tonics. But no, going back to your point about this game, I think if Worcestershire can nip out 2 and suddenly, maybe another 2 in the morning early on, that's sort of 8 down for maybe 300, 320. If they get a lead of, say, 40. Here's Jason Holder coming in past Graham Lloyd. Mosley plays that one late, goes back with a square. Bethell's very quick between the wickets. He wanted a third one there. If they can nip out maybe 2 tonight and 2 in the morning, and maybe sort of skittle the hosts out for 300, 320, and bat positively tomorrow, it changes the whole context of the game again, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
I love the third day in County Championship cricket. It's a moving day, isn't it? Oh, that's gorgeous. Absolute gorgeous. Mosley, cover drive, over pitched, but you still got to put them away, and he did with aplomb.
Yeah, just picked the gap, didn't he, between the short extra and mid-off. An absolute textbook cover drive from Dan Mosley. Moves to 33. And he'll be just thinking...
that was a thing of... That was art.
Yeah.
That was art form.
It was. A textbook cover drive.
Yeah, lovely evening here in Birmingham. Shadows just starting to come onto the pitch. Left alone there by Mosley. Yeah, just most of the left-hand side of the ground now is in the shade. The wicket still bathed in glorious sunshine. It's weird seeing the Hollies with like 5 people in it.
It's not quite a wall of noise this afternoon, is it?
No. I've been in there on a few England games. It's not for the faint-hearted. Oh, that's well bowled.
I have to say, I think I slightly prefer it like it is today.
Do you? Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's a great atmosphere, wonderful, and it's a brilliant selling point for Edgbaston, if you like. But I think there's a certain charm to the tranquility of county cricket as well.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm sure it gets lively for Warwickshire T20 games.
Oh, it does, yeah. Sometimes a little too lively.
Yeah. Holder in. Mosley has nothing to do with that one at all. 256 for 4. There's 12 overs remaining in the day if the light holds. And I just think it's nice to be back, isn't it? It's lovely to be back in county cricket. I've had a really nice day here, Brian, and Melinda's been fantastic. And my cod and chips at lunch. Oh, I'm going to wax lyrical about that one. I can dine out on that for weeks.
Well, the cod was swimming around the Birmingham canals this morning. That's how fresh it was, mate.
So there's one ball left in the over there, and just goes down the leg side and goes through into the gloves of Gareth Roderick.
12 overs to go. I'm starting to think that the planned report at 10 to 6 isn't going to happen. So I'll just commentate on this. I'll just describe one more over, Mel, and then if you could come in to take it through to the close, that would be wonderful. There are a number of meetings going on out there. The batsmen are chatting. There's 2 clusters of fielders chatting. They do like their chats, Worcester, don't they? They gather in groups every now and then.
They're probably deciding, what bar to go out in Broad Street tonight, perhaps, or...
Does that still happen? I know professional cricketers used to large it in spectacular fashion and still play great cricket the next day. I'm not sure.
Not as much as it used to, but I think it's still on occasions.
Finch to Bethel, who's looking for his first run, but he won't get it here. He just tucks it up to mid-on and remains with that 0 next to his name for now. And Adam Finch is making Bethel work hard for his first run. He's going to make him work a little bit harder now because his defence, he's increasing the defence of his field. He's strengthening the lead side infield by taking a slip out. So they want to keep Jacob Bethel on naught and under pressure. Here comes Finch, and this is a short ball, not a dangerous short ball, easy for Bethel to duck underneath it.
Yeah, I think the days of the likes of Ian Botham taking out the opposition's best player and getting him absolutely worse for wear and in no fit state to come out the following day. I think sort of game plans and tactics have moved on somewhat since then, perhaps.
Although Warwickshire's 1994 treble-winning team, I don't think they were tucked up in bed at 8 o'clock every evening.
No.
Here comes Finch again, and this is left outside off stump by Bethel, but my word, they played some great cricket the next day on all occasions, so it can be done, but I don't think it is done these days, and you can see why. I suppose in these days of social media as well, when things can be very quickly put into the public domain.
Also, I think sport has changed, isn't it? There's more money in sport now, so you know the stakes have got higher as opposed to the days when players would go out and have 8 pints and come out.
Finch into Bethel, who plays the ball straight back to the bowler, who flicks it out, tries to flick it back onto the stumps at the bowler's end, fails, but Moseley hadn't moved anyway.
Yeah, 8 pints on a curry is probably not your sort of ideal preparation for a following day as a professional athlete, perhaps.
As a reporter, you can still get away with it. There was,
it's my staple diet, Brian. You know.
Finch turns at the top of his run at the city end. The sun's just disappeared, so the light has taken a bit of a dip. Bethel is off the mark. He turns this one into the leg side. They think about 2, but there isn't 2 there. Just a single. Bethel on 1, 257 for 4. The lead almost down to 100 now.
It's been an interesting day's cricket, actually. It's been, as you said, things have happened in flurries, and I think it's been cat and mouse, hasn't it?
It has. Fascinating.
Yeah.
The wind still blowing. The sight screen's still billowing away at the far end. And Finch comes in to conclude his over. Just flicked away into the leg side by Dan Moseley for a single. He moves to 34. 258 for 4. Quite an interesting little session still left. If we get these 11 overs, if Warwickshire come through unscathed, they'll be in a good position. But if Worcestershire can knock a couple over, it's a very interesting cricket match. On that note, I'll leave you and Mel to describe the rest of today.
Yeah, days like today are exactly why we love county championship cricket. You know, there is a place for T20 in our lives, and it's exciting, and it's fast food. But this is the haute cuisine. It is the lobster thermidor of cricket.
Gosh, you're all about the gastronomical
I think
aspects.
I'm hungry, actually, Mel. I think I'm hungry. Yeah.
Well, I didn't have cod and chips for lunch, so are you on here?
Holder is into the crease and pleasantly driven by Moseley, but can't pierce the field. It's great to have you on, Mel.
Thank you, Dan.
Birmingham's finest import from Australia since Mark Bosnich, the Aston Villa goalkeeper.
I saw him over the summer. He was at the cricket. Yeah, he was in a suite. I was invited into a Cricket Australia suite and saw Mark Bosnich. Used to work, well, not with him, but sort of at Fox Sports.
Okay.
Quite a long time ago, before I moved over here. Anyway, he's a very entertaining chap.
Full from Holder. He's getting it more up there, isn't he, at the moment, Holder? He's sort of trying to see if he can extract any swing. I think he'd like a wicket. I think he's bowled quite well, better than none for 61 off 14 suggests.
Certainly particularly unlucky earlier on. He could have had a couple of wickets, you would think, but that's okay.
Could have 4 and 5 balls, I think, couldn't he? Here he comes, past Graham Lloyd. Oh, that's a pleasant shot.
Oh, the danger of bowling full. It's at the long boundary, so he's not going to get the 4.
Yeah, just 2 there to Moseley. It's that Kashi Valley there doing the fielding out on the as the boundary rider.
And it's just been impressive how Moseley, since the departure of Barnard, just easily stepped into the role of senior leader out there in the middle.
Yeah. 2 of the Bears' young guns here. 2 stars of the future, no doubt.
And you'd like it, 2 left-handers, and you're waxing lyrical about Bethel earlier.
I'm waxing lyrical about the cod and 2 left-handers. There's the short ball.
It was a good one too. Was right on the money. Just managed to get on top of it. Mosley played it well.
So the plans tonight, Mel? Are you out and about in Birmingham's nightlife?
Well, look, as a consummate professional, I tend to, have quiet nights while I'm in the middle of a commentary stint. So definitely not one for Broad Street, mate.
Here's Holder. Mosley has nothing to do with that. Lets it go. Shoulders, arms. Oh, I've got the delights of the 50-mile-an-hour controlled traffic zone on the M1 from about Northampton to Luton. So on my trip back to North London.
I admire your dedication. That's outstanding work from you, Dan, coming up here and helping us out.
It was worth it for the cotton chips. Oh, that's jammed into bat and pad. Bethel asking if he can pick the ball up.
I thought for a second you were going to say it was worth it for my company. You've let me down.
It's worth it for your company, Mel. I mean, I'd actually come up here even if I wasn't working, just to be alongside.
I've got more faith in the attraction of the cotton chips. 260 for 4 it is, with Mosley on 36. Bethel just the 1 run so far from 11 deliveries faced. It's getting rather dark here, I must say, now.
It is. Is there a little spot of rain in the air as well?
There's one dark cloud above us. There's still 10 overs supposedly remaining with 20 minutes of play, I think. Holder's in at slip. And Jake Libby it is now on to bowl. He's around the wicket to Bethel, who just drives that out to Jack Leach, deep cover. So first time we've seen Jake Libby bowl today.
Cornishman. There's not been many Cornish cricketers. Lewis Goldsworthy's one, isn't he? Down at Somerset. He's a lad from Cornwall. And
I'm not an expert on Cornish cricketers. Is Libby in once more? It's a large stride forward from Mosley and just smothers that ball from Libby out to the offside. So just watching him, getting a gauge of Libby first. He's in again. Again, forward comes Mosley. A carbon copy of the previous smother. But it is getting awfully dark. It might be a point soon where we can only get spinners bowling. Here's Libby, and this time he's on the back foot and just carves that one all the way along the carpet to Leach.
Yeah, I think if it came to that, I think Worcestershire might say, all right, we've had enough, let's go. Because what you don't want to do is feed Warwickshire 20, 30 runs here, do you? Because that it could be a game changer.
Next ball from Libby, penultimate ball of his over, is just pressed back to the bowler, and he's in again now, around the wicket again, and a big stride forward from Bethel, but just lets the ball go. So a pretty tidy one first up from Libby. He also got through it at a very rapid rate.
It's Graham Lloyd.
Just remove the bails. Oh no, he's doing a reading.
Sacker's over there. Yeah.
Okay,
there we go.
They're just having a little consultation and looking at the light. Actually, the shadow's appearing. The sun's come out a little bit, but we're just going to have a little discussion here. So, might be testing. He's now testing at the members' end. So he had a look at the light from the city end, and now they're having a look at the light reading from the members' end.
And we're going, I think.
And it does look like they are going off. Does it? No?
Yeah, I think they are.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're all walking in different directions. Yes, they are.
I think
the umpire confused me by walking off towards the hover cover. Well, no, I think that they are. No, he is. He's walking out to square leg. They're not coming off.
Oh, Graham Lloyd, you tease.
Yeah, you had me confused there a minute. I thought, no, he's walking that way. And then
he took the bails off, didn't he?
So, look, we've established now they are going to continue bowling. But it's Kashif Ali now from the members' end. So, look, this is maybe they've said to them, we can keep going. But you've got to bowl with spinners.
Yeah, I think also, you know, it probably gives Worcestershire a chance to, if they're sort of 1 under on their over rate, perhaps it gives them a chance to sort of, well, they're 3 under actually, so it gives them a chance to get their over rate back into a decent position, otherwise they start losing points.
Kashif Ali with his maiden first-class century on day 1.
Yeah,
now
he's
gets
slow left arm.
He is a leggy.
Oh, he's a leggy. Here he comes. Going to come past umpire Graham Lloyd. Ooh. Little bit of rip there, a little bit of purchase.
Oh, he's only taken 1 wicket in first-class cricket. He's played 8 matches. He's just taken the 1 wicket so far. So, again, very new.
He's getting a little bit of turn. Interesting to see if he's got a wrong one that goes the other way. A Google. Here he comes. Sort of methodical approach to the crease, isn't it? It's like a slow.
Well, Mosley just left that last one outside the off stump. So again, just having a little bit of a look.
Swept.
Get through for the single.
Deep backward square. It was not actually that deep on that boundary.
No.
And they come through for 1. 263 for 4. Mosley's on 38. Jacob Bethel has just got a couple to his name.
I think the main objective now for these 2 batters is to keep themselves in. See it through to the 2 stumps.
Oh, that's well bowled. He's not bad, Kashif Ali, is he? He's quite tidy. He hasn't bowled any sort of half trackers yet, or any full tosses, or it's been on the money straight away. Well bowled. 1 off the over. 263 for 4. 8 overs remaining in the day. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Melinda Farrell here, live from Edgbaston.
Yeah, so Kashif Ali first up was pretty much on the money. He did bowl a bit in the President's Cup in Pakistan during the off-season. A couple of games there, didn't take any wickets. So he has been rolling his arm over a little bit. Libby it is to continue from the city end. It's Mosley on strike, and he's around the wicket again to the left-hander, who drives down to mid-on. No run first up. And I don't think we'll see either of these 2 batters taking on the spinners at this point, this late in the day. And Libby is in once more, although he uses his feet. Little dance down the track from Mosley, but straight back to the bowler.
You'd think that would be the right thing to do, but, you know, sometimes youngsters, their inexperience shows. And
in comes Libby, and it's forward and sweeping. Met the ball well, did Mosley. But I'll just get the single as he turns the ball back down to fine leg. Yeah, it feels like we're just in a bit of a holding pattern here. Where Worcestershire get the wicket, I'm not sure. In comes Libby, and that's a fuller ball. And just dug out by Bethel.
that sun's gone again, hasn't it? It's just hidden behind the clouds. And
again, second last ball of the over from Libby. It's full, and it's punched into mid-wicket, and it's a dive and a roll from D'Oliveira, who just, I don't know if he hurt himself in that rolling stop, but looked uncomfortable, but he's okay, I think. In comes Libby again, this time off the back foot, tried to carve it through the offside, but stopped on the ring. So that's the end of Libby's over. It's 264 for 4, Mosley on 39, Bethel on 2, 7 overs remaining as we see Kashif Ali continuing from the members' end.
Mel, who's impressed you of the Warwickshire batters today?
See, I think we've seen certainly some good starts. Everyone has done well and not quite gone on. I thought Barnard was really nice to watch, to be honest. I thought he was terrific. But been some good starts.
Driven out to mid-off there. And the Worcestershire bowling?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Let me think on that for a minute. I mean, I think they have been a little bit unlucky at times.
Yeah, I do. I think Jason, that's a dot ball there. Jason Holt has been decent. I think Nathan Smith's got something different that he adds to the attack.
Yeah, again, they've had times when they've...
There's the full toss, but only goes out to mid-off.
Times when they've asked questions. I did think Jason Holder was unlucky early. I thought they did well with the new ball and keeping things reasonably tight.
Just floated up a little slower there from Ali. Well bowled.
And
Jason Holder just switching the bails around there.
Oh gosh, he's done the Stuart Broad. He's done the Stuart Broad.
I think he might have done.
Wow.
I don't know.
Oh, watch out. What's on now?
Here's Ali in. Ho, ho, ho. Bethel. Forward defensive.
He's not afraid to give it a little bit of air,
No,
Kashif Ali.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Danny Briggs found a nice bit of drift here in the wind. The wind has died down actually here at the moment.
Short. There's Bethel. Moves his feet, rocks onto the back foot and punches it out to deep cover for a single. That completes the over. 6 remaining in the day. 266 for 4. Mosley's on 40. Jacob Bethel's on 3. And I think with that cloud coming over, I don't think we're a million miles away here, but
Libby's ready to go again.
Yeah.
Just with the bowlers, they've bowled well in patches. There have been times when Nathan Smith's bowled well, and it's just been a bit patchy. Here comes Libby. First ball just strays onto the leg side a bit, but Bethel tries to whip it across the line. It doesn't get past Oliveira at mid-wicket. So there have been times when each one has had their moments, but able to find the breakthrough. Libby again on the leg side, and it's just swept quite comfortably for a single down to deep fine leg.
I think Jason Holder will have times this season where he bowls worse as well and picks up a hatful of wickets. I just think he's been very unlucky today.
He's at slip now as Libby comes in, drags that one down, and it's just flicked across the line into the leg side. D'Oliveira gives chase. They will get another single, moves it to 268 for 4. Bethel on strike on 4 and Mosley moving to 41. Libby in again around the wicket. He steps back and he flays that one through the covers, but he'll only get about, well, 4/5 of the way to the boundary. I'll pick up a single. And they really are flying through these overs now. 2 remaining for Libby in this one. This time he's a bit more on the money, but that's punched straight down to the right of mid-on. He'll pick up another single. So they're not taking any chances. Happy to just keep things ticking along here. Stay in till stumps. Libby in, and that was in the air for the moment as he just played across the line but fell about 1.5 meters short of Brett D'Oliveira, fielding at mid-wicket. So still a little moment of flicker of interest perhaps, but end of the over, it's 274 now. Mosley on 42 and Bethel on 5 with 5 overs remaining, and Kashif Ali continuing from the members' end.
I was just about to say as well, they're playing percentage sort of low risk cricket, but still, you know, moving the scoreboard along.
Yeah, the singles there.
And then he's almost chipped one to mid-wicket there, but hey. Kashif Ali coming in for his 3rd over. Ooh, a little bit of footwork there. Mosley. Like Melinda Farrell in the Broad Street nightclubs later on, moving the feet.
Oh no, you definitely won't see me moving my feet in Broad Street.
There's a full toss. That's 4 runs. That got what it deserved.
Well, it left 2 fielders sprawled on the ground as it managed to beat them. So it was nice timing and nice placement, but you have to say the ball was there to be put away as well.
Yeah, nice, juicy full toss. But you still got to put them away, haven't you?
That's right. And there were fielders there or thereabouts that just couldn't quite cut the ball off.
I've hit plenty straight at a fielder in my time. It's got to be said. Ali to Bethel. I think that pitched outside leg stump anyway. And Bethel moves into double figures. 276 for 4.
I'm just not sure.
Where's your pocket money on this game? Are you on the draw?
I never gamble.
Do you not?
No, never. Never.
That's, again, another full toss. This time it's Mosley puts it away. And, yeah, this is help yourself stuff. So if I was to give you a free 8p bet.
It's just hard. It's hard to say. At the moment, you would say getting through unscathed to stumps, if they do,
yeah,
you'd think Warwickshire have got themselves in a good position.
Yeah. That's swept away. That's going to be 4 more. And this is why I think what we spoke about. There's the 50 for Dan Mosley as well, off just 95 balls. And he's looked very assured, hasn't he, don't you think?
Very assured. He came in and was aggressive from the start when he was out there with Barnard and just got busy really quite early on. But as soon as Barnard got out, he's really taken command of this situation. A wonderful half century for Mosley.
And just picking one up off the 6th ball, the over. Expensive over there. But this is what I spoke about, sort of a few moments ago. What D'Oliveira doesn't want is to be forced to bowl his spinners and then they start leaking runs. They start going for 12s, 13s, 15s and an over. Where, because it's not conducive to... I mean, the pitch is too slow, so the ball just sits up and it's like, yeah, hit me wherever you want.
Well, Libby's been pretty tight so far. 3 overs, none for 7. He's on now from the city end. First ball just pushed down to mid-on. And the single coming, another single coming for Mosley. It's batted really well. Moves on to 53. 286 for 4. So pushing towards that 300 mark. I'll be happy with this. Libby in again this time to Bethel. Just plays off the back foot and Libby runs to his right and fields it himself. Sun coming out again though. It's real touch and go. It seems to change every minute. Libby, this one's flatter and it's swept. They'll just get the single as Fine Leg does the fielding.
He's teasing us, this Sun.
Yes. It's actually almost come out fully. The shadows have reappeared. So it's hard to say from one moment to the next just how the light will hold up. Libby is in and he steps forward and meets that on the full Mosley. Just plays it down to mid-on. They'll get another single. So runs coming quite freely. Libby in again, this time to Bethel, who plants his foot a metre in front of him and just prods it back to the bowler. Gets through his over so quickly, Libby.
Yeah.
Hardly time to take a breath. So Bethel on strike again. As Libby, he goes for the sweep. He got a bit of a top edge, but it went over the keeper Roderick's right shoulder And they're coming back for a second and has been given out. Can you believe it? Came back for the return run to Bethel, went for the dive. Field throwing him from the deep has done well. And a keeper, Roderick, has done the rest. Well, wouldn't you believe it? Did not see that one coming. It had been going at a sedate pace. And they've been picking up singles quite easily. There was a top edge. I almost thought there might have been a chance, and in the end, just coming back for the second run is the end of Bethel. He departs for 11. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update. I think are they having another little look at this? It's almost like, are they checking the replay?
Yeah, the folly of youth, eh? I mean, he was struggling from when he turned. I'm not surprised he didn't send Mosley back, but that is calamity there for the Bears, and that's a real freebie, which will boost Worcestershire, make them sleep a little bit easier tonight. Yeah, he's got 12.
Yeah, he got 12.
He got one, didn't he?
He did. He got given one, so he's going for the extra one. So he departs for 12, 289 for 5, and that will be really irritating because Bethel and Mosley looked like they were just set there, really.
Yeah, is that inexperience, do you think?
Possibly. I just didn't see that coming out of anywhere because it wasn't even a massive urgency in the fielding where...
No, it was just a good throw.
Good throw.
It was just... he shouldn't have had to... He shouldn't have even put himself in that position. Anyway, the new bat is Burgess, and we are going to see Nathan Smith.
I think it was Nathan Smith actually who was the fielder.
Was he?
I think so. Yeah. Nathan Smith it was with the throw. So hey, got them the run out. Why not give him an over?
Exactly. You never know. One more here. You never know.
Is that a direct hit?
No, it went into
I didn't
Roderick.
think
But it
so.
was right next to the stumps. As Mosley defends that into the leg side, out to the burly figure of Joe Leach at mid-on.
It's just that I'm looking at the Cricinfo scorecard just to double check, and it's just got run out bracket Smith, so it doesn't acknowledge the keeper at all.
Yeah, I think. Well,
That's
it
why
was right next to the stumps.
So often they'll have the two fielders involved.
Yeah.
When it comes to a run out, which is why I asked. Didn't think it had.
No, I don't think. I think it went into Roderick's gloves.
That's what I thought as well. Well, look, we're at towards the end of the day, so it's time to bring out the funky field. They've got two fielders at mid-wicket again. We've seen that work a couple of times, although Vera is one of them, and he's just run back to have a little bit of a chat with Nathan Smith. Maybe just looking for something, some little burst of brilliance at the end of the day. That sun had come out, which means that Nathan Smith could return, but it's just gone behind the clouds again.
Smith approaching the crease, just straying onto the legs there of Mosley, who gets one and allows Smith to have a go at the new batsman, Michael Burgess.
Yeah, so Burgess, it is coming in, and you wouldn't like that coming in at the end of the day when the light's fading. You've got to keep your wits about you and just survive to the end. That's why they've been playing with the field. They've got two slips in now for Burgess with Nathan Smith bowling.
It seems to be the trend, doesn't it? These sort of new orange or red-soled boots. And you always wonder if they're sort of like a pair of Louboutin. That's a good bumper to Burgess.
is, yes, Burgess does have the orange-soled boots.
And Smith does as well, running in.
But, oh, that's what I meant to say, Smith, rather.
Yeah.
Smith running in. I can't see what Burgess has got. I think he's a quite traditional. Disappointing.
Yeah, I think Mosley might have some.
I think he does. I can see.
Or red.
I can see him walking back this way as he lifts the toe of his foot up. He does actually have orange or red-soled boots. So 290 for 5. Supposedly 2.2 overs remaining.
Here's Smith attacking the crease. Good bouncer. Burgess not interested, and nor should he be at this time of the day.
Well,
his job is to stay there.
Yeah,
be there in the morning.
If it wasn't a matter of survival between Bethel and Mosley, then it certainly is now. It would really change the feel of the day if they went in at 290 for 6 rather than 290 for 5. I just feel like there's a lot of back and forwards to come still in this match.
Yeah, I do as well. That's defended. Yeah, I think there are quite a few twists in the tail coming up in the next couple of days.
Yeah, all it takes, it's the end of the over, 290 for 5. Mosley's on 55 now, and Burgess yet to score. Libby looks like is continuing from the city end. Yeah, just all it takes is one little cluster of wickets. That's what actually Warwickshire haven't done. They haven't really lost any in a cluster. Just been able to eke out, have Worcestershire a wicket after a partnership has been well established.
That's what Worcestershire need in the morning, don't they? They need a quick bang bang.
Libby now. Oh, it's a full ball first up and pressing forward. Mosley meets it on the full, punches it down to, well, quite a deep, almost mid on, running in. So they will get a single, takes them to 290, 1 for 1. And Burgess now on strike. So can Libby test him? He has a slip in there in Holder. He's over the wicket to the right-hander who leans back, slaps it away through the covers. But there's protection in the deep in the form of Kashif. Keeps them to a single again. Brings Mosley back onto strike. That teasing sun just coming out again, so light improving. Libby, he bowls, it's a bit of a shorter delivery this time, or pitches good length, and Mosley happy to just press forward and defend.
I think the sun's having a laugh at us. I think it's making fun of us, Melinda.
Well, the shadows are well across, but every time it peeps out, it just gets a little bit lighter. And Mosley taps his bat and waits. Libby, it's a full delivery floated up, but Mosley again not tempted, happy to just press forward and smother it. Just a few shouts out there amongst the crowd. Still plenty of people just hanging around for the end of the day. As Libby, it's a flatter, quicker ball, and it's pushed forward, fielded by the bowler. Mosley is not. He's not going to play cat and mouse as Danger Mouse. Wants to stay there. On strike again as Libby is in. It's a slower ball than the last one, and defended back to the bowler. End of the over. They go at such a rapid rate when Libby's bowling. And he's just having another light reading, but we've just seen a thumbs up, I think, from the umpire, because we do have now blue skies again, even though the ground's in shadow. So 1 over remaining. We are going to get it in.
I don't know, they're having another look at that end.
Oh, they are.
Putting the light meter on that end.
I think it's fine. Yeah, it's not as, it's been darker than this. And it means that Nathan Smith is going to be allowed to bowl the final over of the day. Done very well to essentially pretty much get 2 full days in here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, this game's nicely poised, isn't it? I think it's really, you know, all 3, all 4 results are possible, even the tie possibly. But, you know, It's
steady on.
Wow, you never know. I think, imagine if it ended up in a tie. Smith starting the last over of the day. Still running in hard. Got appetite for work. Well, I like that about him.
Yeah, well, that first ball, he's dug that one in. It's a well-delivered bouncer that just had Burgess ducking under it.
Yep.
Oh, Nathan Smith. It'd be interesting to see what he makes of his first-class game so far in this country. Very experienced in New Zealand.
Here he comes. Just that arcing one back in towards the right-handed Burgess there.
Yeah, flicked it to square leg. Didn't get any further than that. So 4 more balls remaining. Two sides with very different objectives. One, can Worcestershire just drag out 1 wicket to make it actually a very decent day for them? And if Burgess can survive here, I think Warwickshire will feel reasonably happy.
Smith, his orange-soled boots, running in, and he's gone to throw it back. Dropped the ball. It's hit him on top of the head and just landed at his feet.
Yeah, well, that is one, yes. Shaped to throw it straight back and show a bit of aggression at Burgess. Maybe tried to intimidate him, but it doesn't really work when you drop the ball on your head.
Brilliant.
It's just turned into quite a lovely evening now.
Yeah.
Sunshine and some white clouds around. Maybe summer really is coming.
That could well be. There's one over the shoulder. Signalled by Saggers at square leg to his colleague Graham Lloyd. Thought that might be overhead height, but he's got away with that one.
That's another one dug in short. So some effort balls being delivered by Smith at the end of the day. Long day as well. Moving on to.
You see, I'd like a man just under Burgess's nose here. Last sort of few balls of the day. Just make him think about things. As he fends that one off his rib cage to where my mythical short leg would have been.
I've been a few times today when we thought, oh, maybe you could have a short leg.
Yeah. It's more of those sort of, on these slow surfaces though, it's like more for like a short cover or a short mid-wicket where we've seen a few catches happen, haven't we? In those sorts of regions. Anyway, here's the last ball of the day. As the field just comes in. Smith. Oh, good. Went for the Yorker. But all Burgess can do is play it out to Joe Leach at mid-on. And that completes an intriguing day's cricket. Warwickshire, 292 for 5. Mosley's going to come back in the morning, 56. He's got that off 108 balls. And Burgess has got just a solitary run to his name after the run out there of Jacob Bethel. So, where do you see this going tomorrow, Mel?
Well, it's really hard to say. I just think this game is it's just nicely poised, and either side could seize advantage on day 3. I actually think it's just too early to call anything too much. It might be a bit of weather around tomorrow, so it will be interesting to see just how that pans out. But just to remind our listeners that we started the day with Worcester on 316 for 7, and Holder and Smith out in the middle. They were able to help with the tail. Matthew Waite coming in and scoring 37. Holder stayed out there for a while and got 29, and the others out pretty cheaply meant that Worcestershire ended up with a first innings total of 360. Best of the bowlers in terms of wickets. For Warwickshire, Chris Rushworth, 3 for 97 in the end. There were 2 apiece for Michael Booth and Will Rhodes, and Hannon Dolby, Barnard and Briggs all getting 1 apiece. For Warwickshire, well, they made starts and got some good partnerships. Rob Yates was 26, bowled brilliantly, clean bowled by Leach. Alex Davies, the captain, made 36. Will Rhodes, fine half century, 64.